Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 10-12. While countless people were scheming against each other in the hibiscus garden, Xiaobei and his group became leisurely. First, they signed a contract with the jewelry makers and sellers, and asked them to make all kinds of handicrafts. Then, they got the girl's father out. The county magistrate of the Yamen was newly appointed, and his surname was also Yen. He personally sent the girl to Old Willow Village. On the way, he kept apologizing to the girl's father, hoping that he could put in a good word for him. "Brother Xincheng, no one did anything to you when you were in the servant's room, right?" Sitting in the carriage, County Magistrate Yen whispered to Qin Xian Cheng, who had not uttered a single word since they had left the carriage. Qin Xian glanced at him and still did not say anything. He was angry. "Before you figured out the situation, you asked me to explain when I was being sued. How could I explain it? Then, you put me in the servant's room?" His daughter was better than his son. His son could only be anxious and wanted to spend money to bribe people. But he did not think about it. Who in Hongnong County would dare to accept money? The more he wanted to bribe people, the more suspicious he would be. His daughter was good. She went directly to Xiaobei. She was very smart. Otherwise, how could she be so clear about right and wrong? "Brother Xincheng, yes, I didn't make a good decision this time. But I didn't put you in prison, right? I just put you in prison. The case hasn't been decided yet, so I don't dare to make a decision. How can you blame me for everything? Your son was so busy, but he still gave me money. Who wouldn't think about it first? If they had a clear conscience, why would they give me money? I didn't take it, right? You have to admit it, right?" County Magistrate Yen continued. He felt that he was wronged. He had just been in office for a few months, and he was already involved in this kind of thing. Who could he reason with? Why did he let Xiaobei and the rest meet him? There was no place to cry. Did he get caught? Innocent +5. Oh my God, damn liar. He tricked me. Qin Xian still did not say anything. He looked outside through the car window. No one knew what he was thinking. County Magistrate Yen took a deep breath and said as if he had accepted his fate, "Okay, you can complain to Xiaobei. I don't need you to say good words for me. At most, I will be exiled. I, Yen Fei, have been in Hongnong for 4 months and 6 days. What I have done is worthy of the heavens above, the earth below, and my conscience." Qin turned his head to look at County Magistrate Yen, who was Yen Fei, and finally spoke. "What do you want me to say in front of Xiaobei? Praise you? Praising you is harming you. You locked me up, and as soon as I came out, I immediately praised you from head to toe. Do you think that Xiaobei and the others are idiots? Do they believe me as soon as I praise you?" Huh? Yen Fei was stunned. He blinked and nodded. "Oh, right. I caught you and brought you to Old Willow Village. You praised me. That's not normal, right? People will think that I'm threatening you. Based on that, you have to tell me the truth. What about me? I have to tell them the truth too. Yes, to tell them the truth, Xiaobei and the others are not stupid children. They will reason with me. I didn't do anything wrong. I just don't know how the gold disappeared. I put you in jail first. According to the procedures, I have to report to the government. Then what am I afraid of? But I'm afraid that the 9 of them have different identities. If I'm really caught, the economic construction projects that I thought of for Hongnong 4 months ago will not be carried out. What a pity." Yen Fei's voice became softer and softer. He seemed to be very disappointed. He thought about a lot of things. His appearance when he was studying, the situation when he took the imperial exam, the joy of passing the exam, the years when he worked in the Ministry of Revenue as a knife and brush, the accident when he had the opportunity to come to Hongnong as a county magistrate, the unfulfilled dream in the county, and the result after meeting Xiaobei and the others. Yen Fei thought about all these. After thinking about it, he became relaxed again. After hearing Yan Fei, Qin also thought about it. Seeing that Yan Fei did not speak and was leaning there with a calm expression, he felt that Yan Fei was not bad. He said, "Lord Yan, I just feel suffocated. I don't hate you. I feel that the opportunity has come for the matter you mentioned a while ago." "What matter?" Yan Fei almost did not know how to think. "You forgot. You found a rich businessman in the county and said that in the capital, you saw a rich family buying a wind turbine generator to light up the house. There was also that washing machine that looked very good. There was also a small thing by the river that was thrown into the water to spin and generate electricity. Then you asked us to pay for a bunch of generators and throw them into the river to generate electricity to light up the key places in Hongnong County at night, especially near Xiaobei's amusement park to set up a night market. When the time comes, people like us who pay for electricity do not have to spend money temporarily. You even said that we need electricity. There's a wire called electricity or something that can be used as a stove. The rich families in the capital use that thing to roast sausages and ham. You asked us to think of ways to think of a few more things that can make a lot of money and sell to people who come to play." Qin helped Yan Fei recall. At the mention of this, Yan Fei temporarily put down the anxiety in his heart and nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's called resistance wire. You can also use it when you process jewelry, but it's not easy to apply for it, especially small generators. There are very few of them. The people who use them in the capital need to be monitored. I've already sent a letter to the provincial government, but they haven't replied. It's probably very difficult. They need a lot of generators to support the light. The provincial government needs to check first and then report it to the capital. I don't know what the capital will decide." Yan Fei shook his head helplessly. It was not like applying for seeds for farming. In terms of technology, the Tang Empire was very strict and did not give foreign forces any chance. "Do you still need to wait for the provincial government? When Xiaobei and the others come, you can tell them that their amusement park doesn't need electricity. You can ask them to make more electricity, won't there be, even if we have to pay for it? I'll find a few people who agree with this matter and speak up for you. Don't think that Xiaobei and the others are still children. Behind them are Xiaobao and Cuckoo. What do you think, Lord Yan?" Qin gave an idea. "That's right. Xiaobei and the others are here. Why would I care about the provincial government? They are their hurdles. Do I have to go through them first?" Yan Fei clapped happily. Just as he said half a sentence, he remembered that he did not know whether this trip was a blessing or a curse. He became depressed again. Qin also reacted. Yan Fei might not be able to continue staying in Hongnong. He smacked his lips and continued to give ideas. "You see Xiaobei and the others and immediately tell them your plan. Let them listen to you. When the time comes and there are some problems, it won't be a big crime, right? Xiaobei and the others don't like to beat people to death with a stick. In the past, there was an official who could make steam engines. They investigated him, but the result was nothing. He was even transferred away. They care more about whether the official did things for personal gain. Fine, I'll give it a try. I'll go all out." Yan Fei encouraged himself. When the lanterns were lit, the usually active and extroverted Xiaobei insisted on organizing a bonfire party today. She moved her mouth and the others began to get busy. They prepared the firewood for the fire. They did not allow her to touch it for fear of smashing it. They also did not allow her to clean up the poultry, pigs, and sheep for fear of being cut by a knife. She could only tell stories to the children in the village who were also there to join in the fun. Xiaobei was holding a megaphone in his hand. He spoke vividly, beaming with exultation, and gesticulating to the surrounding children. This was also a kind of talent. If Xiao Hai were to do this job, he would not be able to do it even if he tired himself to death. If it were an ordinary child, it would be considered good if they could stand in front of a group of people and not fall to the ground nervously. But for Xiaobei, this was not a problem. With the megaphone in her hand, she could easily control the 360-degree audience. Her gaze swept over and did not neglect anyone. Today, I'm telling the story of the animal kingdom. It said that there was a dragon who was the king, but he always liked to sleep. There was also a big tiger. When he roared, the whole mountain would tremble, so he was the prime minister. Today, he wanted to eat an egg. Everyone has eaten an egg before, right? Xiao Bei turned around naturally. She turned 180 degrees and turned back. She asked and turned 200 degrees in another direction. This way, she scanned the audience. Yes, children like to listen to stories the most. Their voices shouted out one after another. You've all eaten it? The tiger had also eaten it and felt that the taste was not bad. He wanted to savor it, but he could not directly ask the chicken for an egg. The chicken was also his people, so he looked for the fox and asked for an idea. He said that he wanted to eat an egg and fry it. As for the fox, he had wanted to eat it for a long time but never had the chance. When he heard the tiger's words, he secretly swallowed his saliva and promised the tiger that he would complete the task. He was smart and knew that he could not look for the chicken. Who did he look for? He found a domestic duck and said to it, "The Prime Minister has been dreaming of eating ducks recently. He said that ducks can cure diseases." When I heard that, I advised the Prime Minister not to eat ducks, right? The duck was so scared that it was paralyzed. It nodded vigorously and said yes. So the fox said, "Then make an egg and give it to the Prime Minister. Some eggs can't be hatched, right? Look, which one can't be hatched? Take 2 and I'll give them to the Prime Minister." When Xiao Bei said this, he was already standing in front of a child, as if the other party was a duck. The child was scared and said, "Didn't you say that you want to eat eggs? Why did you look for me?" "Yes, you said that you want to eat eggs, but the duck doesn't know." He thought about it, and in order to live, he reluctantly agreed. Just as he was thinking about which 2 eggs to give to the fox spoke again. "Don't you always ask the chicken to help you when you hatch eggs? Remember not to take the goose egg. The goose egg is big and different from yours. It's too obvious." The duck nodded again and walked to the chicken coop. As he walked, he realized that he couldn't take the goose egg, but he could take the chicken egg. So he stole 2 eggs and gave them to the fox. The fox ate one and gave the tiger the other. Later, the chicken found out and found the eggshell in front of the fox's house. It sadly went to find the dragon. The dragon was very angry and asked the tiger to deal with it strictly. The tiger was even angrier. The fox actually ate one himself, so he asked the fox. The fox said, "I tested the poison for you first, so you should do this." The tiger was very happy when he heard this, so he asked someone to catch the duck. In front of the chicken, the duck was punished for not being responsible for helping the chicken keep the eggs. The duck was sentenced to pay the chicken 2 eggs and clean the chicken coop for a month. Then, the fox supervised the duck. If the duck wanted to pay, so be it. Anyway, the chicken didn't eat the duck. It was better than eating the duck himself, so the duck confessed. The dragon went back to sleep and passed the country to his son in his dream. He was worried that something would happen to the animal kingdom one day, so he considered letting his son become a human and go to a human country to live. Anyway, he could just take food from his own country. If the animal kingdom disappeared one day, his son could still live well. Since then, the chicken lost eggs at least once a month. Every time the duck was punished. Every time the fox ate an egg, there would be a meeting to blame. Every time the tiger ate a fried egg, he would think that the country was so harmonious. Whether it was the supervision department, the executive department, or the production department, all kinds of functions were available. The research department found that if the chicken ate some eggshell, it was very good for the eggs it laid. So, as a welfare for the chicken, it let the chicken experience the warmth of the country. Do you think this country is good? Xiao Bei finished the story and asked the children around him. It's not good. The children were not stupid. They knew who was at a disadvantage. Lu Feifei said loudly, the dragon shouldn't be a king. He sits in that position and doesn't do anything serious. My Tang Empire is better. My Tang Empire has a good emperor, brother Xiaobao, sister Cuckoo, and sister Xiaobei. Who dares to harm the chicken, sister Xiaobei will teach him a lesson. Then it's my Tang Empire. Xiaobei nodded. Her eyes were fixed on Yanfei, who had been listening to her story for a while. She said, who harmed the chicken? I think someone will come and tell me clearly, right? Yanfei was listening to Xiaobei's story and found it very ironic. He was thinking about praising Xiaobei, but he didn't expect that Xiaobei would directly point the finger at him. When they were in the car, the method that he discussed with Qin Xian was suddenly useless. I'm innocent. Since I took office, I haven't done anything wrong. When I arrested Qin Xian, I'm still reporting to the state government. He hasn't been convicted. When Yanfei was in the car, he was thinking of going all out. But now he found that he couldn't. Xiaobei waved her hand and didn't let Yanfei continue to explain. She said, I asked you who harmed the chicken. What do you mean by you are innocent? I didn't do it. Yanfei was about to cry. I'm asking you who it is. Xiaobei emphasized. Who is it? It's the dragon? No, I don't know about the dragon. Is it the tiger? The tiger only wanted to eat once. And the tiger eats meat. Is it the fox? The fox is following orders. Is it the duck? The duck was also forced. Is it the chicken? The chicken is the victim. Who is it? Yanfei was confused by Xiaobei. You're so stupid. This animal kingdom shouldn't be so harmonious. How can animals of different species live in harmony? But animals of the same species shouldn't exist in the animal kingdom. Every person in a position should guard their position well. You've done a good job. At least for more than 4 months, you haven't done anything wrong. Just as you said just now. Also, make your water and electricity plan more detailed. Let me remind you, you can produce bigger generators. I was just joking with you. Why are you so nervous? Remember, never be like the animals in the animal kingdom. Otherwise, you will realize that dragons don't have sleeping suns. Tigers don't have that much power. Whoever harmed the chicken, I can catch him in an instant. Xiaobei said to Yanfei with a smile. Yes, yes. No one dares to harm the chicken. Then, what do I do now? Yanfei's forehead was covered in sweat. He finally felt that Xiaobei was different from other children. Now, wash your hands and prepare for the bonfire party. I'll roast that harmed chicken for you. Let's go, it's time to eat. Xiaobei said to Yanfei. She called the children and ran to the washing area. A group of children cheered and ran behind. Lord Yan, wipe yourself. Qin came over and handed Yanfei a towel. Thank you. I won't see Xiaobei in the future. No matter what, I won't meet her face to face. Yanfei took the towel and wiped his sweat. Yanfei said that he wouldn't meet Xiaobei, but Xiaobei didn't intend to let him hide. The bonfire party started. Xiaobei dragged Xiao Yuan and Lu Feifei. She held a wine glass with juice in her hand and wandered around the bonfire. When she saw someone idle, she would go over and say a few words. After a while, she turned to Yanfei. Yanfei was still chatting with Qin, talking about how to fill in the details of the application. He also praised other people's children as a sign of goodwill. As expected, he was holding a chicken in his hand. He didn't dare to touch other food. Xiaobei said to let him eat chicken. Naturally, he had to understand Xiaobei's meaning when he ate the chicken. Brother Xincheng, do you think Xiaobei let me eat chicken as a warning, or is there any other hint? Yanfei smelled the aroma of the roasted lamb and turned to Qin, who was eating the leg of lamb. I guess she asked you to control the other people in the county yamen. Xiao Bei doesn't want to hear about the chicken being eaten. It's not that she doesn't want to know about the chicken being eaten. It's just that she doesn't want to see the situation of the chicken being eaten. Qin saw that his daughter and Xiao Bei were very harmonious together. The last bit of anger in his heart dissipated because he knew that with Xiao Bei's approval, the other villagers in the village would not be jealous of his wealth in the future. The patrol team of 9 was the purest group in the Tang Empire. Their attitude towards a certain person determined the perception of the people in the Tang Empire. Therefore, Qin also seemed to be more friendly to Yan Fei. Yan Fei felt that it made sense. It should be so. I have to watch the people below carefully. Don't cause me trouble. The amusement park is built in the county. How can Xiao Bei not pay attention to it? If anyone in the yamen wants to die, I'll let him die first. I don't think anything can be hidden from Xiao Bei. Did you hear just now? Xiao Bei said that I did a good job for more than 4 months and asked me to apply for a bigger generator. This means that she has already understood and didn't hold me responsible. I escaped a disaster. That's right. The intelligence network of the Zhang family and Wang family, is it just for show? You want to eat a piece of mutton? Qin saw that Yan Fei was still competing with the chicken. He cut a piece of mutton and passed it to him. I don't dare. Xiao Bei asked me to eat the chicken that was killed. If I eat something else, if she sees it, I'll be even more guilty. I haven't had enough of being a county magistrate. I won't eat. Yan Fei's eyes swept over the newly delivered food. Dried tofu rolled with bamboo shoots, cucumbers, coriander, roasted until golden brown. There was a layer of garlic sauce on top. He thought about how refreshing it would be in his mouth, but he still didn't dare to move. Lord Yan, if you want to be an official like this, you should leave the position of county magistrate as soon as possible. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded behind Yan Fei. Yan Fei was so scared that he trembled. The chicken in his hand almost fell to the ground. He quickly turned around. As he was about to get up, he said, "This official is guilty. Sit down. If you stand up, I have to look up to speak. It's tiring to my neck. You're too rigid. As a governor, you have to be flexible. But you have to set your heart first. If I were you, I would pack a few more chickens and let people keep them. When you return to the yamen tomorrow, you can take them away. Just say that you don't dare to enjoy the delicious food alone. Let the people in the yamen know not to harm the chickens. This way, you can eat more food. You can also return to the yamen and have a good relationship with the people below. You have to be flexible. If not, my brother will speed up the development of the Tang Empire. You won't be able to keep up. You're still in a daze. Put down the chicken and go find your favorite food to eat. You're so stupid. If you continue to be so stupid, I won't talk to you anymore. Is it easy for you to see me once? You still don't know how to grasp the opportunity and let me come find you personally." Xiao Bei stretched out her empty hand and pressed on Yan Fei's shoulder, not letting him get up. She unhappily said a bunch of things. She then muttered to Xiao Yuan, "My family's inner court is like him. I've long been angered to death. How do I put it? It's like smelling something and knowing something. I'm about to be angered to death by you. Smelling means listening." Xiao Yuan was also unhappy. "I know. Stand aside and don't block me. Lord Yan, do you understand?" Xiao Bei rolled her eyes at Xiao Yuan and then smiled at Yan Fei. Yan Fei did not dare to get up. He could only turn his head and agree. I understand. Bring a few chickens back. I'll eat something else. It seems that you still don't understand. I'm talking about chickens. Forget it, I'll continue to spin. You eat your food." Xiao Bei turned and was about to leave in disappointment. Qin Xian nudged Yan Fei hard. Yan Fei suddenly reacted and hurriedly shouted to Xiao Bei, I understand. I have to be flexible. Patrol Inspector Zhang, what instructions do you have? That's more like it. Find a bowl and drink. Let's discuss while drinking. Lord Yen, I'll introduce you to a 7th rank official. Secondary 7th rank official. My sister Feifei is her. Xiao Bei turned back and pulled Lu Feifei to introduce her to Yen Fei. Yen Fei did not stand up at this time. Instead, he sat on the ground. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Feifei. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a child. Don't move around. Sit properly. My sister Feifei is Station Supervisor Lu. She's under the jurisdiction of the capital's agriculture temple. She's in charge of everything related to willow trees. It's not because her surname is Lu that she's called Station Supervisor Lu. Her surname is also Station Supervisor Lu. She's in charge of willow trees. Of course, if you don't call her in detail and just call her by her position, then she's a station supervisor. Her surname is Lu, so she's called Station Supervisor Lu. If her surname is Yang, she's called Station Supervisor Yang. Sister Feifei, this is our county's Yen Fei, Lord Yen. Let's get to know each other. Xiao Bei introduced Lu Feifei as if she was saying a tongue twister. Lu Feifei hurriedly saluted. Greetings, County Magistrate Yen. Yen Fei reflexively saluted. Greetings, Station Supervisor Lu. After returning the salute, Yen Fei did not care about honorifics anymore. He directly asked Xiao Bei, she's still a child. How did she become a 7th rank official? She's also a station supervisor with real power. I asked for it. I asked Uncle Emperor for it. Sister Feifei has her own ideas. I thought it was good, but I was worried that the county would not support it. So I asked for an official position for Sister Feifei. Can't I? Xiao Bei had a natural look on his face. Yes. Yen Fei said with certainty. It's too good. Although he said that, Yen Fei had mixed feelings in his heart. He had worked so hard to learn, but now he was only a 6th rank official. She was just a child, but because Xiao Bei wanted it, she became a 7th rank official. Yen Fei wanted to scold the heavens for being unfair, but he did not have the courage to do so. This was because he knew how he became the county magistrate of Hongnong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had checked the official's register, and then conducted an interview. You said that the heavens were unfair. His position was confirmed by Zhang Xiaobao. You still remember what he said at that time, it's a pity that this person is a knife and pen in the Ministry of Revenue. Give him a chance to go to Hongnong. He really thought that it was not good. He should resign now. If he thought it was good, how could Lu Feifei's official position not be approved by Zhang Xiaobao? Didn't he care about his sister? Approved meant approved. Was it fair or unfair? Lu Feifei and Yen Fei knew each other now. The main reason was that Yen Fei had to remember Lu Feifei. He knew that in his territory, there was an official who could not be touched. She was not under his control. In the future, if there was an emergency, he might have to ask Lu Feifei for help. It should be easy to get more seeds. She was directly under the Sinong temple and had a lot of power. Xiao Bei asked someone to bring wine to Yen Fei. It's late. You can't go back. Drink. Yen Fei relaxed and drank the wine. Fortunately, it was rice wine. If it was white wine, he would have fallen. Let's talk about business. Lord Yen, I asked Uncle Emperor for the tax exemption policy of the amusement park. In the future, the amusement park will not pay tax. Xiao Bei said to Yen Fei. The first thing that Yen Fei thought of was that the amusement park should be deducted from the revenue of Hongnong County. He said, well, you have already taken out a lot of money. It should be exempted. Truth. Don't think that we are taking advantage of Hongnong. I will not pay tax. I will take out half of the net profit and invest it in Hongnong's children. When this money is spent, no matter what you buy, there will be tax. I will buy it locally and your county will make up for it. Xiao Bei added. He even told them about the situation that would occur when the currency was circulated. Yan Fei was stunned. There was such a good thing? Half of the profit was definitely not small. It was more advantageous than directly collecting tax. The tax collected directly had to be paid to the capital and deposited in the bank first. In this way, it would drive the consumption of local goods. The tax would also be generated, but it would drive the local development more. What did Xiao Bei want? More tax than profit? Then you can still make money? Of course, we can make more. We came up with the idea together. If we don't make money, we will just pay. Not only will we make money, but we will also make more money than before. In addition to our benefits, you will also benefit from this place. Xiao Bei had a look of, I am helping you. In that case, this official thanks you. Can you tell me in detail how you can make more money and how I can benefit from it? I will cooperate. Yan Fei did not think of the problem and asked curiously. Xiao Bei smiled proudly. It's simple. I can let a lot of people who sell things join my amusement park. They will be exempted from tax with me. Don't you think there are benefits? No. Yan Fei shook his head like a rattledrum. I think the county is losing a lot. You misunderstood. I haven't finished yet. Xiao Yuan, tell Lord Yan about our plan. Xiao Bei pretended to be profound and moved aside, pulling Xiao Yuan to the front. Chapter 10:13. It's me again. I used to be a very introverted person. Little Bei, you can't do this. Your actions have already affected my personality. Do you understand? Little Yuan didn't like to show his face. It wasn't just him. The others weren't interested either. Only Little Bei stood in front, forming a team of 1 spokesperson and 8 think tanks. What they liked to do the most was to listen to their brother and sister's lectures, then follow them and continue to listen to their discussions. At first, it was because of attachment. Then, they thought it was normal. Later, they finally understood that the things their brother and sister talked about were not things that ordinary people could understand. It was a kind of profoundness that ordinary people could not fathom. Now, it was peaceful again. What they said was national policy. I gave you a chance to perform, but you didn't know how to grasp it. Tell me, why are we doing this? Little Bei said with a smile. Little Yuan agreed helplessly. Okay, I owed you in my previous life. Lord Yan, where were we? I said that you want to get a lot of people to your amusement park so that they will be exempt from taxes. Yan Fei was like a resentful woman. If you really do that, will I, Hong Nong, still have any taxes? I finally know what you are planning. You know? Impressive. Lord Yan, tell me. If you say it well, you can enter the government and become a high-ranking official. Little Bei joined in on the fun. Yan Fei didn't dare to glare, but he still felt wronged. He said, you want to charge them a joining fee and then let them not pay taxes. That way, you will definitely make money. Just now, you were saying that it was harmful. You did it first. I object, even if I am no longer an official. At this moment, Yan Fei mustered up his courage. For Hong Nong's revenue, for his own ideals, even if he had to file a lawsuit in front of Zhang Xiaobao, he was fearless. Little Bei was about to speak again, but was stopped by Little Yuan. Little Yuan stared at Yan Fei for a full 10 seconds and nodded gently. To be honest, from your attitude, you are a good official. But from your intelligence, you are still lacking. Think carefully about what you don't know and listen patiently. No one forced you to do it. Your reaction was too intense. No wonder you locked Qin Xian up. You didn't consider the problem comprehensively. Yan Fei opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. He looked at Xiao Yuan and waited for him to continue. Xiao Yuan, however, took a vegetable roll made of dried tofu and bit off one. He slowly savored it until he finished it. Only then did he say, "Sir Yen, do you know how much a vegetable roll with 3 dried tofu costs?" "Probably, estimate?" "Hong Nong can produce this product by itself. The cost of materials, transportation, production, and processing costs are included. During the process, labor costs are also accounted for, including additional added value. I can tell you how much this thing costs at Hong Nong's barbecue stall. 1 copper coin for 2 skewers. If you sell 6 skewers, you can make a profit of 1 copper coin. That's a 33% profit after deducting taxes. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Don't take the price of the big restaurants into account. Those are 2 different things." Xiao Yuan opened his mouth and stated the price of the food he ate. "Yes, yes. Is it related to what you're talking about?" Yan Fei panicked. They were talking about the specific data, but he did not answer. If it was a small matter, it was careless. If it was a big matter, it was a dereliction of duty. Xiao Yuan ate another one. "Of course. When you're free, go to the market, especially the big markets. Ask each item. When the 9 of us are free, what we're most willing to do is to go to the market, bargain, and buy it. It's not that we lack things. We also eat the barbecue and soup pancakes sold outside. If we can't finish them, or if they don't taste good, we'll take them back and let people throw them to feed the pigs. It's not that we can't find anything to eat. In our house, there are restaurants everywhere. How can we not eat good things? We just want to understand the people's livelihood. Now, I'll tell you how the profits of dried tofu rolls affect the people." When Yan Fei heard that he was going to talk about something important, he sat up straight. Very naturally, he took out a small book and a fountain pen, intending to record it. Xiao Yuan was shocked. "Wow, you're quite prepared. A fountain pen? Your sister gave it to me before I took office. She said, 'I'm giving you a pen. I hope you remember it. Incorruptibility covers the sky, benevolence paints the earth. Where are the people, where are their hearts? The temptations of the mortal world cannot be stirred up.'" Yan Fei gently stroked the fountain pen. After saying this, he whispered to Xiao Yuan, "Your brother also said that when I'm the county magistrate, I have to be clean. If the yamen and my family lack daily necessities, the local business will give them to me. Don't worry about others taking it by force. When I'm done, give me a large sum of money when I leave office. The better the people in the county, the higher the degree of education, and the more prosperous the economy, the more money I'll get." "Oh, I understand. So you're not greedy." Xiao Yuan approved of his brother's method. Sanshui County had always been like this. When an official was in office, they focused on doing things. Daily necessities would be provided. When they were done and were about to leave, they would receive a gift from a local fund specially used to reward officials. Yes, I don't dare to cross the line drawn by your brother and sister. I'm an official they chose. If there's a problem, they won't be able to let it go. They'll punish me to death. Yan Fei's answer was very simple. "Okay, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about dry tofu rolls." Xiao Yuan brought the topic back. Yan Fei picked up the pen with a proper attitude. "I've already talked about the composition of the cost just now. In the process of making bean rolls, materials and logistics are very important. Of course, the process is also one aspect. As for the improvement of the process, let's not talk about it for now. Let's just talk about materials and logistics." As Xiao Yuan spoke, his speed was not fast. After finishing a sentence, he deliberately paused and did not make a sound. Yan Fei scribbled on the notebook. After he finished writing, he stopped to think. After thinking about it, he nodded. Suddenly, he reacted and said, "Xiao Yuan, are you waiting for me?" "Waiting. My brother and sister will always stop when they tell us stories and give us time to think. I'm used to it." Xiao Yuan did not think that he was doing very well. Everything he did was imitating his brother and sister. Next, let's talk about the materials. The main component of bean rolls is dry tofu. The things inside the rolls can be changed. If the outside is changed, it won't be a bean roll anymore. When small workshops are making, everyone is fighting for themselves. A lot of wastage is caused, which causes the cost to rise and the quality to be inconsistent. After a set of processes, a lot of manpower is wasted. Do you admit it? Yes. Yan Fei wrote again. After he finished, he replied. Dry tofu is made from soybeans. If it's bought in small batches, the price is high. If it's bought in large batches, it's cheaper. When it's made in batches, the fixed loss is reduced. The things produced have to be transported away, which involves logistics. You might say that if it's all made in your own small workshop, there's no need for logistics. Or if the transportation distance is very close, the logistics distance is so short that it doesn't matter. Xiao Yuan said as he recalled. The idea was not thought of by him alone. It was the wisdom of 9 people. When the 9 people discussed, they argued and supplemented. When they encountered a difficult problem, they stopped and thought about what their brother and sister would do when they encountered such a problem. Only then did they come to a final conclusion. Yan Fei also knew this point. After all, the 9 children usually followed powerful people. The children of butchers naturally knew how to cut meat. The children of officials also understood problems differently from ordinary people. There was no need to doubt the Zhang family and the Wang family. The 9 children, other than learning from their brother and sister, were influenced greatly even if they were usually with the maids in the inner courtyard. This is the importance of the environment. Yan Fei thought in his heart and said, that's right. Every village has a tofu workshop. Why transport it from the county? This has to calculate the cost of the two and the cost of logistics. For example, the tofu workshop in the county is big enough. It's so big that the price of buying soybeans in batches is 4/5 of the price of an ordinary family's unit, saving 20% of the cost. By concentrating on the work, the fixed consumption is saved by 10%. The overall saving is 30%. Using a few carts, one village after another, but according to the regional distribution, the cost of delivering is 10% of the cost of making the tofu products. If the small workshop's profit can't reach 20%, why not let the county deliver it? For example, the usual cost can be reduced by 5%. Why tire yourself? The time saved can be used to sleep more so that the body won't be so tired. Communicate more with the children so that the children won't feel left out. Let the children teach more words and learn from the children's textbooks to improve their own skills. Isn't that right? When Xiao Yuan gave an example, he listed out the general data comparison and waited for Yan Fei to think again. Yan Fei quickly noted it down. This time, he didn't have much time to think about it. He said, however, it looks like a total of 5% of the cost savings. In fact, according to what you said, that's a 25% increase in profit after the small workshop doesn't produce by itself. And there's more free time. No matter how the time saved is used, it's far more cost-effective than wasting it on the production process. At the same time, it also increases employment opportunities, such as logistics and carriage drivers, or the number of people who need to work in the large workshops. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Bei, let me ask you. Do you usually learn this? You're still children. Yan Fei was indeed shocked. What little Yuan said was something that children should come into contact with. He could keep up with the train of thought because he had the convenience of being an official in the capital and had learned it before. Today, he realized that what he learned, the children also learned. It was really hard on a group of children. Xiao Yuan smiled. We usually learn by ourselves. Each of us has different classes. Brother said that when we were young, he was tired. When we grow up, he won't be tired. In the future, he won't have to worry about the family not being able to handle urgent matters when he and his sister are too busy. That's right, that's right. Xiao Bei chimed in from the side. What we're talking about now, there's no need to deliberately learn it. Anyone in the family will have a different view of it. After listening to it every day and watching it every day, of course they'll remember it. Alright. When I was young, I didn't have brothers and sisters like you, and I didn't have an inner court team that could take over government and military affairs at any time. But I have a question. Yan Fei envied Xiao Bei and the rest. This was the advantage of a family. Children from ordinary families also had talents, but the effort they put in far exceeded that of children from aristocratic families. How could a child from a butcher's family be compared to Xiao Bei and the rest at the age of 20? How much of a genius did one have to be? Fortunately, there was the support of Operation Chaoyang. Otherwise, it would be a fool's dream to catch up. Sighing to himself, Yan Fei asked again, I agree. If we do as you say, the cost of the small workshop will be reduced, the profits will be increased, and the labor intensity will be reduced. However, what if the large workshop in the county uses this to control the entire county's bean products industry? That's a problem with the perfection of the business laws and the functions of the government. You can't use the possible disadvantages to deny the benefits of the current actions. If it's easy to choke when drinking water, then you won't drink water. If you're thirsty, you naturally need to drink water. As for choking, then solve the choking problem. This isn't called treating a headache or treating a foot when it hurts. This is called the division of functions. Ants have a division of labor, not to mention humans. How can there be a perfect thing in the world? If that's the case, then my brothers and sisters won't have to suffer. Xiao Yuan also had his own views on this. Yan Fei was used to discussing political and economic issues with children. Alright, I agree. To build a large bean products processing workshop in the county, I have to first calculate the profit ratio of the small handicraft workshop and the price ratio when buying the finished products from the large workshop. I already know that bean rolls have a lot to do with the people's livelihood. I also understand the principle of drawing inferences from one example. Tell me about the issue of tax exemption. To be honest, you're not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Although you're so smart that I'm scared, you're far worse than your brothers and sisters. At the same age, they're 100 times better than you. If you can't persuade me, I'll never agree. I'm an official of the imperial court, not the inner courtyard of your Zhang family and Wang family. My first consideration will always be the people under my rule. Listening to Yan Fei's words, Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei were not angry at all. They admitted that their brothers and sisters were powerful. Until now, they had not found a problem that their brothers and sisters couldn't solve. Xiao Yuan, continue. Xiao Bei threw a sentence to Xiao Yuan and pulled Lu Feifei to explain the things that Lu Feifei didn't understand in the conversation between Xiao Yuan and Yan Fei. Lu Feifei was very modest. For the first time, she knew how big the gap between her and a real official was. She thought that an official had nothing to do and had free time all day. She didn't expect that an official had a universe in his heart. Of course, this referred to a capable official. Xiao Yuan said, we want to build a big industrial group park near the amusement park. Then we'll buy things from them and sell them in the amusement park, tax-free. Lord Yan, you may want to say that it will have an impact on the financial income of Hong Nong. Indeed, it will, but it will definitely not be a negative impact. You also said that we're smart. How can we do stupid things? Who will join us tax-free? It's true that life in the county is not easy. For example, people who are hardworking and not smart. What they need is not how many good opportunities you create for them, but a leader who can actually lead them to work. Oh. You want them to be tax-free? What's the purpose? Yan Fei knew that there was a group of people who didn't have a high income. The purpose is to let them make money. We not only exempt them from taxes, but also all their management fees. In this way, their income will increase, their life will be better, and there will be less trouble in the county. You're still thinking about how we can make money, right? It's simple. They are exempt from taxes and all other fees. The cost of things they buy is also low. There is a big workshop nearby. You have to limit the big workshop to sell goods to the outside. If the quantity does not reach a certain scale, it can't be cheap. In this way, those who come to Hong Nong for fun, those who wait for the bus to transfer, and those who seek low-priced special products will concentrate on the places we provide in the tax-free area, where things are cheap. Then we increase the number of manpower transportation, increase the number of local customers, increase the income of the accommodation shops, and also increase the number of goods sold by merchants who are not in the tax-free area but sell goods that are not available in the tax-free area. Xiao Yuan gestured with his hands and said generously. Then how do you increase your income? You use your own money to subsidize again? Yan Fei listened and kept nodding. He had turned 2 pages of the book. If he didn't know that the 9 children would not take the idea of their brother and sister as their own, he would think that it was the strategy of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It played a very big role in promoting the development of the place. The 9 children were still like before, willing to contribute to the development of the place, and not just thinking about money. Xiao Yuan really didn't know that Yan Fei had such a high evaluation of him. He glanced at Xiao Bei, and seeing Xiao Bei nod, he said, Lord Yan, don't spread it. Just keep it to yourself. Of course, of course. Oh, I definitely won't spread it. I'll rot it in my stomach. Yan Fei was most curious about this. Thank you. It's like this. We don't charge more from others. We are an amusement park. Every ride is charged because it requires motivation. We will have ideas on the rides. For example, you are a businessman coming over, or you are waiting for a train. Your train will only arrive tomorrow. Do you want to find a place nearby to rest? Yes, I have to find one. That's easy. No matter where you find it, that place will give you a ticket. Take this ticket and come to the amusement park. You can play one or a few rides for free. Take this ticket and you can go to the shopping area. Buy anything. You can get a 20% discount within a certain amount. Take this ticket and you can get a souvenir from the stalls selling souvenirs in the amusement park. Then you have to pay for the items in the amusement park. The number of times you have played it on the ticket indicates the unit price and how much money you need to spend. After you calculate, you will realize that the unit price of the rides you play is actually half the cost of the accommodation. If you include the free boxed lunch provided in the amusement park upstream, you will get an even bigger advantage. Then will you come to the amusement park? Will you go shopping? After you come, if you find out. I got it. Yan Fei stood up in surprise and carefully looked at Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. He kept looking at them. After looking at them a few times, he finally exhaled. He said, You are earning this money. People's consumption is the psychological law of equalization in the process of accidentally obtaining money. That is to say, if you pick up 100 copper coins, many people will be willing to find a place to spend this 100 copper coins. Only a small number of people will want to keep it. In other words, if you give him a ticket worth 50 copper coins, he will be willing to spend another 50 copper coins to play the free rides. Even if it reaches a ratio of 10%, your income will increase a lot. Then, you are exempt from taxes. You can even use the same method on the local stalls that are exempt from taxes and have all the fees removed. Similarly, if you meet people who are just here to play and buy cheap tickets, you can give them some of the restaurants, inns, and coupons in the market. In this way, you are exempt from taxes. You don't have to calculate the tax ratio in the process of dividing the profits with other merchants, but your income will increase a lot. Because you also don't have to pay taxes on this part, the cost is very low. On the other hand, if you are not exempt from taxes, the inns and restaurants will promote you and give you free tickets. Your tax cost will be very high, and there will be an additional cost of double taxation in the process of exchanging customers. Amazing, I am convinced. No wonder you have to give half of the net profits to the children. You are earning too much. As expected of Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister. After being praised by Yan Fei, Xiao Yuan was too embarrassed to say anything. He lowered his head and nudged Xiao Bei with his foot. Xiao Bei also became bashful and said in a similarly embarrassed manner, "Actually, it's true that we're spending money to invest in Tang Dynasty's children, and it's also true that it's free of charge. But, in any case, that's how it is. You shouldn't blame us, right? There is no rule that says that we can't make money from it if it is free. What we are earning is not the children's money. Can you understand?" "What do you mean I understand?" Are you saying that when you give half of the net profits to the children, you are still profiting from it?" As Yan Fei spoke, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. Chapter 10:14. You're really a family. I won't ask how you earned the money. I believe what you said must be true. I want to know who came up with this idea. For the first time, Yan Fei looked at Xiao Bei and the other 9 people seriously. In the past, Yan Fei was afraid of their status and brothers and sisters. But now, he was treating the other party like an adult, because the other party had the qualifications. Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Even if you ask, we won't tell you. We thought about this idea for many days before we came up with it and perfected it. Sister told brother to open a few more candy houses, but we don't want to continue to rely on brother and sister. We want to plan it ourselves. From then on, when we have time, we get together and think hard about how to get other matching things for the candy house. Just the candy house is fine. But that's not in line with the style of our Zhang family and Wang family." Uncle Emperor praised brother, saying that he doesn't come up with a plan easily, but if he does, he will definitely be successful. "We can't ruin brother's reputation, right?" As Xiao Bei spoke, Yan Fei kept nodding. Looking at Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's serious and persistent appearance, he wished he could carry the 2 children over and kiss them on the left and right. They were really cute and sensible. They also knew how to do things in their family. It was very difficult to achieve such a level. "Well, you continue to eat. Remember what we just discussed. When you go back, you have to implement it. After the tax exemption, you will find that the county's financial income is higher than before. At the same time, the people's trust in the government office is higher. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find someone else. There are still a few places I haven't visited. You eat mutton, don't eat chicken. Choose some things and pack them up. Tomorrow, you can bring them back to the government office as a gift." Xiao Bei finished speaking to Yan Fei and waved his hand. He pulled Lu Feifei and Xiao Yuan and ran to another place. Yan Fei was stunned and did not move for a long time. He was also frightened. Qin Xian, who recovered faster, reminded him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. "Brother Xinsheng, the days in the county will get better and better in the future. You have to help me," Yan Fei said to Qin Xian. Qin Xian agreed and said, "Indeed, Xiao Bei's amusement park will be built in Hongnong. Also, with their business in Old Willow Village, as well as their cooperation with my family, they will value Hongnong a lot. With them valuing Hongnong, it won't be hard to live a bad life. Lord Yan, you have to stick to your bottom line. When you're done and ready to leave your post, they'll give you more compensation than you can get on your own." "Of course. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Come, drink." As Yan Fei spoke, he picked up the bowl and finished it in one gulp. He was in an exceptionally good mood today. Not only had he not been punished, he had a development goal. Qin Xian followed suit and emptied the mutton leg as well. He took a bite and slowly refused. His eyes stared blankly at the flickering flames. Just like Qin Xian, there were others who were also lost in thought. However, they weren't looking at the flame but at the sand table. Reporting, "Our brigade has suffered heavy losses. We couldn't stop the enemy's crazy breakthrough. During the hand-to-hand battle, our brigade's 2nd Regiment was completely wiped out. We lost our line of defense." The messenger's voice rang out. Only then did Tan Hu come back to his senses. He order the second line of defense, no, the third line of defense. Strengthen the defense. No matter the cost, push the enemy back. Send our brigade's personal guards to the third line of defense. Waiting for the messenger to leave, Tan Hu's gaze became straight again. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but also speaking to the others in the room. Why did they suddenly become so strong? The hand-to-hand battle should have been our army's problem, but they fell in batches. What did they do? The other generals were also looking at the sand table. They were also puzzled. One of them asked, could it be that they used new weapons? After saying that, he didn't wait for the others to answer. He denied it himself, impossible. This point is not within the scope of the military selection. We can only fight and wait for the support of the nearby logistical forces. No matter what, we have to keep this brigade. Otherwise, once they break through, they will get more supplies. With artillery, they will be a greater threat to our main forces. I request permission to take the remaining brigade members and personally stop them. Reporting, our second line of defense has been broken through by the enemy. The enemy is continuing to advance and will soon come into contact with the third line of defense. The third line of defense's long-range troops are attacking. Another messenger came in and reported to Tan Hu. The expressions of Tan Hu and the others became more and more serious. Order the soldiers at the first line of defense to report quickly. Why did the enemy's attacks become so fierce? Wrong. Order the soldiers at the second line of defense to report that the first line of defense has been completely wiped out. Tan Hu was stunned by the enemy's breakthrough. For a moment, he forgot about the tragedy at the first line of defense and that his brigade was down by a regiment. Reporting, the second line of defense has sent people to check on the survivors. Reporting, our third line of defense has been broken through. Our allies from the surrounding areas are chasing after them. Reporting, our pursuers have encountered stubborn resistance from the enemy. A small portion of the enemy has left the battlefield and is continuing the pursuit. The messenger reported again and again. Every time, Tan Hu's breathing quickened. The generals in the room also frowned. After a while, Tan Hu said, we underestimated the enemy this time. It's not that the enemy isn't strong enough. They just thought that they were strong at the beginning, so they were tricked. Now, they've set their mentality and are treating us as strong enemies, but we're still immersed in our previous victory. I reckon that 2 of our brigade's regiments have been wiped out, and the rest won't be able to stop the enemy. After all, our opponents are generals who have studied under the little lady for a while. Although they haven't studied for as long as us, some of the generals are from the families of generals. The person who spoke earlier spoke again. Yes, the great Tang. It's the great Tang after all. The advanced weapons of the great Tang aren't just for show. If they really adjust, they'll really make us feel the pressure. Don't think about it. Try your best to chase after them and gather the remaining people. My logistics brigade still has to continue fighting. It'll be difficult for me to enter the inner yard this time. That's good. It shows that the great Tang's overall strength is high. If they really can't break through, I'll be sad. Tan Hu also adjusted his mentality. He hadn't entered the inner yard yet. Most of the logistics brigade was like this. The commanders of the inner yard were the main force, and the logistics brigade was an opportunity for selection. While Tan Hu felt sorry for himself, he felt happy for the great Tang. It was very contradictory. However, he didn't know that he really couldn't enter the inner yard. Because of his words, Li Longji personally interceded for him and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to let him enter the inner yard. Li Longji had been looking at the sand table. The battle was intense, and another attack and defense battle appeared before his eyes. When he heard the messenger repeat what Tan Hu said in the room, he smiled proudly. He said to Empress Wang beside him, the people of the Great Tang always think of the Great Tang. Even though this person called Tan Hu clearly knows that he has no hope of entering the inner yard, he still feels proud of the Great Tang. I have to talk to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to let this person in. How loyal must he be to say such words? Your Majesty is right. With them around, the great Tang has no worries. Look at that young Chang. He'll probably be here soon. His last 3,000 or so people will be finished. Less than 300 people will be able to escape, and they still have to pass through the mountain fire. If they're not careful, they'll encounter a situation where the ashes come back, and they'll lose more people. Young Chang is really wronged. If he had fought like this from the start and showed his determination to cut off all means of retreat, would he have lost a brigade? This can be considered as him being loyal to the country. Empress Wang evaluated as she looked at the sand table. At the same time, she recalled the battle just now. The sand table showed that the battle just now had started before dawn. Yang Chang gathered all his forces and attacked toward the north, not caring about how many people would die. Yang Chang, who was in the room, seemed to be immersed in the battle. He kept roaring, "Attack, attack! Raise your bayonets and fight the last battle for the great Tang." Then, he ordered that all the rifle bullets were to be given to the final breakout team led by Kong Lu. Because it was common, it could be used on the few submachine guns and machine guns in the brigade. The people in charge of the front line only raised their bayonets and used their lives to pave a path. When the enemy was stubborn, as long as they found that most of the people charging at the front were dead, regardless of whether there were still people alive, the second row of soldiers behind would throw a few grenades and blasting canisters forward, blowing up their own people as well. That was why the breakout speed was so fast. They didn't give the enemy any chance to resist. They exchanged lives for lives, only chasing after time. Li Ji also brought people to fight with the enemy and was in charge of blocking the enemy's pursuit. In the end, Yang Chang killed them all. He personally rushed up to fight with the enemy and then shouted as he threw a grenade at me. He was the first to die. Kong Lu brought his 500 men to break out of the encirclement. There were 200 spearmen, and the rest were pistols, submachine guns, and machine guns. The bullets from the submachine guns and machine guns poured out like rain. Then, the spearmen were in charge of hand-to-hand combat. At this time, the advantage was finally revealed. Whether it was swords or spears, they all fell when facing the spearmen. Charge! Our brothers used their lives to pave the path for us. Charge out! Those who run out of bullets, stay behind. I will burn incense and kowtow to you during festivals. You are the soul of the great Tang army. Because the messenger's report was very close to the truth, Kong Lu was particularly engrossed in it. For a moment, he forgot that it was fake. He really thought that so many of his brothers had died. He took out a gun from the holster on his waist and waved it around as he shouted with all his might. He shouted until his voice was hoarse and his face was covered in tears. Everyone in the surrounding houses could hear him clearly. He still hadn't recovered from this state. Report: our army has broken through the layers of the enemy's blockade and successfully entered the burning area. There are 79 people left. The messenger reported again, shouting the same way. Got it. Those who are injured, stay behind. The rest, continue forward. Don't stop. If I die, every soldier who rushes out alive, send a message to our vanguard. Run, run. Our great Tang will avenge us. Our great Tang still has cuckoo. Cuckoo will. Huh. Ah. That's right, this is the sand table. Martial selection, Cuckoo is our opponent. No one died, right? Yang Chang and Li Ji are still alive. Ah, my throat hurts. Go and get me some medicine. This is bad. Others will laugh at me. Why didn't you remind me? Who designed the sand table model? I hate them. I wanted to eat spicy hot pot for dinner. Now, I can continue to drink clear soup. Li Ji came back to his senses as he spoke. He raised his hand to wipe his tears and blew his nose. He spoke with grievance. The messenger also felt wronged. When you pulled out the pistol, I already said it. You didn't listen. Who is to blame? I didn't say it was your fault. Go and get the medicine. Kong Lu waved his hand embarrassedly at the messenger and chased him out. He looked at the sand table again. As he looked, he smiled. So, it's safe for me to bring my men? The speed of chasing and running is not much different. If we split up a little, it will be enough for them to get busy. Come, pass down my order. The rest of you, form groups of 2 and look for the main vanguard. Return to the team. Kong Lu gave another order. He then pinched the skin on his throat and stretched it. He grimaced. It hurts so much. It's burning. Ah, it's all gone. A brigade of 5,000 people, and only these few are left. I wonder how low my rank will fall. Maybe I'll be chased back home to be a farmer. Then I'll go to school to be a teacher for the children. I'll teach them how to read and write. I'll also teach them military affairs. I'll tell the children that when they grow up to be generals, they should never underestimate any native. When Kong Lu's voice stopped, Yang Chang and Li Ji also arrived at the center of the sand table. Although they could leave directly, they didn't want to. Yang Chang was the first to die. He went to the door of Li Ji's room and waited for him to come out. He knew that Li Ji couldn't have survived. Li Ji also saw the brigade commander. He was originally very focused, but when he saw Yang Chang, he couldn't help but laugh. He gave another order. He clapped his hands and looked at the messenger. The messenger immediately told him that he had died. He then walked out of the door and followed Yang Chang to the center. Do you think the emperor is asleep? I think Shi Chunjing is secretly laughing. We finally came to accompany him. This battle was a mess. I don't know if he will lose his position. You, the brigade commander, and I, the regiment commander, are both not qualified. Li Ji, who gave up the idea of fighting, was much more relaxed. As for the future, he didn't care about it. He smiled and said to Yang Chang. Yang Chang smacked his lips and patted his forehead with his hand. He said, Wang Wan's people are really powerful. I can't help but admire them. My brigade is probably completely wiped out. I just don't know if Kong Lu ran out with his people. Let's go, we'll see them when we get to the center of the sand table. If he ran out, our responsibility will be less. If he waited for us there, I think the emperor will treat us to an unforgettable meal. It's almost time for dinner. Actually, I want to eat seafood. I also want to eat the seafood of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant. But if I lose my position, I won't be able to find a place to eat for free once a month. When I see the emperor later, I'll ask for seafood. The kind that is dry and made. Li Ji laughed at himself and walked into the center with Yang Chang. He looked up. Sure enough, the emperor was also waiting for dinner and hadn't rested yet. Li Longji's seat was very high. He had deliberately made it so that it would look good. The chair was the one that was moved from Xingxing Palace yesterday. It was the one that he always sat on. It was very big. Usually, when Xiao Bei and the others ate or chatted with him at Xingxing Palace, they would always squeeze together with him. Li Longji hadn't seen Xiao Bei and the other 9 children for a few days. He missed them, so he asked someone to bring chairs. At the same time, he decided that if Xiao Bei and the others found out that the Yamen officials in Jiangzhou were biased, they would be severely punished. Without a group of children, the entire Xingxing Palace became cold and cheerless. It was not fun at all. Otherwise, why would they want to stay in the hibiscus garden? It was still a little cold in early spring. It was not as comfortable as the palace. Li Longji was thinking about how Xiao Bei and the other children looked when they were playing happily. He happened to see Yang Chang and Li Ji come in. He looked down at them and asked flatly, "You two have worked hard." Yang Chang and Li Ji didn't dare to answer. They stood obediently at the door like children who had made a mistake. They lowered their heads. What did you do earlier? Didn't the assault team organize very well? The moment you were surrounded, you directly led the team to the north. How could the crippled regiment in the north stop you? Other than the regiment headquarters and a few personal guards, they didn't have anyone else. They insisted on setting up camp and being surrounded, didn't they? The other side's logistics team almost wiped out all of you. Even I feel embarrassed for you. Li Longji continued to scold the two of them. Yang Chang and Li Ji kept their heads down, but they were cursing in their hearts. Who knew what the situation was at that time? We didn't see the sand table in the center, and the hot air balloon team fell first. Who dared to say that he could tell? As if he could guess what the two were thinking, Li Longji said, "Don't find excuses for yourself." Back then, under what circumstances did Cuckoo and Xiao Bao enter Tubo? How did Cuckoo fight? She dared to run in circles on the mountain with an enemy force that was several times her size. She ran and fought while organizing her team. Why else do you think I value her so much? There were many people who could win a battle, but how many people could achieve the same effect as Cuckoo in the past? Steady, steady, you just want to be steady because your weapons are more advanced and your communication speed is faster. If it was Cuckoo leading the great Tang army and using advanced weapons to attack you natives, you would have been finished long ago. Cuckoo can beat you until you cry, do you believe it? Yang Chang and Li Ji were very unwilling to admit it, but they had no choice. This was because many of the tactics they learned were taught by Wang Wan. For example, this breakout was a choice in the most helpless situation that Wang Wan had said at that time. It was the last method to protect an important person or pass on important information. Gathering all the superior firepower, ignoring the casualties on their side, and staining the road forward with blood, the prerequisite was that all the soldiers had to be loyal enough. Now that they didn't see Kong Lu, they probably succeeded. It was really useful. All the handguns and repeating rifles were gathered together, and the sudden attack was too fast. It was really easy to destroy. Speak. If you don't speak, I will really revoke your positions. Seeing that this is the last time you made a choice, I will spare you this time. At that time, someone even told me that I could find an opportunity to capture both the Zhang family and the Wang family. Do you see the situation today? Capture. What is the equipment of the seedling protection team? Each person is equipped with 2 handguns, 1 submachine gun, and 8 grenades. If not, how can I rest assured when I send Xiao Bei and the rest out? Today, Li Longji listened to the referee's evaluation of various data, and he truly felt the strength of the elite firearms unit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Chang and Li Ji finally spoke, and said the same 4 words in unison. Thank you to everyone for your support and votes. Someone even gave me 10,000 renminbi as a tip for a monthly vote. I will try my best to write and try my best to write. I'll say it again. Don't give me money like that. In the past, there were people who gave me money like that. They gave 10,000, 10,000, 50,000, 50,000, and even 1,888,000 was not a small amount. 588 was even more. But you can't do this. I am not worthy of it. I am already satisfied to be able to subscribe and read it. If you praise me in the book review, I will be happy for the whole day. Thank you, brothers and sisters. But when it's time to save, I will save. Since you gave me money, I will not return it. When I spend money, I will also be happy. Sometimes, I feel conflicted. I want to get more royalties, but I don't want others to pay too much. I admit that I am a hypocrite. Those who have a recommendation vote, don't forget to vote for me. Praise me again. Thank you. I will bow to everyone. Yes, bow. You want me to beg? Brothers and sisters, you know that I will not do that. I am a stubborn author. I always feel that writers should at least have some strength of character. Bow, bow. Chapter 10:15. Go. Li Longji waved his sleeves. He knew that Yang Chang and Li Gui didn't want to stay in front of him any longer. As expected, Yang Chang and Li Gui hurriedly ran to the sand table and took a closer look. So the main force is in Huangshan. They arrived early. It's over. Zhang Shogui still foolishly came forward. He shouldn't have sent out all the hot air balloons back then. Yang Cheng looked at the sand table and understood everything. Wang Wan's main force wasn't in Yuezhou as he had expected. Instead, they had run to Huangshan to look at the model on the sand table. They were in the midst of civil engineering. Li Gui paid attention to a very small model. Kong Lu has run out. Hurry up. Tell the vanguard that the enemy's smoke is asymmetrical. What unit is this? Central Sniper Battalion? How did they get there? No wonder the radio station couldn't send any news. They were all shot down. It's the unit that shot down your hot air balloons. The 1st Battalion has more than 700 people. From top to bottom, there are 14 commanders. They are all from the inner yard. The earliest commander is Wang Yi, a second-year student. The rest are fourth-year students. Every fourth-year student can lead a battalion. This unit is only in charge of a small unit. There is a detailed summary of the battle on the table. Go take a look. Shi Chun's voice came from beside Li Gui. Li Gui had a deep impression of Shi Chun. He was captured alive, mocked his own people, and gave out a lot of information that was both true and false. Hearing his words, Li Gui said with an ugly expression, "Then I have to congratulate you for entering the inner yard. Why didn't the sniper battalion burn you to death? Is it because they are from the inner yard? Invulnerable to fire and water? Thank you. Congratulations to you too. While you were covering the rear, your commands were pretty good. They were much stronger than you when it came to attacking. Just look at the information and you'll know what the sniper camp has done. You'll also be able to understand how elite their personnel are. I admire Wang Yi. As expected of a second-year student. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do as well as him. I would probably have died long ago, not to mention being able to lead troops." After splitting up, they continued to pose a great threat to the enemy's army. Shi Chun didn't care about the other party's unfriendly tone. He smiled and pointed to a paper beside him, indicating that it was the file of the sniper battalion. Li Ji clearly knew that the other party was not wrong, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was obvious that the other party was stepping on him to get to the top. The benefits of the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and the Wang family were extraordinarily good, and he could learn even more skills. Just by going out and carrying all kinds of thoughtful supplies in their bags, countless people who also had families were envious of them, not to mention the care their families received. Li Gong snorted angrily and looked at the paper. It was very thick, about 30 sheets. Sweeping his gaze elsewhere, he noticed that there were countless sheets of paper in the central area. There was also a group of people calculating, a group of people discussing, a group of people comparing the rules, a group of people walking in and out, and a group of people writing with their heads lowered. What are these? Li Ji asked Shi Chun instead of taking the information from the sniper camp. It is a record of the changes in the battlefield. This is the first and largest sand table simulation of the Great Tang, and it is also the most time-consuming one. Every detail of the battlefield must be recorded, including the marching route and the commander's judgment. When the time comes, it will be easy to review and use as teaching material. At the same time, it will also test the commanding ability of the commanders. Our Great Tang will need to make adjustments internally. For example, you are not suitable for fighting in a siege. You are suitable for covering the rear and defending. It is a waste of talent to assign you to the offensive formation, and it is also a mistake on the part of the decision-maker. Let me evaluate you. Your performance is very good in the later stages. When you were commanding the rear, you were able to accurately command every single troop. When our Great Tang really goes to war, you and I will be in charge of defense because I can't attack. At that time, we will fight side by side for the protection of our hearts and for the dignity of the Great Tang. As Shi Chun spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Li Ji hesitated for a moment before stretching out his right hand to shake Shi Chun's. All right, you will be in charge of the calculations, and I will be in charge of the preparation. Everything, for the dignity of the great Tang. After the martial arts examination, you have to treat me to a drink. Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable. I will also give you a gift to congratulate you on entering the inner courtyard. Your family must have spent a lot of money on this martial arts examination, right? Li Ji made his choice in a very short period of time. He was magnanimous mainly because he heard Shi Chun's words and felt that if he continued to fuss over such trivial matters, he would be too petty. The interests of the great Tang were above all else. The smile on Shi Chun's face became even brighter. Of course. Please, let's go to the savant's pavilion. Xiao Bei promised me before that once I entered the inner courtyard, she would let me eat the good things she left behind. It's a pity that she wasn't around when I was fighting. Xiao Bei knows you too? Li Ji asked enviously. Xiao Bei knows many people. When they have nothing to do, they will often wander around the inner and outer courtyards. When they see people who are idle, they will go over to talk to them. We like them very much, and we try our best to tell them what we know. The goal is to nurture them to be more powerful. We are very afraid that the masters we follow in the future will be stupid and will cause our own deaths. I look forward to them growing up and protecting them. When speaking of Xiao Bei and the others, a gratified and caring expression appeared on Shi Chun's face. Then, he said, my family spent a lot of money this time. Wait for me, I will ask. Shi Chun threw down these words and ran out to find someone to ask. Li Ji's gaze followed Shi Chun's back as he said to Yang Cheng, perhaps one doesn't have to become an official to bring glory to one's ancestors. It is enough to be part of the inner courtyards of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. I have always felt that the inner courtyards of the Zhang clan and Wang clan are another set of personnel that can replace the civil and military officials of the Great Tang at any time. They can go out and establish a new country at any time, but they still stay in the Great Tang. What is their purpose? Shoo! Yang Cheng immediately became nervous. He placed his index finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. Don't shush, it's not like you are peeing on a child. We will tell you why. Li Longji's voice suddenly sounded behind Li Ji, giving Li Ji a fright. The reason why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's inner courtyards are nurtured this way is so that they can be prepared to kill at any time. If a problem appears in the military and political system of a certain province, they can go over and kill them all. Then, they can immediately replace them with the inner courtyards to ensure that the local government operates normally. If any regional governor thinks that without him, there will be a gap in the military and administration of our Great Tang, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will let him know that it doesn't matter whether he is there or not. No matter how capable the local officials are or how much power they have, they must always remember that they are not allowed to challenge the royal court. We will pass down the order in the capital that they are not allowed to play any tricks and use the stability of a region to threaten us. Otherwise, we will send Xiao Bei and the others out first. If the local officials dare to resist, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will bring people over to kill them. After killing 1,000 people from the military and political system, we will send another 1,000 people over. Li Longji spoke in a dictatorial manner. He wasn't afraid that his words would spread out and cause the local officials to be displeased. Yang Cheng and Li Gong swallowed their saliva and nodded their heads. Li Gong was the first to reply, yes, yes, Your Majesty. Your will is our code of conduct. Wherever your sword points to, we will fight to the death. We definitely won't dare to go against the orders of the royal court. Yang Cheng added, yes, we understand. The royal court isn't afraid of us becoming arrogant. As generals, we also don't dare to raise bandits. We will always remember that there are people who can replace us at any time. Li Longji, who had achieved his goal, nodded his head to Wei Wei. We have always believed in you. Actually, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao's inner courtyards aren't used to replace the officials of Great Tang. Instead, when they are expanding their territory, they won't lack administrative and military personnel. I know how much money you have spent. Shi Chun ran over, Your Majesty, you are here too. I have always been here. How much money did your family spend? Li Longji glared at Shi Chun. His meaning was, I was far away just now. Can you pretend you didn't see me? Yes, I have always been here. I was careless. According to your Majesty's estimation, based on a month's time, we have spent a total of 600,000 strings of string of cash. If we can't finish it in a month, we will have to invest more. Shi Chun drew a 6 with his hand. So much? Li Longji didn't expect the military examination to cost 600,000 strings of cash. When he said that the royal court would pay for it, it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who took the initiative to bear the cost. 600,000 strings of cash was indeed a lot. Although it didn't matter to the Zhang family and Wang family, it was calculated based on their wealth. In reality, 600,000 strings of cash could do a lot of things. A dough of millet was only worth 9 copper coins in the capital. If one were to look at it from a higher perspective, it would be 10 copper coins for a dough. 600,000 strings of cash was equivalent to 60 million dough. Li Longji also understood that money couldn't always be calculated as grain. There were also luxury goods and other daily necessities. There were many people with hundreds of thousands of strings of cash, but no one dared to use all of it to buy grain. Otherwise, Xiao Bao would immediately deal with them. He would never allow anyone to hoard such a large amount of daily necessities. Li Ji and Li Ji were also shocked by this number. The two of them didn't understand how the money was spent, but they didn't doubt Shi Chun's words. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't get any benefits from the royal court even if they spent 6 million strings of cash, let alone 600,000 strings of cash. There was no need to lie. No one would reimburse them. Shi Chun also knew what they were thinking. He explained, one is the cost of building the house, and the other is the cost of making the sand table and small models. There are also subsidies for the relevant personnel. We can't let people work for free. Little young master and little lady's purpose for the military examination wasn't just to become the martial champion, but more so to collect information. That's why the scale was so big. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to use the central sand table and countless small sand tables to carry out the military examination. They just needed to use the elimination system and fight in pairs. The final winner would have to play a small sand table simulation with Little Lady. However, Little Young Master and Little Lady wanted a comprehensive analysis. The most important thing was the ability of the large army to cooperate in battle. Shi Chun's words made Li Longji and the other two nod. It was indeed so. They all understood. Normally, the martial champion would definitely be Wang Wan. However, Wang Wan had deliberately increased the difficulty. Her goal wasn't for the title of martial champion, but for the overall military command of the Great Tang. Shi Chun continued, there's also the cost of the hibiscus garden. The hibiscus garden is open for a large portion of the time. It's open for free. Now, the entire hibiscus garden is under martial law and no one is allowed to enter. The commoners naturally have fewer places to go. Therefore, Little Young Master and Little Lady took out money to subsidize the zoo, skating rink, and other places. The commoners can go there to play. Those who want to hold a poetry banquet in the hibiscus garden will also pay to send them elsewhere. Li Longji and the other two understood that this was how money was spent. Li Gui couldn't figure it out. If the hibiscus garden is occupied, then so be it. What else do the commoners dare to say? They don't dare. Shi Chun replied, just because they don't dare, it doesn't mean that they don't want to. It's easy to shut people's mouths, but hard to win their hearts. Little Young Master said that if he wanted to occupy other people's places, not to mention the hibiscus garden, who would dare to disobey him? However, they shouldn't do that. Only those who don't have enough power and status will think of showing off in front of others. When one's status reaches a certain level, they won't use their power to oppress others. For example, Your Majesty. The entire Great Tang belongs to Your Majesty, but Your Majesty still has a standard when doing things. What you should think of is not how much sacrifice the commoners should make, but how you should consider the commoners' interests. With this, Yang Cheng and Li Gui could no longer raise any other opinions. Li Longji nodded repeatedly. That's right. In the past, when I went out, part of the money was paid by the imperial court, and the other part was paid by the local government. It was a waste of money and people. Now, I prefer to go out and not use the imperial court's money or the local government's hospitality. I have money, so I can buy it with money. However, I don't use my money. It's all paid by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They will arrange it. When I went to Jili province, I found that the lower the rank, the more arrogant they are. A provincial governor's son actually bullied people there. He bullied Xiao Bei and my Jun, and Pan, How arrogant is he? Yang Cheng and Li Gui were also stunned. Their status was not high enough, so they didn't go to Jili province. They didn't know what happened there, and only heard the emperor mention it now. Who is so daring? Bullied Xiao Bei? Xiao Bei didn't beat him. As a general, Li Gui's first thought was to use force to solve the problem. Beat what? Xiao Bei kept giving in. He even discussed building a snowman with that kid. In the end, there was no other way, so he caught that kid's father. If Xiao Bei didn't insist on handling it impartially, I would have cut off his head. Just tell me, how ambitious is this person? He actually dared to cause trouble in Jili province. He doesn't know how to use his power when he has reached a certain level. People who have reached a certain level of status are all easygoing. They think about others and show off because they feel inferior. Li Longji was still angry when he mentioned this. Li Gui and Yang Cheng nodded in agreement. Your Majesty is reasonable. People always say that the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. In fact, it's because the county magistrate doesn't want to argue with ordinary people. Only the current one is worried that others don't value him and feel inferior. Therefore, he always looks for opportunities to prove his status. Therefore, the military selection has been going on for a month. The young master and young lady spent 600,000 strings of cash. The information collected from the various commanders is very precious. In the future, I will take it out and explain it in class. The young lady said that the analysis isn't about who is right or wrong. During war, everyone is scheming against each other. What we need to analyze is a pattern. When the generals go to war in the future, they will have a few comparisons under different circumstances. Then, they can choose. This way, they can save time and energy. Shi Chun took over the conversation. When he talked about the young master and young lady, his face was full of admiration. Look, this is how we do it. Divide it into 3 sides. No matter which side it is, it will look like the front. After making it, we have to color it. It was already noon in Old Willow Village. The market outside was still lively. However, Xiao Bei didn't want to cross the bridge and went out for a stroll. It was not fun to be surrounded by a group of people. They hid in the village and waited for the boat. When the boat sent by the family arrived, they could take the boat along the canal and then change to the Yangtze River to Jiangzhou. There were still 2 days of free time. Originally, there were boats on the Yellow River that could directly enter Hongnong to carry people. However, due to the decision of Xiao Bei and the others, they changed. They changed to a fleet with more boats that had just been sent out from the capital. Xiao Bei and the others planned to transport a batch of dolls to Jiangzhou, as well as the local specialties of Hongnong and the specialties of the places along the Yellow River to the east. When the fleet arrived, they would buy and load the goods. When they stopped in Jiangzhou, they would sell the goods. Not only would they be able to earn back the cost of the journey, but they would also have some savings. Normally, they would be able to earn a lot more. However, there were many people in the fleet. There were more than 1,500 people, so the cost had to be included. The 9 children had already discussed it. After dealing with the matters in Jiangzhou, they would transport a batch of goods back and sell them in the capital. This way, they wouldn't need to pay extra for their family, and their pocket money would also increase. The dolls to be sold were all prepared. Now, Xiao Bei had a new request. He asked people to make the dolls according to 3 sides. Each side would be the front, and it would be a very, very big doll. It would be more than 10 feet tall and 3 meters tall. Xiao Zhu was in charge of the design, and Xiao Hai was in charge of the calculations. The people of Old Willow Village helped to make the dolls. They didn't care why Xiao Bei wanted to make such dolls, nor did they remind him that they didn't look good. Anyway, if Xiao Bei asked them to do it, they would do it. Not to mention making dolls, even if they were asked to use thin willow branches and weave patterns to make a 2-story building, they wouldn't hesitate at all. This was because everyone liked Xiao Bei and the others. When the 9 children stood together, they didn't need to mention how powerful they were or how much money they had. Just by relying on their cute looks and sensible characters, they made people have an idea that they couldn't refuse their request. Lu Feifei, who had become an official, was very busy last night. She went to worship the ancestors. Old Willow walked at the front, and she followed closely behind. She even wrote an oration, burned incense, and kowtowed. From then on, her family's branch was listed as the main branch in the clan. She was busy until the wee hours of the morning before she went to sleep. Just as she woke up and washed up, she saw the strange big doll as soon as she went out. She approached Xiao Bei and asked, "Xiao Bei, it doesn't look good. It's the front on all 3 sides. What does it look like from the side? There's a big horn that's facing people. It's not for people to play with. Put it at the intersection, the triangular intersection. I'll make an advertisement. Look at the map, I'll find it for you." Xiao Bei ran out and came back with a roll. He unfolded it and showed it to Lu Feifei. It was the military map of Jiangzhou. The scale of the map and the actual area was not big, but it could be seen clearly. On a road in Jiangzhou, there was a triangular intersection. Lu Feifei looked and pondered. Then she said, "Should we put a doll with 4 sides at the intersection of Hongnong? It happens to be at the amusement park and the south platform that connects to the train. We should also make a big doll. It'd be best if it could help promote Old Willow Village. Yes, it has to be placed. It has to be woven beautifully so that people can feel how exquisite Old Willow Village's craftsmanship is." Xiao Bei had a look of, "I have such a plan." Lu Feifei looked at the map and then looked at the big doll that was still in the process of being made. She suggested, "Why don't a few people from our village go with you? When you arrive in Jiangzhou, you can find willow twigs and weave them. You don't have to occupy the space of a big doll on the way, so you can put more goods." "Sister Feifei, we don't need that little space. I just want to take the big doll there. As soon as we arrive, we'll put the doll at the intersection and tell the officials of Jiangzhou that we're here. That's how it should be," Xiao Bei said firmly. On the sand table, Zhang Shougui's 15,000 vanguard had stopped at the crucial moment and was slowly inching toward Mount Huangshan. Their goal was to eliminate the battalion that was following behind them. But even now, they had still not discovered the enemy. At the same time, Cuckoo had gathered 60,000 soldiers and was preparing for a major battle on Mount Huangshan. Everything that needed to be arranged was more or less done. All that was left was the final detail and the speed of the enemy's main force. Li Longji was worried about Zhang Shougui. They were about to break into the inescapable net and wait to eliminate the battalion behind them. There was no battalion behind them, only a small squad of 30 people. They had already eaten up several information relay squads and fled. For the last day, Li Longji had been watching Little Dong's squad. Because they were advancing, it was impossible to gather information. The sand table had been removed, so Little Dong could only follow the map. When the messenger reported to Little Dong that the enemy had left clear carriage tracks, Little Dong knew that he could not be discovered, because it was impossible for carriage tracks to be clear. They still had to walk. As the army advanced, the supply team could not move alone. But when the messenger reported the conclusion of the referees, Little Dong knew that they were baiting him. Little Dong felt that his opponent was teasing him. Did they not know his position in the inner courtyard? He was not in charge of attacking, nor was he in charge of covering the rear. Of course, he was also not a tracking commander. He was a commander who had scanned the terrain and arranged his men. He was a suppressive commander who could fire with his eyes closed. One of his specialties was concealment and his ability to judge the situation. Even if he saw the enemy pass by his range of attack, he was not allowed to fire without orders or if the battle was not in a stalemate. Firing would only expose him. His role was to be used at the crucial moment. For example, when the enemy was about to take the high ground, he would spit out a tongue of fire from an unexpected place, causing the enemy to nurse a grievance on the spot. In their panic, they would not dare to rashly advance, giving their own troops time to reinforce their defenses. If he wanted to conceal himself, he naturally had to understand the tracks and the mentality of the people. The enemy had left too many flaws. Did they think that he was a fool? Divide into 5 people and advance as a suicide squad. Travel in a straight line for an hour. If they do not return after an hour, we will judge them to be dead. When Little Dong was faced with the situation of the tracks, he cautiously chose to send people to their deaths. When he gave the order to the messenger, his face was as cold as ice. Adhering to Wang Wan's fighting style, he gave the order with a heart of steel. The messenger replied quickly. After an hour, no one returned. Little Dong was clear about everything. The 5 people were killed without even having the time to light a fire or send a message. This meant that the enemy had sent out their elites. Little Dong glanced at the map and began to calculate. Where was the main force? Lady Cuckoo's fighting style was that she had no style and was too casual. But Little Young Master had his own style. Little Young Master was unpredictable in terms of economy. When it came to organizing logistics, he always had his own style. That was strict. He could allow his troops to receive supplies very comfortably. Where is Little Young Master's logistics? To whom did they supply? Why didn't they appear here? We were the ones who lit the fire. No logistics appeared in the north of the fire. We didn't even find a trace. In other words, the main force was not in the north. But if the main force was not there, there must be scouts flying in the sky. Now, there was not even an eagle. Little Young Master had taught him how to not give the enemy any hints and opportunities to discover. One is to retreat, one is a pocket, and the other is to hide and cross. Little Young Master Cuckoo's army can't cross and hide. There are too many people. Retreat? We have already scattered the enemy's forces. Why should we retreat? The enemy's information relay was responsible for the communication between the north and south of the fire area. It was accidentally destroyed by our battalion. Will Little Young Master let go of this opportunity? Little Dong looked at the map and analyzed. He wanted to know where the main force was and then send a message. He also knew that this was a habit he had developed over the years. Little Young Master always emphasized that information was information. Whoever had the information would have the initiative. I'll bet that Little Young Master has arranged the army at the front line of Mount Huangshan. Leave 20 people and spread out. Light the smoke for me. The smoke must be thick. The remaining 5 people protect me. Go north for 50 li and advance in an arc. Little Dong gave the order and moved forward with the other 5 people. In the end, the referees determined that the soldiers who lit the smoke were all dead. Little Dong was determined to be protected and saved energy for him. For example, he was carried on his back. When they were about to reach Mount Huangshan, the other 5 people were too tired to keep up. Then he threw everything away and ran. Because the messenger told him that there was a familiar geometric code on the trees nearby. It was not only one, but it kept appearing. This code was not something the students of the 5th period could learn. They were stuck in the 4th period. For the first time, Little Dong felt that knowledge was so important. The main force was right in front of him. The geometric code was definitely drawn by the scouts. It was the family's geometric code. Hence, Lil Dong ran with all his might until someone stopped him. Lil Dong, who was in the room, was already covered in mud. He was so engrossed in hiding that he would flip over and rub his face in the mud. Captain Zhang, you've been received by our army. Please enter the main tent, the messenger said as he patted the mud off Little Dong. Where are they? Little Dong was still thinking about his sacrificed brother. They're in another room. Little young lady, come here. Do you think it's appropriate? The messenger said. Right, I should change rooms. Sorry, I forgot. According to the rules, this is how it should be. So, the main force of our army is really here? Huh, Zhang Shogui, you're dead. Little Dong laughed heartily. The main force and Zhang Shogui's vanguard were about to meet. Little Dong had not slept for the past 2 days. He was constantly giving orders. After washing his face with cold water, he entered Wang Wan's room with a big meat bun in his mouth. Comprehend the Tao. Little Dong wanted to say, I'm here to report. Okay, you eat first. Don't choke. It won't take long. Someone, bring me a bowl of soup. There's still some marinated beef, right? Give it to Little Dong. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Little Dong, he was very happy. He was too far away to see the smoke, but when he saw Little Dong, he knew that there were still people alive in the sniper camp. Little Dong could not wait. He picked up the teacup in front of Wang Wan and gulped down the tea. He wiped his mouth and said, Little young master, little young lady, I finally see you. When I came out, the 14 commanders of the sniper camp were all there. There were still more than 500 people. We haven't given up. There are still so many people. When Wang Wan heard this, her eyes lit up. She asked, did they all come with you? Did they all die? No, they didn't die. It's just that some of my team members died. There are still 5 people left. We're walking slowly behind. We're divided into 14 teams. Wang Yi led the team to Hangzhou Harbor. The others scattered and moved freely. I chose the north side of the forest fire district. We killed a lot of small groups of the enemy, about 5 to 10 people. We picked up a lot of things that they used to see very far. I found that the main force of the enemy's vanguard was approaching Mount Huangshan. They were not moving fast. I guess they were waiting for me to fall into the trap. I took a big detour and ran over here. Little Dong blinked and said that he had killed a small group of the enemy's vanguard. He also gave more than a dozen telescope models to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took the telescope solemnly and said, send someone to pick up the 5 brothers immediately. I asked the referees to decide that the reconnaissance field of our key points has increased. The referees decide that there are 15 locations to use telescopes. You can assign and transfer them at any time. Inform us in advance. The messenger ran out and ran back, pointing to the 15 telescope models. Wang Wan said to Little Dong, you go to wash up first and then have a rest. You don't need to worry about this place for now. After you've had a good rest, wait for my next order. Yes, I'll eat as I wash up. They'll probably arrive in another 2 days. Little Dong gave a military salute, left behind these words, and ran out to rest. Wang Wan played with the telescope model as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, I'm thinking that the first to arrive is the vanguard of the enemy's vanguard. According to the news from the Fuyang Beacon Post, the enemy should be surrounded by at least a brigade. My great Tang's vanguard is normally equipped with 20,000 people. The ones coming from the north should be 15,000 at most. Eat them up. Your logistical forces will be sacrificed and engaged in a stalemate with the vanguard of the enemy's vanguard. Do your best to kill as many of the enemy's forces as possible. Yes, my logistical forces are prepared to be sacrificed to draw away the enemy's main artillery so that you can determine Zhang Shogui's disposition of firepower. For the sake of the entire people, someone has to die first. Zhang Xiaobao understood what Wang Wan meant. Throwing out a group of people for Zhang Shogui to fight would also allow Zhang Shogui to make a mistake in his judgment of the soldier's strength. Okay. Go to your command center and keep in touch. I'll give you the telescope and 3 of them. Remember, you have to stay alive. You'll be more useful alive than dead. Wang Wan took out 3 models and handed them to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, I promise that I'll stay alive and chat with you. I won't accompany anyone else to the central sandbox to play, Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Who else can you play with? We came to see little Dong. You fought well, but we also have to tell you something else. We already know why Xiaobei and the others felt that it was a good deal to spend half of their profits on their children even after they were exempted from taxes. Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Li Longji's voice rang out, and his figure appeared at the door. Your Majesty, the battle is about to start, yet you're still in the mood to wander around? Little Dong has gone to rest. Once he's rested, I'll have him come to see you. Did Xiaobei send you a message? Zhang Xiaobao was waiting at the door. He had to return to the logistical headquarters to give orders, so he waited for Li Longji to move aside. Li Longji was taken aback. How did you know that Xiaobei sent us a message? Oh. Did you think that I wouldn't be able to think of a solution if they didn't send me a message? Don't push me. It's not a big deal. Let me tell you, the idea that Xiaobei and the others came up with is very good. I'll study it with you. I have an idea, do you understand? I estimate that it will take another 2 days, and we have 12 hours here. How can I not be anxious? Good, everything is good. Of course, it's good. Your idea is to implement it in all parts of Great Tang. One of the benefits is to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor. Another benefit is to increase the demand for goods to be produced and sold, thus increasing the labor force. Another benefit is that the poor will increase their consumption or deposit their money in the banks. Increasing consumption will increase the local revenue, and I will have more money to operate the banks. At the same time, it will increase consumption. Will it be better if I lower the interest rate? There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to think too much about it. He began to list out a bunch of ideas. Furthermore, he hadn't perfected them yet. Otherwise, there would be more benefits, and there would be more areas where he could guide the implementation process. Li Longji widened his eyes and listened to Zhang Xiaobao with his mouth slightly agape. When Zhang Xiaobao was done, he nodded repeatedly. Xiaobao, you mean Xiaobao? Did you tell Xiaobei and the others to do this? Otherwise, why are you so clear about it? There are still many things that I haven't thought of. It's a small matter. Xiaobei and the others don't need me to personally plan for them. Isn't it normal for me to know about it? Isn't this what you want me to do? If I don't know about it, I'll be derelict in my duties. I'm about to fail in my duties, so I have to go and command the logistics. Your Majesty, you should think about it first. We can discuss it later. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he tried to squeeze his way out. Li Longji wasn't able to block him, and he was squeezed out. Li Longji immediately chased after Zhang Xiaobao. It's not too late. Xiaobao, do you think it's time to promote this to Great Tang? What you should do the most is to grasp the discipline of the officials. Only when you grasp it well can you promote it. Otherwise, if the local officials decide that the rich people are poor, and in the process of tax exemption, how much can the rich merchant sell? Zhang Xiaobao's footsteps were quick. By the time he finished speaking, he had already entered his command center. Rearrange the sand table and map. Organize the data of my logistics team. Report to the Central Army that my logistics commander is in position. Gather the commanders of the barracks and above for a meeting. Zhang Xiaobao picked up his baton and gave the order to the orderly. Li Longji also entered and discussed. Xiaobao, let's talk about the economy. Why don't we reveal some information about the central sand table to you so that you can relax and make up for the time you wasted? My dear Your Majesty, please don't harm me. All right, I'll answer you first. When the time comes, you can return to the central sand table. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to push Li Longji into Zhang Shougui's room and have him torture him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao had agreed, Li Longji found a chair and sat down. "All right, you can speak. I'll immediately return to the central sand table to cheer you on. Tax exemption and management fee exemption naturally have to be based on the county as the smallest unit. Have the county magistrates of each county report the data. Those whose income is lower than a certain amount, tell them to give them subsidies. Those whose income is higher than a certain amount, give them rewards. If they report to the capital, there will be a problem of falsification. They can push the middle-income people as high and low as possible so that they can obtain more subsidies and rewards. But our goal is to find people with low incomes. No matter how they falsify the data, the county magistrates will definitely classify those with low incomes as poor. Then, send people to investigate, especially those with low incomes. This way, we can avoid situations where those with low incomes are not reported and those with high incomes are reported as having low incomes. Under those circumstances, it will be much more difficult to investigate than if we use this method. The people investigating won't be familiar with the area, so their workload will be much greater." Zhang Xiaobao was quite skilled at scheming. Li Longji nodded. "I understand. You're just tricking the local officials, right? When the time comes, we'll give them a piece of paper with the word fortune printed on it. Who dares to say that our rewards aren't good? Yes or no?" "Yes, then your majesty, you should go and cheer me on." Zhang Xiaobao drove him out. Chapter 10:17. "Good, I'll cheer for you. Slow down a bit. Wait for Xiaobei and the others to come back. I still have something I need their help with, so it might take a few more days." Li Longji was very satisfied with the things he wanted to know. As he walked out, he suddenly stopped at the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Mount Huangshan is a large area. There are low and high, big and small. There are many mountains. It must feel good to jump down from them." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Please leave quickly and don't reveal the secret." "I understand. They don't have hot air balloons, but they still have hang gliders. I have a way to deal with them." Zhang Xiaobao personally pushed Li Longji out. As Li Longji walked, he turned his head and said, "There are still parachutes. Even if I tire them to death, they won't be able to use parachutes as hang gliders." "Oh, I forgot. I should have found Cuckoo and told her that parachutes can also be powered. They just need to bring a box of batteries." Zhang Xiaobao pushed Li Longji far away. When he returned to the room, he suddenly thought of this problem. Powered parachutes were very useful in light winds. They didn't need to fly for a few hours. After flying for 10 minutes, they would be able to drop a group of combat personnel behind the enemy. With the combination of the wind direction and terrain, they would be able to execute an unimaginable tactic. Not to mention the enemy who had never seen a paraglider before, even if he and Cuckoo were to suddenly see a group of paragliders flying in the sky, they would still tremble. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao said to the group of battalion-level commanders and above, "You guys discuss first. I'll go to Cuckoo's room." Leaving the group of people behind, Zhang Xiaobao ran to Wang Wan's room. He waited at the door for 10 minutes before he was allowed to enter. When Zhang Xiaobao came back just now, because the emperor was there and they were discussing the political and economic affairs of the country, the referees didn't judge the ratio between the sand table time and the actual time. Therefore, no one stopped Zhang Xiaobao from waiting outside the door, which was a small advantage for Zhang Xiaobao. The real situation was that Zhang Xiaobao used his time to give Li Longji advice. The two sides were even. Even if other generals saw it, they wouldn't be dissatisfied. Zhang Shougui had seen it. Seeing the emperor chase after Zhang Xiaobao and force him to answer his questions, not only was Zhang Shougui not angry, he even chuckled and said to the generals in the room, "Actually, we've always had the advantage. We're generals, so we're only in charge of fighting wars. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have to take care of their own businesses, as well as answer His Majesty's questions at any time. Do you see that? Don't know too much. The more complicated things you know, the more tired you will be. You have to take care of your family, your younger siblings, and the country's affairs. Why bother? The other generals said nothing. They could tell that Zhang Shogui was clearly jealous. His Majesty can ask you for advice because you are capable. The more you meddle, the more capable you are. They want His Majesty to ask about economic matters. However, if His Majesty really asks, how should they answer? Seeing that no one agreed with him, Zhang Shogui's face darkened as he ordered, "Don't look at each other. When fighting, my vanguard has to fight for a stable territory for the Central Army." Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the others were thinking. As soon as he entered Wang Wan's room, he said, "Cuckoo, I suddenly thought of something. Shouldn't we have the Ministry of Works immediately research the automatic paraglider so that we can experiment with it and use it when we go to fight Duosher?" Wang Wan had just finished setting up a hidden force. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she paused for a moment before asking, "Xiaobao, can't we make a simple airplane in a year? We already have diesel engines, and the place we're going to fight is already cold. Can the soldiers withstand the cold if they fly there? Paragliders can't carry heavy objects, so they're inferior to airplanes. I'm not asking for airplanes to exceed the speed of sound. As long as it can fly faster than hot air balloons, it's fine. The earliest airplanes have 2 layers of 4 wings. In theory, it's fine as long as it has 2 engines." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "I don't understand. I've never collected such things before. I only like to buy yachts, and I don't like to buy second-hand goods. If we can't research it, we have to achieve our strategic goals at the crucial moment. Let the Ministry of Works make a paraglider first. This can increase the data collection and organization of the technology. In the future, we might be able to use it for other purposes. Once we understand the propulsion system, we can put it on a large hot air balloon. It can be used for rescue missions or sightseeing. Then let's do it." Wang Wan pulled a piece of paper over and started to design the paraglider with Zhang Xiaobao. Although it looked simple, it wasn't easy at all when it came to designing it. Wang Wan always regretted that she didn't learn more about the subject back then. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was recalling how he learned when he was playing. After he became rich, he learned how to parachute, fly an airplane, drive a yacht, dive, and so on. He was also good at golf and surfing. Anyway, he had to master all the recreational things. He was good at deceiving people. In Wang Wan's house, in addition to Princess Jincheng, there was also Li Longji, who came to talk to Empress Wang about how to reduce the tax and management fees. Li Longji knew that the fight would definitely not start within 3 hours, so he didn't go to the central sand table. Instead, he returned to Wang Wan's house. It was mainly because of Empress Wang. She liked her goddaughter very much. Princess Jincheng was also very grateful to Wang Wan, so she always liked to stay in Wang Wan's house. Even if she didn't talk or disturb Wang Wan, she was happy to see Wang Wan. At this moment, they once again understood the difficulties of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had to consider everything. Although they solved the problems very quickly, there were always problems that kept appearing. Wait a minute. I'll find something and come back to draw. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discussed the problem of the materials, they threw down the pen and hurried out. After a while, they ran back. When they were about to enter the door, they were stopped by the messenger. "Young master, according to the rules, you have to wait for a moment." The messenger was from the Zhang family and the Wang family. He blocked the door and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's face showed a very helpless expression. He patted his head and stood at the door. Wang Wan also sat there helplessly. Wu Huifei was unhappy. She didn't have the slightest dislike for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo now. She had long stopped thinking about the past. When she saw that Zhang Xiaobao was stopped and they were not allowed to communicate, she stared at the messenger and said, You met masters like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If it were me, I would skin you alive. I. The messenger felt wronged. He had to act according to the orders of the referee group. That was the master's request. Otherwise, it would be disobeying orders. It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Your Highness, it has nothing to do with him. If it were other messengers, they would do the same. It won't delay anything. Cuckoo and I can think more. Zhang Xiaobao spoke for his people and said to the messenger, "You look familiar. I remember. You are the grandson of cripple Zhang, right? The old man used to make a bird cage for me. I like the cage he made. It can be flipped back and forth. It's a pity that I haven't been back for a long time. I thought it would be simple during the new year, but they said that I'm old and it's not good to mess around. So I stayed in Zhuangzi. When you contact your family, send a message to Cuckoo and me." The messenger immediately burst into tears. "Yes, young master. They said that my grandfather was lame and that his journey was slow. I even quarreled with them. It's not like we're walking to the capital city. We're in a wheelchair. Young master, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I'll go in and report it to my wife." "All right, why are you crying? It's not a big deal. Just wait," Zhang Xiaobao said to the messenger. He didn't want to see his family members cry. At this time, Li Longji said, "Tell the referee group that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can go anywhere they want without restrictions. The time they save is not enough for other things. If any of the generals have different opinions, tell me." The messenger wiped his tears and ran to the center of the sand table to inform the referee group. The referee group gathered together and discussed for a while before coming to a conclusion. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be busy with other things while participating in the military selections. The time spent would be much longer than the time spent on judging the distance. It wasn't that the Tang Empire couldn't do without the military selections, but it couldn't do without the two of them to command other things. Compared to the people's livelihood, the military selections weren't worth mentioning. Thus, they agreed to this preferential treatment and sent people to each room to inform the generals. None of the generals objected. It had nothing to do with who had given the order. They were well aware that the two of them couldn't stay idle and spent less time on the battlefield than the rest of them. If they objected and something urgent happened in the Great Tang and they were too slow to deal with it, who could bear the responsibility? After receiving the feedback, Li Longji said happily, "The generals of the Tang Empire are still reasonable. If something happens and they need to use my money in Zhang Xiaobao's logistic system, Xiao Bao will have to deal with it. We can't just ignore it because the military selections are ongoing." Coincidentally, just as Li Longji finished speaking, someone who had nothing to do with the military selections rushed in. He was a member of the intelligence network of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. When he saw him, he glanced around and whispered a few words into Zhang Xiaobao's ear. His expression was very grave. Zhang Xiaobao had already entered the room and was discussing the materials for the umbrella with Wang Wan. When he heard what the person said, he frowned. Wang Wan also heard it and her expression turned grave. "Are you sure?" Zhang Xiaobao's voice wasn't soft as he asked. "Yes. The snow is heavy, and all the roads leading to Tubo are blocked. All the supplies are blocked. Our special team in Fengzhou is still in the spiritual state, which is closer to Tubo. I've sent an order for deer and dogs troops to reinforce them. However, although the distance is relatively short, it is actually very far. It will take at least 20 days to reach the destination. I'm not sure if the animals can withstand the forceful march. The eagle is very fast and will reach the destination in 2 days. After resting for half a day, it will be responsible for transporting the supplies. However, the weight it can carry is limited. Little young master, what do you think?" The person explained the situation in a loud voice. He understood what the little young master meant. He wasn't afraid of being heard and wasn't guarded against others. Ancestor Cheetah couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and asked, "You said that it's snowing over there? Very heavy? Even the roads are blocked?" Princess Jincheng also stood up and looked at the person. "Yes, it's snowing. We just received news that our people are trying to open up the roads and transport the supplies to Lhasa City. The breeding industry in Lhasa City has suffered heavy losses." The person answered honestly. "Xiao Bao, I just had a good year this year. I can't bear such a big loss again. You have to think of a way." Princess Jincheng was anxious. She ran over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't directly reply to Princess Jincheng. Instead, he looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan sighed and said, "I agree. If there are any changes in Tufan, I will make sure that they don't leave anything behind." When everyone was puzzled, Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who came to pass the news, "Send a report. Order my family's forces in Tufan to take out all the military reserves and provide emergency support to Lhasa City. My family's ski business in Izhou, mobilize all the forces. Don't let out the sled dogs that are usually used for rescue. Order all the merchants in Pengzhou who have business cooperation with my family. Tell them to bring out the emergency military supplies that we have prepared for Tufan when we signed the contract. Send them to the border and wait for them to receive it." "Done." "Understood." The person who came hurriedly ran out. Zuzan Chai's eyes widened and he took a deep breath. At this moment, he realized that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had been keeping a backup plan. This wasn't for disaster relief, but to attack him at any time. No wonder they didn't care about his attitude. It turned out that everything was because of this. He didn't even know how many people they had arranged for Tufan. Princess Jincheng didn't think too much about it. When she heard that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were willing to take out things to help, her eyes turned red. She pulled Wang Wan's hand and said, "Cuckoo, big sister thanks you. Our people will also know the benefits of Tang Empire. When we go back, we will tell them how much Tang Empire has sacrificed for them. In the future, if you want to obtain anything from us, just let us know first. Even if we don't use it ourselves, we will send it to you first. We will raise more cows and sheep, dry the milk, and send it to the children of Tang Empire." Wang Wan forced out a polite smile. She was unable to smile sincerely. Although Tufan was on their guard, she and Xiao Bao had already treated them as Tang Empire's people. Who would be willing to see people from their own country die? Nodding her head, Wang Wan looked at Li Longji. "Your Majesty, where is your team?" Li Longji didn't hesitate, "Pass down my orders. Guangzhou and Guangping, send the 2,000 hot air balloons that were sent there after the new year. Unload the war weapons and bring along the logistical supplies. Determine the direction of the wind and think of a way to fly there as fast as possible. Treat it as a real war. Do your best and minimize the losses of the Tufan people to the minimum. Remember to bring along frostbite medicine and salt." After giving out his orders, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "I can't keep any secrets. How did you guys find out about it?" "Same here. Your Majesty, you should be clearer about the influence my family has over there." Zhang Xiaobao didn't stand on ceremony. Everyone was thinking of ways to hide things from each other. He wasn't angry because it wasn't important whether they hid things from each other or not. It wasn't because he wanted to deal with the other party and hide things from them. It was a kind of competition in the dark. They wanted to see who had better arrangements and whose intelligence network was more complete. On the other hand, Zhu Zan was dumbfounded. So that's the case. For a moment, his emotions were complicated. Princess Jincheng saw through his thoughts and said, "Husband, look. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and my brother have even mobilized their military forces in order to save our country. Perhaps, if something were to happen in other parts of Great Tang, they might not be able to mobilize their military forces over there. The hot air balloons can't be flown casually. If they encounter a snowstorm or strong wind, they will still be in danger. My brother has asked his men to exchange lives for lives. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family's wealth will probably be damaged as well. After hearing Princess Jincheng's words, Zhu Zan came to a realization. It wasn't wrong for the other party to be wary of him. Perhaps there were such hidden forces in various parts of Great Tang. It was just that it wasn't time to use them yet. After pondering over Wang Wan's words, he hurriedly assured Li Longji and Wang Wan, Tufan doesn't have an army. They only have a small group of security personnel, and their numbers don't exceed 10,000. If anyone dares to make use of this opportunity to harm Great Tang, I will kill him first. His entire family will be killed, and not even a blade of grass will be spared. I don't expect my men to be able to send the news over. Their speed is too slow. By the time they arrive, the snow would have already stopped. Xiao Bao, give me an idea. What should we do after the disaster? I won't be returning either. I will stay here to hide from the snow first. Zhu Zan said what he should say, especially the last sentence. The reason why he was staying here was to express that he was in Great Tang. If something were to happen to Tufan, you guys will deal with him. Zhang Xiaobao temporarily put down the matter of his logistics team and started to think about how to make arrangements for Tufan after the disaster. He knew that he didn't need to make any arrangements. The resources and personnel had already been sent over. When the time came, he just needed to spread the news and the local people would be grateful. Then, he would casually send some things over to comfort them. The real pain and loss would be borne by the people of Tufan themselves. The tolerance of the people was still very strong. No matter if it was the loss of their wealth or the loss of their loved ones, after putting up a front in the imperial court, the people would lick their own wounds. However, this wasn't Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. He, Zhang Xiaobao, could kill people without batting an eyelid. He could bring disaster to an entire country. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to ignore it and let the people of his country suffer. Wasn't it just manpower and resources? It couldn't be more precious than the lives of the people of his country. If he didn't have the ability, he would just sigh. If he had the ability to help but didn't do so because he was afraid that it would cost too much, what right did he have to sit on the throne of the country's ruling class? Wang Wan was also considering this problem. How should she make arrangements to ensure the interests of the people of Tufan as much as possible? Even the dog she raised at home knew to build a nest for her when the weather was cold, let alone humans. Wu Huifei didn't have as many thoughts as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan because there were always people dying in the past. A natural disaster wasn't something that humans could resist. The only thing they could do was to send things over and reduce the taxes. Therefore, she continued Zhu Zan's words and said, if someone really causes trouble, we must kill. Kill his entire family. Otherwise, it won't be enough to deter them. Don't just kill. Cuckoo will naturally be responsible for killing people. She has a lot of troops there. First, consider how to compensate for the loss of the people. Don't find excuses for yourself just because of a natural disaster. Li Longji was afraid that Zhu Zan would think too much, so he stopped Wu Huifei from speaking. Speaking of natural disasters, he thought of the matter between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zan. No matter what the natural disaster is, people have to save themselves first. Try your best to spread the news to the local people. Tell them that the imperial court has already sent out rescue teams and resources. Tell them not to worry about losses and think of a way to survive. If there are any losses in wealth, I will compensate them. I have nothing, so there will be heavenly punishment. Li Longji clearly knew that the snow had nothing to do with him, but he still took responsibility for it. The people there believed in such things. Then, he said, if the news can be spread, tell the local officials. Don't find excuses for yourself. I don't believe them. I know how Zhang Zhong risked his life in Luzhou. I also know how Zhang Zhong dealt with the flood in Shu province. I want results, not explanations. Li Longji was sad. He had changed a lot because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was no longer the high and mighty emperor who did not know the people's lives. Now, he was an emperor who traveled or observed the situation of the construction site. He had a deep understanding of the lives of the people. His heart ached for every citizen of Tang. This was because he realized that the real people of Tang treated him well and were willing to protect him. This was especially true when they were outside. The people consciously observed the people around them, afraid that someone would do something to hurt the emperor. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Disaster relief is not difficult. It's just a rescue. I believe the person in charge will know how to do it. The difficult part is the post-disaster reconstruction work. The most direct way is to give money. The amount of money that the people there have lost will be compensated. This amount of money is not much. Whether it's your Majesty's money in the bank or my family's money, it can be easily sent. When the local people receive the money, they will regain their confidence and continue to do what they originally wanted to do. Then give the money, Xiaobao. Use my money. I can't spend it all." This time, Li Longji did not ask Zhang Xiaobao for money. It's necessary to give money, but it depends on how you give it. I'll make preparations. I'll get some seeds for the local people to plant. There's also the road construction. When the Ministry of Works was researching technology, they produced a lot of asphalt. We'll try our best to pave the road. Your Majesty, you'll pay for this. Cuckoo and I will pay for the other part. We'll get the medical academy to provide us with the demand for medicinal herbs. Our family will build a series of medicinal herb plantation bases over there, especially the special medicinal herbs. We can't just wait for them to be produced naturally. We have to do it ourselves, Zhang Xiaobao said as he tapped his leg with his hand. When Li Longji heard this, he immediately understood what was going on. Xiaobao did not acknowledge the might of a natural disaster. He wanted to make a set of actions during a natural disaster. Not only did he have to minimize the damage caused by the natural disaster, but he also had to use the natural disaster as an opportunity to integrate the various industries in Tubo. That's right. This is the character of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They'll never bow to any difficulties. They'll become stronger when they encounter a strong opponent. Whether it's a man-made difficulty or a heaven-sent disaster, they'll go ahead with it. Take Lu Zhou for example. What about the hurricane? If the hurricane didn't come, I wouldn't have developed so quickly. What can I do if I'm comfortable? I'll use this opportunity to build a bridge. There's also Fengzhou. When it was snowing, the transportation ability wasn't that strong. But when it was snowing, the transportation ability on the snowy ground had to be higher than when it was not snowing. Strong. This is true strength. They're so strong that they're arrogant. It's no wonder that the people of Great Tang encountered trouble. When they heard that the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family had come, they immediately became confident and quickly organized themselves to face them bravely. Wu Huifei thought so and couldn't help but say it softly so that Princess Jincheng could hear it. Sister Wu is right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo represent invincibility, strength, courage, loyalty, and justice. I just don't know what Xiao Bao will do this time. In the past, Tibet suffered from disasters, but I'm used to it. Who lives and who dies is up to fate. At that time, I didn't think about anything else. But after knowing about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's abilities, I started to think. Why didn't I know how to fight back in the past? So what if it's a natural disaster? Princess Jincheng said after thinking. She finally realized something. Her great Tang was strong. Cannons rumbled, seeds were produced, Xiao Bao could control the economy, and Cuckoo could teach military affairs. If it was any other country, this might be the main reason why that country was strong. But in Great Tang, this was definitely not the case. Great Tang was strong because of the spirit and backbone that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had brought up. It was just like the good horses of Tubo. Horses were horses, but some horses and wolves would be afraid. When 5 or 6 wolves met a horse that dared to resist, they would usually want to eat the horse, and they would have to pay the price with their lives. At most, a horse could kill more than 3 wolves. When the horse fell, the wolf couldn't be happy. Therefore, strength and weakness weren't so obvious. What was obvious was the will of the ruler and whether the group below supported him or not. The current Shinlua and Japan were very sad. The people of these two places were very supportive of the ruler, but the ruler was weak. He thought about this and that. In the end, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo only used a little force to deter them, and they became like this. It was just because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's will. If you dare to refuse, I will teach you a lesson. Even if I have to pay a greater price when I teach you a lesson, I still want to tell you this. This was like two children fighting. One child was always afraid that his family wouldn't have a good time after he hit the other child, so he would always tolerate it. The other child didn't think about it. After all, if he hit you, you would soften. Then, the child who was always bullied would always be bullied. He had too many worries. He didn't even know that his family didn't want him to be bullied. But some children would go all out. In the end, the other party was afraid and didn't dare to bully them anymore. This was what Xiao Bao had told her the last time she returned to Great Tang. Peace had always been supported by the will to fight to the death. If you didn't have this thought, you could only be bullied. If a child was bullied, it could be said that it didn't matter. But if a country was bullied like this, it was too sad. Could it be that the ruler would only be satisfied when the people became as weak as the ruler? Thinking of this, Princess Jincheng said loudly, "The power of Great Tang lies in the ruler's love for the people, and also in the ruler's never yielding." Her voice was very loud, giving Li Longji a fright. But after hearing Princess Jincheng's words, he understood why the current Great Tang was different from before. It was because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't allow Great Tang to cower in the face of external matters. It was also because the people of Great Tang felt that they were living a good life and were willing to work for Great Tang. Or it could be said that for their own glory and their current lives, they were willing to pay the price with their lives. Just like the 100 people outside, every single one of them was willing to give their all for Great Tang. All of this came from the will of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It was no wonder she couldn't treat them like how she treated others. Even if they didn't kneel or kowtow to her, she wouldn't do anything to them. Other than their abilities, there were also other aspects of them. A person couldn't be without spirit or strength, and this was even more so for a country. We have decided. We will pause the military examination and leave 1 or 2 days for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to think about things. Don't disturb them. Tufan is suffering from a disaster. The various generals can gather together to eat and drink, but they are not allowed to discuss or hint at anything related to the military examination. Otherwise, we will not let them off easily. Tell them that if anyone feels that they can't continue without leaking information to each other, they can withdraw themselves. Don't wait for we to personally make trouble for them. Li Longji watched as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered together once more, muttering to each other. From time to time, they would shake their heads and come up with new ideas. Suddenly, he felt his heart ache. Thus, he gave the order to pause the military examination, afraid that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would collapse from exhaustion. What was the military examination? Just based on the current situation, which of the other generals of Great Tang wouldn't be convinced? The death toll was almost 1-to-1, and they were using the support of others. If they immediately judged Wang Wan as the Zhuangyuan, who would object? Furthermore, pausing the military examination wasn't the end. Everyone should take a break. They had been standing in front of the sand table for days and were tired. Once Li Longji gave the order, Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to give up on the military examination, but they couldn't leave Tufan in the lurch. 2 days was enough. Xiao Bao, let's put the matter of the kinetic umbrella aside first. Let's see how Tufan will decide. I know that you don't want to give money directly to the people. Instead, you want to invest in support and let the people of Tufan earn back the money they lost through other methods. At the same time, you have to promote the development of the region. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about. It was easy to give money, and it wouldn't cost much. However, Tufan wasn't like Hong Nong. They were two different things. I'm thinking about the climate there. I still have to communicate with the medical college, the Ministry of Works, and the Western Agriculture Temple. If we have to do it, we have to do it well. The crisis is also a turning point. Let's send the survival resources over as soon as possible. After that, we can consider other things. You are right. We should make the airplanes, even if they aren't very useful. If we have large transport airplanes now, we won't have to worry. We can send out 1,000 airplanes, and it will be enough for the local people. Zhang Xiaobao also felt pained about the logistics. The roads had been blocked by heavy snow, and it wasn't something that could be solved with simple transportation. This incident happened too suddenly. Who would have thought that it would suddenly snow in Tufan during spring? It would be good if there were satellites. He believed that with the power of his family, they would be able to react quickly when they discovered that there might be a problem in Tufan. Even if it was just 3 days, they would be able to send the resources over in advance. Wife, there aren't any decent roads in Tufan. I intend to make an asphalt road, which is better than a cement road. It might be able to withstand the changes in temperature to a greater extent. First, let the people in Tufan survive. After that, let them help to build the roads and give them wages. Don't worry if the ground freezes. We can continue to invest money and sprinkle salt. I don't care about the environmental pollution. Let's melt the snow first. Even if we have to invest tens of millions of strings of cash, we still have to carry it out. Send a message to the merchants who have businesses in Tufan or those who intend to do business there in the future. Ask them if they are willing to invest in the infrastructure. When Zhang Xiaobao thought about Tufan, his head started to hurt. It was easy to cause trouble, but difficult to build. Wang Wan also didn't care about how much money she had to spend. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she pondered for a moment and walked over to Li Longji. Li Longji also discussed with Gao Lishir and the rest about how the imperial court should act to help Tufan. The ones who were most worried were Chai Zuzan and Princess Jincheng. After all, Tufan was their territory. Chai Zuzan scratched his head with all his might. He accidentally scratched his head, but he didn't feel any pain. Your Majesty, I have discussed with Xiao Bao. We request for a certain amount of tax compensation. Wang Wan said to Li Longji. Compensation? Tell me what you want. My Tang Dynasty doesn't lack any tax. Tufan can be exempted for 5 years. If your family is willing to fork out a lot of money, you can also be exempted. Li Longji discussed with the others to mobilize the army. The army at the border would be sent out, and the army at the back would move to the border to fill in the gaps. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he thought that they were going to reduce the taxes for Tufan. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family were willing to fork out money to give benefits to Tufan. Wang Wan knew that Li Longji had misunderstood and explained, Your Majesty, we are not going to reduce the taxes for Tufan. My family should be able to get a tax reduction. Otherwise, other merchants wouldn't be able to get a tax reduction. Xiao Bao and I don't care about money. I request that the merchants be given a tax reduction based on the amount of money invested. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wang Wan and Chai Zuzan before asking Wang Wan, Tufan is unavoidable? Chai Zuzan was also confused. Tufan was suffering from a disaster. Why shouldn't they be exempted from taxes? The citizens couldn't pay and were forced to rebel? Wang Wan didn't need Xiao Bao to remind her. She knew what Xiao Bao was planning. She said, Tufan's taxes are unavoidable because after the disaster, the citizens of Tufan will have more income this year. Xiao Bao has decided to invite the merchants from Tang Dynasty who are willing to help to build the infrastructure for Tufan. First, the roads will be opened, and in the future, the logistics will be more convenient. The cost of materials and wages will require a lot of investment. In a short period of time, we won't be able to recover the cost. That's why I requested for a tax reduction based on the amount of money invested. The construction of a country is the process of integrating resources. The revenue of the country depends on the purchasing power and logistics. Of course, technology is also involved. We don't care about the latter. It won't have a direct impact on the current situation, so there's no need to consider it. Li Longji understood. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to use another method to make up for the loss of the citizens of Tufan. He nodded his head. Before he could say anything, Wu Huifei, who was planning to study hard, spoke first. I know your motive. Aya, Cuckoo, you and Xiao Bao are indeed more capable than ordinary people. Thank you, but we still can't send the resources to Tufan in a few hours. We have already tried our best. This is the helplessness of technology not being able to keep up. Wang Wan wasn't happy at all because of Wu Huifei's praise. This was because if it was her and Xiao Bao's time, Xiao Bao wasn't a swindler and had so much money. Coupled with her family's power, if a disaster happened in Tufan, they could work together and send survival resources, medicine, and special rescue personnel accurately to the location within a few hours. Wu Huifei didn't know what Wang Wan was thinking. She continued, Your Majesty, you are indeed capable. Your Majesty, I thought that doing this wouldn't harm the citizens of Tufan. Although we didn't directly give them money, we gave them a chance to earn money. If there wasn't a disaster and we didn't provide the materials and money to build the infrastructure, they would still be farming or growing their own things. No matter which one it is, they would need to contribute labor. There are also some handicraftsmen who help to build things. It's similar to their original job. We just want them to temporarily change to a job that earns more money. The food and medicine sent there will be free. Then, they will earn the money that they should have and the infrastructure will be built. The merchants will pay the money and receive the compensation from taxes. It's nothing more than a loss to the imperial court. Am I right? After Wu Huifei finished speaking, she wiped her sweat. It was very tiring to analyze these things. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh, but he immediately stopped himself. The place where Chai Zhu praised was still suffering from a disaster. He couldn't show a happy expression, and he shouldn't be happy. Li Longji pulled a long face and said to Wu Huifei, You're still far from it. Do you think that you can learn it immediately? How can the imperial court suffer a loss? You've consolidated the people's hearts and obtained a smooth road. Otherwise, wouldn't the imperial court pay for the repairs? You've paid a period of tax income, and at the same time, you've also increased the amount of tax income in a short period of time. All kinds of resources need to be transported, and there needs to be a process of buying them. The imperial court will still collect the taxes in the middle. However, in my opinion, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are definitely not so short-sighted. What they want is a direct road from Pingzhou to Lhasa City, right? As Li Longji spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. Zhang Xiaobao had also been paying attention to this side, and he nodded in agreement. Let me think about it again. How much profit can an asphalt road bring? Xiaobao, do you have any supplementary plans? For example, seeds that are suitable for the local climate, breeds for animal husbandry, and specialties for the handicraft industry, such as woolen blankets? Li Longji was much smarter than before. Although he was always in a position of failure, his spirit of learning did not decrease at all. Today, he was able to follow Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought. Zhang Xiaobao continued to nod, yes, without a road, it will affect the shelf life of the goods, and it will also affect the return of profits. I want to let Tufan have a better road than before. It will increase the frequency of the production and sales cycle of the goods, and it will make up for the loss of the imperial court's taxes. Moreover, it will also increase the long-term financial income. See, I didn't say anything wrong this time, right? Xiao Bao, I know that the idea you came up with this time will not be so simple. Let me guess, what other plans do you have? The other plans are for Cuckoo. The two of you are going to hunt for more food. After the military selection, you have 1 year to prepare. You want to let Tufan build the road for 1 year and directly build the supply route, right? Li Longji was used to Zhang Xiaobao's way of coming up with ideas. It was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. If he really wanted to take action to solve the disaster, how could he be Zhang Xiaobao? Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wei Wei and immediately became serious. He cupped his hands at Li Longji. Yes, I have this plan. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 10:18. Zhu Zhizan listened to the two of them. He was confused for a while, then he thought it through. When he heard Li Longji's words, he thought about it and felt that it was quite simple. It was true. However, as he listened, Zhu Zhizan was shocked again. He finally realized that Li Longji didn't stop the military selection because he was happy. He knew about Xiao Bao's plan. He wanted to give Xiao Bao enough time to think and not let Xiao Bao worry about other things. From the looks of it, he had succeeded. His Tubo had suffered a calamity this time, and so many things were implicated. Even the future income of the imperial court, the business of the merchants, the production of goods in Tubo, the transportation of goods, and even the compensation for the loss of the people were all included. What's more, the logistic supplies for the war against Polyphaga a year later were used in the post-disaster reconstruction. Were they still human? How long did it take? If Xiao Bao could consider it, Li Longji could also analyze it. Princess Jincheng didn't think too much. When she heard that it could bring benefits to Tubo, she was happy. With this, her position in Tubo would be more stable in the future. In the past, it was because of the military strength of the Tang Empire. After the disaster relief and reconstruction, she won more people's hearts. She thanked them. Thank you, Imperial Brother and Xiao Bao. Without your help, my husband and I wouldn't have received any news until now. Even in Lhasa City, we could only be anxious. Xiao Bao, it's no wonder you have such a good wife like Huan Huan. You're really capable. Huan Huan is really blessed to be with you. Can you start the military selection again? It won't take too much time. I am the one who is happy to have Cuckoo by my side. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at him. He then said, not yet. There are many things that have not been arranged. We have to stop the military selection. Right now, we are talking about the problem of rebuilding and compensating the Tubo people. There is one more important thing. The disaster has not passed yet, so we have to focus on this matter. Let Shui Yun lead the group of eagles in the capital. Wang Wan agreed, yes, it can't move water clouds without a command. An eagle usually only listens to the command of the person who raised it, and it's impossible to let an eagle fly with a person. Otherwise, how are we going to transport goods if we just send people away? Shui Yun can still lead the other eagles. Get Shui Yun to help and fly a few more times. We must prepare fresh meat in Pengzhou. Don't tire the eagles to death. The others sighed one after another. Shui Yun was going to be used at a critical moment. It was really important to have a general who could fly. On the sand table, if Cuckoo didn't remove Shui Yun's ability, the battle would be much smoother than it is now. With Shui Yun leading the group of eagles, there is no space for other people in the sky. Hot air balloons and gliders, no one can get control of the air. Your Majesty, this concubine suggests that we give Shui Yun's children the titles of officials as well. If the children of other people can become officials, why can't Shui Yun's children? There is also Hong Wan. Aya, their children should have learned to fly already. They are much later than the other eagles. Empress Wang liked Shui Yun the most. In her heart, she had always treated Shui Yun as a real general. When she heard Cuckoo mention Shui Yun, she helped to get officials. A smile appeared on Li Longji's face again. He nodded and said, that's right. Give it to the officials. Anyone who makes contributions to the Tang Empire should be praised, even if they are beasts. Shui Yun's children, I believe they can learn some skills from Shui Yun in the future. A year later, they can accompany Xiao Bao and Cuckoo on an expedition. I am starting to worry about the people of Duo Duo. A group of eagles that look like humans in the sky, together with hot air balloons, gliders, and the umbrellas that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo mentioned just now, but the planes that haven't been made yet. On the ground, under the clouds, and in the sky, everything is occupied by the Tang Empire. Fight fiercely for me. After you fight, plunder their things, and then. Li Longji stopped here and looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. Well done, Xiaobao, I was almost fooled by you. Have you used up all your tricks? I didn't finish. Foster father, did I mention this again? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be confused and asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher shook his head. Your Majesty, Xiaobao didn't mention it. You two are family. He didn't say it directly, but this is what he meant. Do you understand what I mean? Li Longji said to Gao Lisher. I understand. Your Majesty, please continue. This subject is all ears. What else could Gao Lisher say? He could only admit it. Li Longji harumphed. Xiao Bao's idea is to send the things he plundered to Great Tang through this route, right? Seeing that Xiao Bao was being bullied, Wang Wan added, that's right. Your Majesty is truly wise. In truth, Xiao Bao and I didn't expect Your Majesty to be so formidable. Then. Your Majesty, you're truly formidable. I'll go discuss other matters with Xiao Bao. Disaster relief is of the utmost importance. After saying those words, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao out of the room. It was unknown where the two of them went to discuss the matter. Li Longji was stunned. He lowered his head and pondered, that's not right. Did you see it earlier? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo discussed for almost half an hour. They must have rejected many of our plans before finally agreeing to the current one. Could it be that the two of them only thought of this much? Do you really think that they could come up with something that even I can think of? Do you believe me? I think so, Gao Lisher agreed. I think that your ability to flatter people is much worse. Think of something for me. Men, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo back. Who knows what they're doing in a secluded place? Is it more important to discuss matters or their matters? Li Longji glared at Gao Lisher. His next words left everyone in the room dumbfounded. Was this something that the emperor should say? What are you looking at? What's wrong with me saying that about them? Why aren't you calling them back? I'm so close to them. If I were to say something about Xiao Bao, Cuckoo would be unwilling to come back. Call them back and tell them to rest for 2 days. What's the rush? Li Longji added. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned. Each of them was holding a fruit pancake. The deep-fried dough sticks were fried so well that crunching sounds could be heard when they bit into them. The two of them were also holding paper bags in their hands. Li Longji swallowed his saliva and said, Cuckoo didn't let me say anything about your husband. Did you drag him outside to enjoy life? Did you put hot sauce in the pancakes? Yes, I did. I wasn't unwilling. I went to make pancakes for your Majesty. One for each of us. Try it. With Xiaobao's skills, I had someone prepare the ingredients long ago, but I didn't have time. If your Majesty hadn't stopped the military exercise, I reckon that by the time you wanted to eat it, the mixture would have been bubbling. Wang Wan handed out the bags to each of them one by one. When everyone heard that the pancakes were made by Xiao Bao, they eagerly took a bite. Before they even tasted the flavor, they praised it first. Even if the ingredients were the same as those outside, the method and the control of the fire were the same, they would still feel that it was good. It was just a psychological effect. Li Longji first said to Zuzan and Princess Jincheng, eat. The rescue didn't stop because of you eating. Since something has happened, there's no difference whether you are anxious or not. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are probably thinking of a solution when they are eating. Don't worry. If the two of them can't solve it, it's useless for you to worry. After saying that, Li Longji took a big bite and said, okay, I haven't eaten Xiao Bao's dishes for a few days. It's not easy to eat a fruit pancake today. Why don't we stop every few days and rest for a day so that Xiao Bao can cook for us? It's a little sour. It's hot sauce, right? Okay. It's because the noodles have been cooked for too long. Zhang Xiaobao said frankly. Oh, it's delicious after cooking for a long time. It turns out that cooking for a long time can improve the taste. Xiaobao, your cooking is amazing. It's only a little sour after cooking for a long time. Li Longji didn't mind and continued to praise. The taste was indeed good. Wang Wan continued, Xiaobao added more sweet sauce, eggs, and coriander to suppress the sour taste. Cooking is the same as national affairs. It has to be considered thoroughly. Once you give an order, you change it again and again. The people can't stand the constant changes. Hence, even though we've come up with a plan for the reconstruction today, Xiaobao and I still have to discuss it later. Otherwise, you're being irresponsible. If you're not responsible for the people, how can they trust you? A qualified leader can't always squander trust. You can only think of ways to strengthen it. Otherwise, you will develop a habit of not caring, think that the people can accept it. You will squander your trust. When you need the people to support you, you will realize that you will only get voices of opposition. Wang Wan's words made Li Longji and the others stop eating the fruit pancakes. Li Longji put the fruit pancakes on the small table and instructed the people beside him, go and tell the imperial chefs that everyone is eating fruit pancakes today. Make more of them. After they are done, send them to the entrance of the hibiscus garden and give them to the passers-by. Tell them that the opening of the hibiscus garden will be delayed because of the snow disaster in Tubo. I have temporarily requisitioned Xiaobao and Cuckoo to deal with this matter. The military election will be temporarily suspended. The time will be counted together. Let them go to the zoo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan don't have to fork out money. There is also an ice rink. After the military election, I will build a bigger amusement park in Beijing. There will be no entrance fee, and the entertainment inside will be free for a month. There is no need to wait for it to be completed. Start building now. Gather those craftsmen who can't find work and start working. Give them a salary. You must explain clearly to the people who are waiting to come into play. Hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and revealed gratified smiles at the same time. They felt that if the emperor was like this in an imperial country, why would there be a need for a democratic election system? When Zhu Zan saw this, he whispered to Princess Jincheng, when we go back, we will also learn from His Majesty's method. I think I understand. Sometimes when you sincerely do things for the people and make a mistake, the people don't want to beat you to death with a stick. What they want is your attitude, your sincere and undisguised explanation. You will be able to obtain the forgiveness, understanding, and support of the people. The people are very clear that if you put them in the position of an official, they will not be able to do it. They will have to learn for a long time. When you are in this position, think about the people. If you really do something wrong, you can frankly tell the people and be willing to change. The people will give you a chance. But even if you lie and deceive the people are not stupid. They are clear in their hearts. Just like what Cuckoo said, when you squander the last bit of credibility, you are finished. A rebellion will happen sooner or later. Princess Jincheng nodded, our Tang dynasty has Xiaobao and Cuckoo. I am really relieved. Husband, eat. Don't worry about the things on our side. They have done very well. Only they have such a reaction speed. I now know why they earn so little. Compared to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, they have much less ability. When they have something, they don't immediately use it to make money. They store it in various places. If they don't store it and use it directly, the Tang dynasty's financial income will be far less than their family's wealth. They are another Changpingsang. Oh, it should be said that their mobility is far beyond Changpingsang. Tang dynasty's merchants are afraid of Xiaobao, and it is reasonable to be afraid. But Li Longji heard it. He took a bite of the crepe and slowly swallowed it. He said to the two of them, what are you whispering about? Tang Dynasty's merchants are naturally afraid of Xiao Bao. I always use Xiao Bao's name to scare them. For example, a few days before the new year, when I showed Xiao Bao's name, the prices immediately fell. Also, this time, we need the Tang Dynasty's merchants to fork out money to repair the roads. I estimate that it will cost at least 100 million strings of coins. Is it easy to repair the roads in Tubo? If it is, the railways will be built first. It was unknown whether Li Longji was proud of himself or deliberately flattering Zhang Xiaobao. In any case, when he spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, causing Zhang Xiaobao to feel uncomfortable eating. But Li Longji knew that the roads were too difficult to repair. Even if the cement was made, it still couldn't solve the problem. Most of the cement was used for construction, and it was done by Xinjiang Construction Group. Needless to say, the quality of the cement was like steel. Xiao Bao had said before that they cannot use basic necessities to make money. Using such things to make money was the best way to make money. But it was out of the scope. Every extra coin earned would cause more harm to the people. That was why Xinjiang Construction Group couldn't do that. The real time to make money was when the basic necessities were done. When someone wants to build a garden or a pavilion, the price would not be the same. It would only be slightly higher than the cost. Who asked you to be rich? For example, if the people look for Xinjiang Construction Group and say that their house is broken and they want to build a new house with 3 rooms, Xinjiang Construction Group would charge them a very low processing fee. The cost of the materials and labor required to build a house with 3 rooms would be 2 strings of coins. If you look for Xinjiang Construction Group and say that you want to build a courtyard with 4 rooms, and you want to build a 3-story high courtyard with a pond in the middle, Xinjiang Construction Group wouldn't charge you 3,000 strings of coins. But building a road was the real deal. No matter who paid for it, Xinjiang Construction Group wouldn't earn much. Fortunately, they now had a new material. That asphalt seemed to be a good choice for building roads. But the expenses couldn't be low. 100 million strings of coins should be enough, right? Zhang Xiaobao expressionlessly continued eating, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Li Longji spoke again. Speaking of getting the merchants to fork out the money, Xiaobao really has to do it. If we propose to the merchants of Great Tang to build roads and give them tax exemptions, there will be many merchants who deliberately come to cheat us of the tax exemption. Those who are willing to invest wholeheartedly are few and far between. We will keep a list of merchants and assign them one by one. There will definitely be merchants who will find all sorts of excuses to shirk responsibility. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng returned to their parents' home. Something had happened in Tubo, so they had to pretend to be anxious. Wang Bei thought that he could use the Ministry of Revenue, so he also came over. Zhang Zhong missed his son and also came over. Seeing that the 3 of them had gone, Jiang Tsun naturally followed. The moment he walked in, he met a group of generals. Hearing Zhang Shougui's words, Yuan Xianyao, who prided himself on being a scholar, immediately refuted. Without waiting for Zhang Shougui to say anything, Wang Bei helped him and said, Sanshui County is different from other places. They have a perfect disaster prevention system. When the frost descends, they will light a fire in advance. The Yamen of Sanshui County will organize the manpower and fork out the money. The money they fork out is specially for disaster relief. The people there are very obedient. If they want to fork out the money, they will do it according to their actual situation. 1 copper coin for you, 5 copper coins for them. Some will fork out more, some will fork out less. They will only use it to prevent disasters. If it was the people of other places, if someone is willing to fork out the money, they will be worried that the Yamen will embezzle the money. Isn't that right, Lord Zhang? Who isn't afraid of your family there? This time, Zhang Zhong did not deny it. He nodded his head lightly and said, That's right. Sanshui County is my home. How can I allow problems to happen there? When the officials of Sanshui County do things, they have to think about the attitude of my family. They have to think about whether the people approve of them. They have to think about whether they are worthy of their official robes. Lord Zhang is right. For example, in my hometown, I will send seeds to them. It doesn't matter if they say that I am abusing my power for personal gain or that I don't forget my hometown. I will still do it. If the local officials don't do their jobs well, I will also take care of them. Jiang Tsun was biased towards Zhang Zhong and agreed with him. Wang Bei did not say anything. They were saying that he was not capable enough and did not take care of his family well. Zhang Shougui was unhappy with Yuan Xinyao's words just a moment ago. Now, he smiled at Zhang Zhong and said, I didn't finish my words just now. A natural disaster cannot be stopped by humans. It also depends on who it is. If it was Lord Zhang, he might not be able to stop the natural disaster, but he can try his best to protect the people. Lord Zhang, has the Ministry of Works produced anything new recently? The other generals also smiled kindly at Zhang Zhong. They placed Zhang Zhong on the side of military officials and not civil officials. This was all due to the functions of the Ministry of Works and Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. The generals did not treat Zhang Xiaobao as a civil official. Although he was in charge of the economy, he was very aggressive towards external affairs. When the Ministry of Works produced something new, they would definitely consider military applications first. In addition, Wang Wan was in charge of the teaching of the military academy. Thus, they had to show the appropriate closeness. Wang Bei's face became gloomy. His kindness was not rewarded. Zhang Zhong did not care about what Wang Bei was thinking. He thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Recently, they have been researching a weapon that can be used to fight hailstorms. Hailstorms? When Zhang Zhong said this, even Wang Bei forgot to be angry. When attacking a city, cannons were used. When attacking people, guns were used. How were they going to fight hailstorms? The generals looked at each other. Yuan Rong, who was in charge of logistics, asked uncertainly, Lord Zhang, are hailstorms ice that fall from the sky? That's right, Zhang Zhong said with certainty. Zhao Hanzhong smiled. Lord Zhang, don't joke around. If hailstorms fall from the sky, don't tell me you're going to make 10,000 machine guns and arrange them into a machine gun formation with different heights and shoot at the sky non-stop? If that's the case, it's better to let the hailstorms fall. If you give me 10,000 machine guns, I'll go to other countries and snatch back things that are worth a few hundred times more than the money lost to hailstorms. The other generals also laughed, thinking that Zhang Zhong was joking with them. Zhang Zhong wanted to explain, but he did not know where to start. He could only say, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo came up with the idea to use cannons to shoot at the clouds in the sky. The thing inside that is about to turn into ice will turn into rain in advance. Rain is better than hailstorms. Oh. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that. More or less. There's an 80% chance that we can shoot it down. Pei Guangting immediately agreed. The other generals nodded. Zhang Zhong, you're not as good as your son and daughter-in-law. No one believes your words. You're not capable enough. Wang Bei laughed and mocked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong curled his lips in disdain. You also know that they're my son and daughter-in-law? I really don't have any other abilities. I can give birth. My biological children are Xiao Bao, Xiao Hai, and Xiao Bei. Humph. Wang Bei's face darkened again, but no one cared about him. He could not control the generals. Jiang Tsun was with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Yuan Xianyao was the head of the secretariat and the prime minister. Zhang Zhong was more understanding of Wang Bei, so he gave him some face sometimes. Wang Bei was sulking, but no one cared about him. Wang Zhongxi, who was still young, went up to Zhang Zhong and asked, Lord Zhang, what did the cannons shoot out? Can it turn the clouds into rain? I'm not sure either. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know. Anyway, it's not gunpowder. The cannons are not made of iron or copper. They said that if the technology reaches a certain level, it can make the sky rain even if there are no clouds. It can make the sky clear even if there are dark clouds. The relevant people in the Ministry of Works are thinking of making it rain first to stop the hailstones. We can talk about other things later. When the technology reaches a certain level, there's nothing that can't be reversed. Zhang Zhong said it very boldly. They could not do it now, but they had to think about it. Wang Zhongxi showed a yearning expression. He was not thinking about the good weather in Tang. That was something that Yuan Xianyao and Jiang Tsun should be looking forward to. Wang Zhongxi was thinking that if there was a sudden downpour on the enemy's march during a war, the enemy would be exhausted to death before they could reach their destination. Yuan Xianyao was thinking about which place was short of water. Whoosh! After a day of rain, where would there be more rain? Whoosh! The weather cleared up, and the grain production increased. If they wanted to eat rice, they could eat rice. If they wanted to eat steamed buns, they could eat steamed buns. They could eat the mandarin duck soup every meal. There were prawns, crabs, mutton, beef, and so on. No, I shouldn't think this way. I'm too unambitious. Let the people eat. I don't have to be so fixated on food. Zhang Zhong, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo asked the Ministry of Works to make it, right? Yuan Xianyao thought about the happy days in the future. He realized that if he wanted the people to eat like this, as the Prime Minister, he couldn't dream about eating. Yes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's request must be made within half a year. Then, they will measure the propelling data of the gunpowder fired into the sky and calculate the limit of the parabola. They also made a request. The cannons can be bigger in the early stages and smaller in the later stages. The firing speed must be fast, and the gun barrel must be able to withstand the temperature and friction. No matter if it is air-cooled or water-cooled, the cannons must be able to withstand 2 minutes of continuous firing. In order to achieve the effect of a machine gun, they named it autocannon. It will be useful after more than a year. If they can't figure it out, it might cause the Tang Empire to lose many outstanding men. Zhang Zhong knew that those who could be selected for the martial arts competition were loyal. Therefore, he explained it to Yuan Xianyao in detail. As Wang Ke listened, his eyes widened. When Zhang Zhong finished, he leaned over and whispered, "Zhang Zhong, do your son and daughter-in-law want to make it into anti-air weapons? I know that there are many man-eating eagles. They are worried about losing their air superiority. With the autocannon, they can cooperate with the victory of the Tang Empire and destroy all of the enemy's victory. If the hot air balloon can take off, a portion of the autocannon with relatively smaller power can even directly attack the enemy in the air." At this moment, Wang Ku, who was also a high-ranking official and knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to use military force against Doshi, temporarily put aside his feelings towards Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Ku to analyze the situation. Chapter 10:20. Maybe so. Zhang Zhong didn't know what his son and daughter-in-law were planning. He casually responded to Wang Ku and looked around for his son. It had been a long time since they last saw each other. Strangely enough, both the young and the old were not around, and the old one was always looking for a group of idle old men and old women in the capital to find a place to play chess, drink tea, or play gateball. It was right beside the canal in the capital. There was a greenhouse in the winter and a pavilion in the summer. When it was slightly cold in the spring and autumn, they had to use a cloth curtain to cover half of the area. They didn't dare to say it and had to arrange for people to protect them. They also had to provide them with various entertainment tools and food expenses. The old men and women who came along to play were all very happy. The group grew bigger and bigger. Some of the wealthier families wanted to fork out some money, but the 4 elders in his family wouldn't let them. The things that they took out were all good things. After all, they had good grandchildren. When he returned home, other than his in-laws, he was the only one left. There were many people in the inner courtyard, but he always felt lonely. His son and daughter-in-law were nearby, and he didn't have the chance to see them. Since he was resting today, he came over to take a look. Zhang Zhong was looking for his son, and Yuan Xianyao was also looking for the emperor. Tufan was affected by the disaster. Even if he had to do something, he had to show some concern. Otherwise, Ancestor Qida and Princess Jincheng would be very unhappy. Old Master, the young master and young lady are waiting for you inside. His Majesty is also there. Are you going over now? Or have you eaten? Before Zhang Zhong could ask, someone immediately ran over to speak. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied. This was the inner courtyard of his family. Look, he had just arrived and they had already finished notifying him. He patted the shoulder of the person who reported, "Take a look at Xiao Bao and Cuckoo first. Eat with them. Old Master, please come this way." The person in the inner courtyard led the way. Zhang Zhong greeted the military generals, and the few of them walked in. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished making arrangements for the disaster relief. Just relying on their own family's power over there was a lot of effort and not worth it. Therefore, they asked the nearby merchants to join in and give them benefits when they were done. The two of them turned around and designed the power parachute again. It was a little different from the usual parachutes. The structure and material of the parachute were different. It needed to be able to support itself during normal times so that it could fly easily. As soon as his father came out, Zhang Xiaobao already knew. He immediately sent someone to wait for him. By the time Zhang Zhong entered the house, Zhang Xiaobao had already spread out the pancakes on the pancake rack. 4 important officials came over and spread out the pancakes for 4 people. Wang Bei also brought a portion for himself. Political differences could not be brought to the scene, as it would appear too stingy. Wang Wan did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's explanation at all. You are not stingy. You stopped their supply. Oh, it was your younger brother and sister who stopped it, but you still supported them. You even schemed against them. In the end, a group of people who were against the family paying for the imperial court to do things had no choice but to pay for a business under the Ministry of Works to shut their mouths. Fragrant. The things made by the young master of the Zhang family are fragrant. As soon as they entered, Jiang Tsin took a sniff. When she saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao who was busy, she praised. Wang Wan quickly took a pancake and placed it in front of Jiang Xian. Xiaobao only has this much ability. Official Jiang, try it. Then, she gave pancakes to Wang Bei and Yuan Xianyao. Finally, she gave pancakes to Zhang Zhong. Although he was the last to make pancakes for his father, Zhang Xiaobao was the most attentive. The pancakes were round, and the thickness was even. He beat 2 eggs and placed them symmetrically with the center of the circle as the center. There was no need for a spatula. He used a brush dipped in oil to brush the area where there were no eggs. When the pancakes were medium rare, 2 spatulas moved together. The 2 eggs seemed to be tightly glued to the pancakes. He flipped them over steadily and used his fastest speed to brush the sauce to this side. Then, he placed a youtiao. With a slight shake of his hand, chopped green onions and coriander were scattered. He rolled the pancakes left and right. Then, he placed a radish stick from Hebei into it. He wrapped it in oil paper and personally delivered it to his father. The 2 medium-rare fried eggs were exposed outside. They were trembling without breaking or spilling. Father, try it. I put more chili sauce on it. I know you like spicy food. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Yuan Xianyao and the other 2 looked at the pancakes in their hands and then looked at Zhang Zhong's pancakes. They had to admit that their son was indeed their son. It could be seen from the way he ate it. Why did he spread the eggs evenly on the pancakes? Good craftsmanship. Ever since Sanshui County's pancakes were first made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Bei, I have tried many places. However, I have never seen the way to hang the fried eggs on the pancakes. Just based on this craftsmanship, it is not expensive to buy it at 10 times the price of others. Jiang Tsin did not dare to eat this flavor with Zhang Zhong. He took a bite and praised before swallowing it. Zhang Zhong's eyes narrowed. He was already satisfied without eating. He took a bite of the egg. It was medium rare. His son knew that he liked to eat medium rare fried eggs. After being praised by others, Zhang Zhong was too embarrassed to continue. He had to be humble and act as if he was teaching his son. Xiao Bao, you should put more effort into the affairs of Tang Dynasty in the future. You actually learn such fancy and impractical things. It is not beneficial to your work. Yes, father. You are right. I will learn more useful skills in the future. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if he had done something wrong. All right, Zhang Zhong, don't teach your son in front of me. Which of Xiaobao's dishes have you not eaten? Is the Ministry of Works not busy today? Li Longji could not stand it anymore. He felt that Zhang Zhong was a hypocrite. If Xiao Bao did not do his job properly, would he be willing to do it? Zhang Zhong used his fastest speed to finish the egg. He stopped temporarily and replied, the Ministry of Works has already formed a system of management. It is not too busy. Sir Yuan is looking for me to discuss the construction matters submitted by the local government. At this point, Zhang Zhong did not say anything. He looked at Yuan Xianyao and his hands did not stop moving. He had to eat quickly. The taste would be bad if it turned cold. Yuan Xianyao was just about to take a bite of the pancake when he saw the emperor looking over. He stopped helplessly, that's right. A portion of the local officials have become smarter. They raised different requests according to the development of their respective areas. They also sent over plans and supplementary explanations, requesting for the local government to increase the amount of funds allocated. This involves the infrastructure that the Ministry of Works is in charge of, the seed varieties of the agriculture temple, and the finances of the Ministry of Revenue. I can only find 3 managers to discuss this together. While we were discussing, we suddenly received news that something big has happened in Tubo. The snow is thick and the roads are blocked. There are many houses and tents that have been crushed. There are also commoners buried in the snow and many livestock have died. There is a problem with the food supply. I am anxious and came to find your majesty to ask how to deal with this. If there is no other way, we must urgently activate the Chongping warehouse in the northern area of Jiannan Road. We cannot let the commoners there be alone without help. Yuan Xinyao's eyes looked back and forth between Li Longji, Zhu Zan, and Princess Jincheng to see their reactions. He also wanted to see from the emperor's face if he was sincere in saving them. Li Longji revealed a gratified expression. However, Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng did not look anxious at all. This made Yuan Xianyao very puzzled. You guys are not anxious when there is a disaster? Zhu Zan knew what Yuan Xianyao meant and was unhappy. It was all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as His Majesty. Otherwise, how many people would have died if the officials came to save them? Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said to Yuan Xianyao, we already know about this matter. Xiao Bao has already made arrangements 2 hours ago. There is no need to activate the Chongping warehouse. I have also sent people there to help at all costs. Oh. Yuan Xianyao suddenly understood. The information was already in his hands. How could Zhang Xiaobao not know about it? It's over, I said the wrong thing. I should have been more proactive. Then. I will go back and continue working. Yuan Xianyao wanted to leave. No need. It is the same everywhere. Just do it here. I will also listen. Li Longji asked him to stay and said, eat first. It will not taste good when it is cold. Yes. Yuan Xianyao replied and sat on the chair that someone brought over. He lowered his head and ate. He was really hungry. Even if he was not hungry, he still wanted to eat Zhang Xiaobao's food. It tasted good, but it was not easy to eat Zhang Xiaobao's food. His status was there. Zhang Zhong sat beside his son. Zhang Xiaobao quickly placed the jar of chili sauce over and let his father brush it with every bite. Zhang Zhong was not like other people who ate Zhang Xiaobao's food. He felt that it was right for his son to cook for his father. It was very convenient. He would let Zhang Xiaobao brush some chili sauce and let Wang Wan stuff some chopped green onions and coriander into his father's mouth. "Father, what are most of the plans that were sent up?" Zhang Xiaobao served his father and asked about the situation of the local officials. Zhang Zhong was eating when he heard his son's question. He stopped and said, "Some say they want to build roads, some say they want to build bridges, and some even want to set up a large trade market specifically for the wholesale of handicrafts. There are also railways. Various places are busy building them. In places where the railways do not directly pass through, the officials are anxious and want the imperial court to give them money. There are also railway tracks. They are willing to provide their own labor. There are also railroad ties. Some of the plans are not bad. They are detailed and in line with the local development. Some are just joining in the fun. If you want money, why are you building roads and relay stations beside the Yangtze River? If you have the money, you can build the docks. There is also Pengli Lake. I don't know what the local officials want to do. They want the imperial court to give them money to transport sand and rocks in the middle of the lake and build an island with manpower. They want to build a commodity distribution center on the island. The merchants who come and go will travel by ship. They say that it will show the noble status of the merchants. They can also earn more money during the transportation of the ships. They want the imperial court to give them 4 million strings of cash. It will be completed within 2 years. By then, they can generate 1 million strings of cash annually. At this point, Zhang Zhong gestured for his son to brush the chili sauce. He took a big bite and chewed. He continued, "If they tell others about this plan, others might agree. But if I, your father, saw it and agreed, would be a fool. What does my son do? Someone is actually playing tricks on me. I will directly tell Yuan Xianyao that I do not agree." Yes, father. Eat slowly. I will heat it up for you when it gets cold. You cannot agree. Why build an island in the lake? For million strings of cash to build an island? If you throw in 4 million strings of cash, you won't even see a reef, let alone an island. The water in the lake goes in and out continuously. If a ship of rocks falls, they will be immediately moved to another place. If they really build an island in the middle, the lake will be ruined. Pengli Lake, right? That is Poyang Lake, Jiangzhou. The place where Xiaobei and the others are going. Recently, there have been many incidents there. Is it because the Tang Empire is developing too fast that some officials who think they are capable are unwilling to be left out? Do they want to show their abilities? Wang Wan pointed to the sand table and said. Zhang Xiaobao finally reacted. Why did it sound familiar? It turned out that it was Jiangnan Circuit's Jiangzhou. It was located in the west of Jiangnan. It was the place where the military election was happening. Zhang Xiaobao frowned slightly. He took half of the pancake that his father had eaten, opened it, and put it on the griddle. He added a circle of flour, put in a few slices of ham, swirled the chili sauce, wrapped it up, and gave it to his father. Then, he poured wine and said, "Are they crazy? Do they think that we can't deal with them because they are far away from the capital? For money, they will use all kinds of methods. Did we Li? His Majesty never emphasize economic development as the center? No, we focus on industrial science and technology research, the agriculture temple as the foundation, loyalty to the emperor, patriotism, and morality as the guiding principles. Then, we will speed up the people's living standards, unblock the logistics, promote financial income, and improve the commodity trade." Wang Wan answered. At the same time, she filled Zhang Zhong's glass with the wine that he had just drunk. "You didn't say that regardless of whether it is the black or white path, it is a good path to get money, right?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Don't keep mentioning this. There is no right or wrong in doing things. There is only the strength of execution and the strictness of supervision. Are you saying that there is a big problem in the west of Jiangnan? Someone has started the Great Leap Forward? And it is a great leap forward without any scientific theory to support it? Wang Wan looked at the sand table and began to worry. The Foundation could not keep up. If they wanted to speed up on their own, it could easily cause a situation where they could not cope with it in all aspects. Zhang Xiaobao narrowed his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't let Xiaobei and the others go directly. I am afraid that we don't have enough people. Let them go to Shuzhou and wait. We will mobilize the guards there. I am worried that the people there will take the risk when they know that they have committed a capital offense. Shuzhou is still the place where we call the shots. My family's forces around the area send people to gather in Shuzhou and form a defense team of at least 5,000 people for me. On the Yangtze River front, my family's shipping forces will conduct an internal investigation. After the investigation, keep a close eye on all the docks and ships on both sides of the Yangtze River in the west of Jiangnan. From Jili Prefecture, send the soldiers from Qianzhong Road there on fast boats. They are locals and are familiar with the local environment and climate. They are even more familiar with naval warfare. Protect Xiaobei and the others well. I let Xiaobei and the others go there to play, not to take risks. What is going on there? Investigate. Mobilize all our local intelligence systems. Okay, arrange it immediately. I hope it is not a foreign force causing trouble. We don't have to deal with them in the plan. If other countries are really involved, we can't go there. We can only let other generals go. We have to speed up the progress of the military election. It is not enough to just defend. We have to eat the enemy's vanguard. Wang Wan found the people in the family and arranged things. Zhang Zhong was no longer in the mood to eat. He drank 2 more cups in a row. He held the pancake pan with a slightly smoky face and asked worriedly, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, are you afraid that Xiaobei and the others are in danger? Can't you not go?" "Father, we can't not go. If it is really like what Cuckoo and I think, if we don't go, they will be more arrogant. They will think that both the Zhang family and the Wang family are afraid of them. They may even encourage some people to rebel. I am not afraid of a rebellion. I am afraid that they will attack the surrounding areas in the early stages of the rebellion. Many people will die, and it will have a great impact on the local production and construction. We have to go. If we go, we have to show our toughest side. This is the worst-case scenario. Perhaps what Cuckoo and I are worried about won't happen." Zhang Xiaobao comforted his father. He got up and cut a few more slices of ham. Then, he put it on the pancake pan to make teppanyaki. He pressed the garlic and sprinkled the vinegar. The aroma immediately wafted up. "Father, try this. It is authentic and good ham." Zhang Xiaobao diverted his father's attention so that he would not worry. Zhang Zhong drank another glass of wine and sighed. "Okay, let's eat. Let Xiaobei and the others send a message back every half a day. If they think that someone will cause harm to them, arrest them first. Let the arrested person explain. If they can't explain clearly, bring them back. This ham tastes really good. It's just that it is not easy to make. It takes too long to make. Ordinary people can't eat it. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, don't worry. They won't rebel. When the people's lives are better, who will rebel?" Zhang Zhong, in turn, comforted his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time. She refilled her father-in-law's glass. In order to change the topic, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, do you think we should make some ham sausages? That depends on what's inside. If there's only normal seasoning and the outside of the sausage, then the inside is filled with ham and a small amount of starch. Add more salt, and it's fine to make it. If there's all kinds of glue, it's fine to not make it. I hate to eat some ham sausages the most. They don't even have the sausage skin, so they use other things to replace it. According to the amount of sausages, we have to weigh them and calculate the cost. It's not even as expensive as normal meat. Is that for people to eat? I don't even eat dogs of good breeds. It's fried or roasted. It's disgusting to smell. For people like me who don't have a good appetite, I vomit every time I eat it. Zhang Xiaobao began to feel uncomfortable as he spoke. The taste in his memory was unforgettable. Wang Wan nodded. I don't eat it either. Let's make it according to the instant noodles in our inner courtyard. Use enough ingredients. Whoever dares to cheat will be dealt with first and be charged with endangering public safety. Is that okay? How can there be such a crime now? It's better to say that it's premeditated murder. Zhang Xiaobao laughed. Zhang Zhong didn't understand what the two of them were talking about. The only thing he understood was the sausage. He took a sip of wine and said, "That's because the two of you didn't exist. When I was young, my family was poor. Unlike your mother, they weren't ordinary. When I was young, my family bought some meat back. If the price was cheap, they would buy pig intestines. At that time, we didn't come up with so many ways to make sausage like you. Most people didn't eat it because it was too smelly. No matter how you washed it, it would still smell. Our family had to eat it. We were poor, so we saved all our money. When I grew up, I went to Beijing and met your mother. Your mother brought things to our house. That's how we pooled our money together and made zhuangzi. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of your mother? Your mother's talent is not inferior to your father's. She comes from a good family. I'm satisfied that she can live with your father, not to mention that there's still the two of you." Zhang Zhong began to teach his son and daughter-in-law a lesson about remembering the bitterness and thinking of the sweetness. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but tremble. Although they had never heard their father talk about it before, the two of them had experienced many things. Wang Wan understood very well. She always listened and understood Zhang Xiaobao even more. In the past, no matter how bitter her father-in-law and her family were, could it be more bitter than Xiaobao? However, Xiaobao never changed his love for his children until the last moment of his life. Therefore, Wang Wan really wanted to tell her father-in-law about Xiaobao's past. It was a magnificent scene that couldn't be described as the ups and downs of a sea of people. However, she couldn't say it out loud. She could only patiently listen with Xiaobao. Zhang Zhong wasn't clear about his son and daughter-in-law's past. He only knew that the two children were little immortals who were bestowed by the heavens to their two families. Counting up from the family tree, there were 8 generations. They had to do countless good deeds. Therefore, he was still immersed in his memories. At that time. To be honest, Xiaobao, don't be unhappy. You're capable and the food you make is delicious. However, the best food I've ever eaten wasn't made by you. When I was 7 years old, my mother made me a rice sausage during the New Year. She washed the intestines clean and filled it with rice and rice soup. There were also pieces of oil, which was the leftovers after refining the lard. She added some salt. After it was done, it was usually steamed. However, my father said that it wasn't easy for a child to eat it once. He used wood shavings to smoke it until the intestine was cooked. Even now, I still remember the taste. It was so fragrant. I asked my mother to cut it into thin slices. One slice could be eaten for half a day. After taking a bite, I kept chewing it in my mouth. Therefore, you've also realized that I made this kind of food for you every year. No matter how much seasoning Xiaobao made, I didn't use it. When I first found out that the food you made was delicious, I was worried that you wouldn't want to eat the intestines I made. Later on, when I saw that you enjoyed it so much, I was still very puzzled. When you were a year older, through my observation of the food you eat, I learned that sometimes you have high requirements for the food you eat. Sometimes, you want the best. Sometimes, you have very low requirements. You too can eat a complete bowl of corn and a little salted vegetables. Pour the wine. Zhang Zhong drank the wine as he spoke. He pushed the cup forward. Wang Wan immediately filled it up. She also poured a cup for Zhang Xiaobao and gave him a look. Zhang Xiaobao understood that Wang Wan wanted him to drink with his father. Even if he drank too much, he wanted his father to relax. As for his father's words, he would pick the good ones to remember and forget the bad ones. Since they were drinking wine, he didn't stop them. He raised his cup and said, "Father, Cuckoo and I have already enjoyed wealth. You see what Cuckoo and I make. No matter what ingredients we bring, we know the best way to cook them. But we also know the meaning of life. Just like the rice intestines you mentioned just now, it's delicious because it was made by my grandmother. It contains more than just taste. In this world, no matter how good the chef's skills are, even I can't make the taste of breast milk. Cuckoo and I don't care about suffering. At least it's better than starving. When you mentioned it today, I suddenly had an idea. Shouldn't we make something that makes people reminisce? It doesn't need to taste good, it just needs to be done with the heart. In some people's eyes, the most vulgar things are the real elegance. I always feel that the pronunciation of the local accent is more intimate than the pronunciation of the Chinese character in Chinese. Although Cuckoo and I know many languages, we usually speak the dialect of Sanshui County. Good boy, good boy. Good son, do it. That's right, do it. Father supports you. Go and do it. Make the simplest things and then sell them. Sell them. Don't sell them at an expensive price. Our family doesn't lack money. Hee, Xiaobao, why are you so awesome? You know how to make money for the family since you were young. And Cuckoo, father's good daughter-in-law. She's just like your mother. She's even better than your mother. Your mother is indeed from a big family. Cuckoo, father, doesn't look so noble. And you, when you smile, you're different from other children. Other children smile foolishly, but you're that kind of, what was it again? Zhang Zhong drank a little too much, so the smile on his face was also more. Smile. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Yes, smile. Cheers. Cuckoo, pour the wine. Zhang Zhong ordered Wang Wan without holding back. Others might be afraid of Demoness Cuckoo, but he wasn't. In his eyes, Wang Wan was still that little brat. Wang Wan liked this the most. She immediately filled the wine and glared at Jiangcen, who came over, and asked, "Lord Jiang, is there something you need?" Jiangcen also drank a lot of wine, and it was white wine. He drank it with Ancestor Qida. He promised Ancestor Qida that the Sidong Temple would cultivate new good seeds for tubo, such as corn. Then, he drank it. After drinking 2 bowls, he was confused and ran over to get some scallions to dip in sauce. After drinking white wine, there was no taste in his mouth. If he wanted something stimulating, cucumber and liangpi would do. However, Wang Wan wasn't happy. Her husband and father-in-law were drinking. Why did an outsider come over? Jiangcen wasn't drunk and knew what was going on. He picked up the wine cup in front of Zhang Zhong and drank it in one gulp. "I want some sauce and scallions." "Do you have cucumber?" "Son, cucumber, sauce and scallions are here." Zhang Zhong was drunk, but he wasn't drunk. Seeing that there were no cucumbers on the small table, he said to Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan ordered the people beside her, "Men, go and serve them. Prepare the dishes and the hangover soup." Jiangcen went back happily. Before he left, he said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, you are blessed. Look at your daughter-in-law, she didn't take care of Xiaobao. Of course, let's drink another cup." Zhang Zhong pulled Jiangcen to drink another cup. He had been drinking wine the whole time. Jiangcen mixed it with white wine first. After drinking a cup of wine, his body swayed and he left with a smile. "Son, why don't you drink with Lord Jiang?" "It's okay, I know he can drink more than me. You see, he is drunk now. If he drinks more, he will still be drunk. Unlike me, your father, I will be drunk in a while. When the time comes, you and Cuckoo will serve me." Zhang Zhong knew his own alcohol tolerance, so he spoke first. Zhang Xiaobao had a high alcohol tolerance. Not to mention a few cups of wine, even a few cups of white wine would be fine. After hearing his father's words, he nodded vigorously. Father, you don't have to worry about drinking too much. You drink. Mother is not here, and Grandpa and Grandma are out playing. No one will say anything about you. Let's drink. Okay, let's drink. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Zhong rarely drank outside. Even if he drank, he did not drink much. Recently, he had not been able to see his family. Now that he finally saw his son and daughter-in-law, the pressure in his heart was reduced a lot. Moreover, because he was beside his son, he did not care. If he drank too much, his son and daughter-in-law would take care of him. He picked up the wine and drank. After drinking, he asked his son, "Where were we just now?" "We were talking about the rice sausage you ate when you were young." Zhang Xiaobao still had to remind him. "Yes, rice sausages. It's good stuff. You have to sell it. As a brand, I understand now. Some rich people don't care about how good the food is, but how comfortable it is to eat. Even if you give them some cucumber strips or garlic, they will be willing to spend money if they are happy eating it. I have observed a lot of people who suddenly become rich. They are afraid that others will look down on them and say that they have no money. Therefore, when they order outside, they will order the most expensive dishes. In the end, even if they are cheated, they will not dare to say anything. They are afraid of losing face. After all, they are treating others to a meal. How can they lose face? Tell me, son." Something like this happened in Savant's restaurant. The price was clearly written on the menu, and they came to eat. "You said that you should just order according to the menu." "No, the full reign sold on the menu is 12 abalone. It means 12 abalone. The price is not cheap. 1 abalone costs 10 strings of cash." In the end, the person who was treated by him casually asked about the price. Zhang Zhong was a little sleepy. He forced himself to stay awake and said. Zhang Xiaobao could not tell if his father could fall asleep at any time. He asked the servants to prepare first. If his father drank too much later, he would have to be carried out. He would also have to be fed soup to protect his stomach. Then, he asked, "Father, what did he say? What else could it be?" That person said that he heard that there are bigger abalones. In the end, this person wants to save face and insisted on getting 6 abalones from Savant's restaurant. That is Savant's restaurant. Even if you want 1 abalone, as long as you pre-order in advance and can afford it, you will be able to find it. In the end, when the dishes were served and he paid, he was stunned. The dishes on the table cost more than 1,000 strings of cash. The things he asked for are expensive. At Savant's restaurant, you can spend 10,000 strings of cash and still get something of value. Sigh. Zhang Zhong paused when he said this. Before Zhang Xiaobao could continue, he continued, "For our family's business, it is natural for us to earn a lot of money. We use enough ingredients and have a good reputation. However, there are some places that do not use good ingredients and still cost a lot of money. Especially tourist attractions, right?" Zhang Xiaobao finally knew what his father wanted to say. "Yes, that's right. What do you think we should do?" After Zhang Zhong said this, he leaned on the table and fell asleep. He did not vomit or make a fuss. Zhang Xiaobao drank the wine in his cup and looked at Wang Wan in shock. Wang Wan was also stunned. She asked, "Something happened so soon? How long has the tourism industry started? Where is it?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem to be in Beijing. I have been watching. Xiaobei and the others are also in Beijing. Who dares to play this game in Beijing?" Zhang Xiaobao was also confused. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaobao filled the wine and brought it to Jiang Xian. He interrupted the conversation between Jiang Xin and Princess Jincheng and asked, "Lord Jiang, I'd like to ask you something. Do you know which part of the Great Tang is the worst place to travel?" Is it the place where people get cheated? Jiang Tsun was still bragging about the seeds of the Sinangsi and was very unhappy to be interrupted. He turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Xiaobao. He became sober again. He rubbed his face vigorously with his hands and said, "Yes, there really is. The people sent by the Sea Agriculture Temple to that place replied to me. They said that Jiangzhou was originally very close to Shuzhou, and there was also an iron chain bridge that you guys built there. Then they collected money. There were all kinds of ways to collect money. Crossing the bridge required money. Getting off the bridge required people to pull the cart. If you did not take the cart, you were not allowed to take that road. The other roads were very difficult to travel. If you took the cart, it would be expensive. Your family also wants to open a tourism place there? No, your family has a place in Shuzhou. If your family opens a business there, it will be difficult for others to do it." Jiang Tsun was confused. After talking to Zhang Xiaobao, he raised his cup to Zhu Zan, "Qi da. Just now we were talking about the planting of corn, right? Now let's talk about potatoes. Potatoes are delicious. You can fry them or stew them. Even if you roast them, there is another benefit. Listen to me." Zhang Xiaobao was no longer in the mood to see how drunk Zhu Zan and Jiang Tsun were. He glanced at Li Longji who was sitting next to him. Li Longji didn't seem to care who drank too much. His expression was indifferent and he occasionally added a few words. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao looking over, he asked, "Xiaobao, have you found the problem?" "Yes, I want to know who is behind Jiangzhou. It gives me the feeling that everything is for money. This won't do. The local government seems to have been kidnapped by a force. You have to send an order to Xiaobei and the others. That is to capture and kill people at will. Because there is someone there who is embezzling the revenue of Tang Dynasty through various means. It is just that the means are very subtle. Even I didn't discover it directly. If we don't control it, it will cause a lot of harm. This person is definitely not ordinary. He is much stronger than the people from Tibet and Japan." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care if this fee was high or that place was expensive. What he cared about was why so many things pointed to one place in the end. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's solemn words, Li Longji also became serious. He asked, "Why, Xiaobao, are you worried that you can't deal with it? What do I have to worry about? It is easy to deal with the people behind this. I am afraid that by the time I make a move, they will have caused too much harm to that place. Even if I catch them all, it won't be able to make up for the loss of the people. Do I have to ask the imperial court to pay for it?" Zhang Xiaobao was very angry. The problem he encountered was not big nor small. If he took care of it, it would affect his energy. If he didn't, the other party would slowly form a force. From the current situation, the other party already had a certain foundation. It was just that he didn't know what level it had reached. If he didn't take action now, when the other party continued to grow, it would be painful for him to take action. Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao's words were serious. He thought for a while and said, "I will listen to you this time. Pass down my order. Tang Dynasty's 9-man patrol team will investigate the situation in Jiangzhou. If there is a need, they will have full authority to deal with it. Kill first and report later. Do not investigate." After the order was passed down, Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He greeted the others and returned to the place just now. Looking at his father who was sleeping, he instructed the people around him, "Bring a cushion over and put my father on it. Carry him to a quiet place. Don't wake him up. Xiaobao, who do you think it is? Which faction is it? The local officials give me the feeling that they are very obedient." Wang Wan waited for Zhang Zhong to be carried away and asked, "I hope it is not a religious faction. That is the hardest to get rid of. Humans are always easily deceived." Zhang Xiaobao said worriedly. Chapter 1021. At noon the next day, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had finished most of their work, had lunch. They walked along the riverside for an hour, then took a bath for another hour. They found a house with good soundproofing, performed the rites, and fell into a deep sleep. At around 8:00 in the morning, they woke up, washed up, and had lunch. At 9 o'clock, everyone was in position and the military exercise began again. Zhang Xiaobao returned to his command center and recalled the arrangement before resting. He passed down orders. 4th Division, 3rd Battalion, 4th Battalion, pick up the pace and head east. Start the construction work at 225 Highland. Build 2 layers of hidden fortifications. After that, 3rd Battalion will attract the enemy's firepower. 4th Battalion will rest. When the first layer of fortifications is destroyed, continue the construction work. The messenger ran out to pass down the order. Zhang Xiaobao played with the binoculars in his hands. He looked up at the ceiling and continued to give orders. 3rd Division, 1 Brigade, 1 Regiment, make a large number of scarecrows. Everyone take 1 scarecrow and cooperate with 225 Highland. Go to the left side of the Highland and set up an ambush. Every 15 minutes, a team from each battalion will spread out and arrange the situation. Move in a small area. The rest of the team will move the scarecrows around them to create the illusion that they are alive. 3rd Division, 1 Brigade, 3 Regiments, go to the side of the 1st Division, 313 Highland. Start the construction work and make a layer of cover. Make scarecrows with the same number of scarecrows. Leave 1 battalion to shake the scarecrows. The other 2 battalions hide on both sides of the hill. Prepare oil and other materials to start the fire and attack according to the direction of the wind. 1st Division, 3rd Brigade, 4th Brigade, take out your multi-layered bamboo armor and stand guard at Highland 737, which is 20 li from the first peak of Mount Huangshan. If the enemy forces attack, look down from the high ground and charge with 1 battalion. 2nd Division, 2nd Brigade, and 1st Regiment, cooperate with the 3rd Brigade and 4th Brigade of the 1st Division to set up fortifications on the 737 Highland. Make rolling logs and chisel boulders. 2nd Division, 2nd Brigade, and 2nd Regiment, hide at the back of the hill and choose the time to attack. The 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division will be the reserve brigade. The 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade will be the attacking unit. The 3rd Regiment of the 4th Division will be the attacking unit. With a distance of 300 meters, the whole unit will charge forward quickly without any regard for casualties. Lure the enemy to attack and expose the position of the troops. Give 1 to each brigade of the 2nd Division, 1 to each brigade of the 1st Division, 1 to each brigade of the 1st Division, 1 to each brigade of the 2nd Division, and 1 to each regiment of the 2nd Division. Each combat unit will act according to the situation. The objective is to kill the enemy's effective forces, deplete the enemy's firepower reserves, and make it look like the main force is here. A series of orders were passed down, and Zhang Xiaobao was left with only a single large group of soldiers, which had been reinforced to 1,000. Wang Wan, who was in the other room, had nothing else to do. She had already made the necessary arrangements. Now, she had to wait for the situation of the logistics team before she could make the next arrangements. Little girl, how much will we have to pay in order to kill 20,000 of the enemy's vanguard? The commander in Wang Wan's room looked at the sand table. He seemed a little nervous, or rather excited. He was finally going to fight for real. What's the rush? It's not 20,000, it's 15,000. The other 5,000 were taken out by the logistics team that was moving freely. With the main force and the sacrifices of so many logistics teams, how could we not take out 15,000? What I want isn't to eat up all of Zhang Shogui's soldiers, but to force him into the mountains of Huangshan. I'll leave him with around 1,800 people to defend the high ground and report to the enemy's central army that our main force is in the Huangshan region. I'll give them a grinding battle. The commanders of our army on the other side of the forest fire area will definitely understand my intentions and constantly harass the enemy's central army. When the time comes, I'll have Huzi lead 20,000 of you through the forest fire area to the port of Hangzhou. We'll constantly throw in small groups of soldiers to prevent the enemy from comfortably entering the port to resupply. Let's see how they'll defeat me. After transporting soldiers for such a long distance, the vanguard didn't first defend the shore, but instead wanted to launch a surprise attack on me. Do they really think I'm made of clay? Wang Wan coldly laughed. At this moment, Zhang Shougui was truly regretting his decision. He especially admired the general who had set up the forest fire. The setting of the forest fire had been too crucial. The setting of the forest fire had turned what should have been a tactical action into a strategic containment. My vanguard's first brigade probably won't survive. Did Wang Wan really run over there? My division's arrangement in the Huangshan region should be effective. Have we still not gotten in touch with the Central Army? Zhang Shougui was still insisting on the military decision to go to the Huangshan region. The remaining 15,000 vanguard soldiers were to defend the Huangshan region, where they could attack or retreat. After muttering to himself, he asked the messenger about the radio station team he had sent. Reporting, because the distance is too far, communications have not yet been restored. We also did not discover the enemy's first battalion tailing us. We only killed 22 people. The messenger reported. Order Zhao Hanzhong to pick up the pace. I don't believe that the enemy won't put up any defenses here. Have Zhao Hanzhong force his way through and quickly find out what the enemy's unit at the foot of the Huangshan region is. If the enemy is defending, let them attack the same way they did during the sword meet at Mount Hua. I don't want to have a small group of enemy troops constantly eyeing me. Zhang Shougui gave another order, and his request was very specific. Zhao Hanzhong, who was leading the 5,000 vanguard troops as the vanguard commander, looked at the sand table upon receiving the order. Our army will form 3 horizontal lines. Each line will be 1 li apart. Advance quickly. Wind direction. Wind direction, due west. Level 4 to 5. The messenger reported the wind direction. Good wind. Find a high ground suitable for taking off. My vanguard's 30 gliders will send out 15 to scout the ground. Zhao Hanzhong was just about to say send out all of them when he suddenly remembered the hot air balloon team. They had taken off together and died tragically. Before they could even see the enemy, they had been blown down. According to Zhao Hanzhong's request, the referees found a place suitable for taking off. 15 small models of gliders were set up. Half a day later, Zhao Hanzhong received news that the enemy troops had hidden themselves and occupied high ground. They had even thrown down a few grenades, killing more than 10 people. Report the enemy's depth and number of people. Zhao Hanzhong asked the messenger about the gliders controlled by 15 people. It was impossible for him to arrange for 15 people to actually take off, so he had to rely on the referees. Report, the enemy's number is unknown. Rough estimate is around 50,000. If our army takes a detour to Mount Huangshan, we can avoid the enemy's troops on the high ground. If our army wants to take the shortest distance, we will face them head-on and form a siege. The messenger reported. How many? Zhao Hanzhong was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. There are 50,000 enemy troops at the foot of Mount Huangshan. Main force, send a telegram to the main camp. We've discovered the enemy's main force. 2 high ground, 1 small hill, 1 plain, and 1 depression are at the center of the 3 points. The enemy's 50,000 troops are defending. 50,000? Unless Wang Wan is an idiot, she wouldn't send 50,000 troops to 3 points. And that 1 high ground isn't a high ground. That hill is more than 100 meters high. She might have thousands or even tens of thousands of people there. Isn't she afraid that I'll flatten that hill? Even if Zhang Shougui was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that Wang Wan would send 50,000 troops to 2 high ground and 1 depression. If Wang Wan really made such arrangements, then with her level, she wasn't suited to teach others military lessons. Even if the commanders in her family studied for another 80 years, they still wouldn't be able to reach their current level. Report back. Ask General Zhao if he would arrange such a defense when he clearly knows that the enemy has scouting methods. From now on, General Zhao's troops will act as they see fit. My troops will slowly approach. Zhang Shougui was very dissatisfied with Zhao Hanzhang's action of sending a message without using his brain. Zhao Hanzhang received the order. After thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. The main force was there. Even if Wang Wan wasn't there, the 50,000 main force was definitely from the first batch of academy students. How could the first batch of people that Wang Wan brought out be so few? How could she expose her military strength so clearly? Fuck, it's fake, it's all fake. Let's not care about the other two highlands for now. Go and destroy that small hill for me. Scouts, rush up there. Use 20 gliders and fly up there for me to see. My second brigade, occupy that small hill for me first. Zhao Hanzhang cursed and gave the order. 20 gliders took off. A regiment of 1,500 people, pushing a few cannons, moved towards the small hill. The scouts also followed. Not long after, the aerial scouts returned with news that they had discovered the numbers of 2 battalions. The estimated number of people was 1,000. They also determined that some of them were fake. 2 battalions, 1,000 people. That's the configuration of a regular army. It's not Zhang Xiaobao's logistics troops. He always likes to have 700 people in a battalion. Could it really be a regular army? There are even fake people. Scouts, rush up. Gliders, continue to investigate. Zhao Hanzhang judged based on the numbers and numbers. He felt that he understood Zhang Xiaobao better and was willing to create an independent battalion. For example, the 8 battalions of Fan Metro Cavalry that he had given to Wang Wan actually had 1,000 people in each battalion. Report, our scouts have heard gunshots. No one has returned after half an hour. The messenger ran in and reported loudly. At the same time, he put a few models that represented smoke on the sand table. General Zhao, our 20 gliders have disappeared. Smoke billowed on both sides of the high ground. They are being carried by the wind and are floating towards our army. Oh my God, they are playing this again. Is it because if my aerial troops fly a little lower, they will use smoke? According to this, my 20 gliders are gone? Zhao Hanzhang was very depressed. He thought that the other party's method was too despicable. Of course, he didn't know that even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's aerial troops wanted to fight, the ground troops would still use smoke. Even if the smoke couldn't make the aircraft come down, it would make the aircraft unable to aim and guide. The ground troops would use smoke and all kinds of burning debris to make the aircraft attack the personnel. They could only use their eyes to estimate the approximate position of the enemy and then manually lock on. If there was a country that didn't have such technology or even surface-to-air missiles, then they could only wait to be beaten. When a group of tanks moved, when the aircraft looked down from the sky, it was a sea of smoke. The radar's heat reaction light spots were everywhere. Since it was useful at that time, how could Wang Wan not use it now? Even if the aircraft flew high and couldn't be smoked, the aircraft wouldn't be able to see the situation below clearly. Orders, the artillery troops will cover. 2nd Regiment will charge. I'm really convinced. After fighting for so long, it has become like this again. Zhao Hanzhang felt very sullen. Before coming, he had thought of countless battle tactics and strategies. In his mind, he could simulate how the other party would suffer and how great the losses would be. In the end, when they really met, what air and ground cooperation, what special forces attack, what mobile firepower net coverage, and so on, they couldn't be used. The other party dug a trench, released smoke, guarded the small hill, and the teams on both sides of the hill cooperated with each other. The only thing he could do was to advance with artillery fire, and the attacking team followed. 1st Regiment, attack the team on the left of the hill. 3rd Regiment, attack the team on the right. Don't get close. Be careful of the smoke. Zhao Hanzhang was qualified to be able to guess the other party's shameless methods. When the glider was smoked down, he considered whether the other party would use smoke to cover and fight hand to hand. Your Majesty, we should strengthen security measures. On the ground, using smoke to deal with air troops is too useful. Even if Shui Yun is sent here, she won't be able to make any useful judgments when she sees the smoke below. We can't let anyone spread this. Otherwise, when Cuckoo leads the army to war in the future, how many good men will the Tang Empire lose? Which child isn't born to their parents? Empress Wang saw the situation of the battle on the sand table in the center and immediately realized the effect of smoke. Whether there was no wind or no wind, the attacking side couldn't expect the air troops to have much of an advantage unless they flew very high from the beginning. Although they could avoid the attack, they couldn't complete the reconnaissance mission. Li Longji's reaction wasn't as intense as Empress Wang's. He nodded and said, "Attack with smoke and throw spears against the wind. It's been like this since ancient times. Even if the secret isn't leaked, others can figure it out. It's Zhao Hanzhong's own stupidity. If he changed his position and Cuckoo attacked, he wouldn't be so restricted. I don't understand. Why do we have to attack? Can't we just go around it? There aren't many supplies on the hill. Can a hill of more than 100 meters be considered a high ground? What's the point of attacking it?" Empress Wang thought about it and retorted, "Your Majesty, that's 3 battalions. If we don't attack, why don't we just go around it and let them attack from behind? If we attack from behind, we have to go down the hill and gather. Otherwise, if we spread out, we'll be attacked one by one. A brigade will leave a regiment in front to interrupt the attack. The other 2 regiments will turn around and attack from behind under the cover of artillery fire. Did you see how Kong Lu charged through the layers of defense? Once we reach the flat ground, cold weapons are like steamed buns, meat buns that are specially used to feed dogs. With a single charge, 3 battalions will be wiped out. When fighting against Cuckoo, we can't fight according to conventional means. Look at Xiao Bao's logisticians. They're built from the ground up. If you don't attack, I'll dig down and endure cannon fire time and time again. If you charge, I'll use the trenches to engage you in close combat. Rather than saying that they're native troops, it's better to say that they're the hot-blooded heroes of Great Tang. They're guarding a place and are willing to fight to the last man. With such an army, I don't want to send them out to invade. No matter how well they fight, there will definitely be casualties. My heart aches for them." Li Longji thought back to a certain day a year later when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gathered their troops and logisticians to go on an expedition to Duo. His mood instantly turned sour. He couldn't bear to send any Great Tang soldiers to their deaths. Zuzan Chide had already experienced Wang Wan's viciousness. Even now, he still had a shadow in his heart. He felt sad for his men who died in the battle for Tubo, but he also felt proud of the soldiers that Wang Wan led. The troops that were initially scattered were reorganized by Wang Wan. After that, they were promised compensation in the name of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, and their fighting strength increased exponentially. Now that he thought about it, he should have just surrendered back then. At that time, fewer Great Tang soldiers would have died. Thus, when he heard Li Longji's words, he also felt sad. He persuaded, "Your Majesty, for the happiness of more people in Great Tang, we must fight. However, logisticians must follow up. For example, artillery fire. This subject admits that it is difficult to fight a civil engineering team. However, Cuckoo said that for the safety of a single Great Tang soldier, she is willing to throw down millions of artillery shells. This subject will issue a military order. If Cuckoo's team attacks, the logisticians will pass through this subject. This subject cannot allow the speed of transportation to double. This subject will carry the artillery shells myself. Otherwise, this subject will send my head to the capital." Everyone was moved by Zuzan Chide's words. Only Wu Huifei had a different opinion. At the side, she said, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Xiao Bao won't let Great Tang soldiers risk their lives. This subject remembers that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo told Your Majesty that in the past year, they were training their soldiers and using other methods to weaken Duo. Back then, it was your majesty who gave the order to attack Tubo. They were developing well in Shuzhou, but you insisted that they organize the logisticians. In the end, they became the main force. Xiao Bao spent most of his energy on organizing the logisticians. When they reached Tubo, he found the time to scheme against others. However, Xiao Bao won't let you cause trouble now. He must have made preparations. Let's not talk about the past. We don't feel good about it either. Back then, we didn't do anything bad. We just wanted to give credit to Zhang family and Wang family. Who would have thought that when they reached Pengzhou, they would still advance despite knowing what was ahead? You're saying that Xiao Bao wants to make the first move and cooperate with Cuckoo's army so that Great Tang won't have to sacrifice as many soldiers? Every time Li Longji thought about what happened back then, he felt a lingering fear. However, it was also in that battle that Cuckoo showed her talent. Xiao Bao strategized, and Shui Yun roared in the sky. Otherwise, who would have known their true abilities? As they were speaking, Zhang Xiao Bao came over and heard the general idea. He said, "A real man doesn't talk about the embarrassment of the past. What we're talking about now is bragging and not mentioning a single word about being beaten and bullied. That, may I ask, are we allowed to use special weapons?" Chapter 10:22. What weapon? The others asked in unison. It's. Many diseases are contagious, and people die. The process from contagion to death is relatively long. For example, it might take a few months to a year and a half. We natives have specially sampled a group of people like this. We also have some insects with diseases on them. We'll use them on the battlefield. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Li Longji and the others shuddered from time to time. Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Li Longji interrupted him. "Xiaobao, it's too late for you to say this now. You didn't mention it in the beginning. I know your methods, and they're ruthless. However, the purpose of the military examination is to let the generals understand Tang's army. Your infectious diseases and poisonous insects won't be of any help to Tang. Whether our enemies use these methods or not, we need military doctors. The medical academy is also researching ways to cure various diseases. Didn't you say that our medical academy will be able to solve the diseases immediately if you bring them out? If that's the case, they won't be of much help to Tang's army. Tang can't raise a group of sick people to attack other countries." Empress Wang nodded. Wu Huifei's eyes lit up. She liked to play tricks. After listening to Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor, she interjected. "Little treasure, are you saying that we can let the medical school's people advance with the army and capture other people for research? It's just like the medical team that Lu Zhou sent out to treat the people on the other islands. However, the medical personnel on the island didn't deliberately use poison. During the treatment process, they lacked protective measures. Even if it's a minor illness, they can still perform major surgery." Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a determined gaze. He knew how cruel it was to do it, but he still had to do it. "Is there a specific way to cure the injuries?" Qida asked. He wanted to say that it was against the harmony of heaven, but he changed his words in the end. Zhang Xiaobao understood what he meant. He replied, "Yes, it's against the harmony of heaven, but there's a way. There's not much difference between a doctor and an assassin. For example, Cuckoo and I, we feel that we've earned every extra day we live. We don't care about the heavenly punishment. Using others to study the laws and treatment methods of diseases can be used on the people of the Great Tang. I brought up this matter today so that your majesty and the others can be mentally prepared. Many years later, you might be cursed incessantly. How can we care about what will happen many years later? Many years later, when the common people of the Great Tang learn of what we have done for them, I believe that we will be passed down as a deity who protects their safety and health, ha. And you and Cuckoo, don't keep looking at the sand table. If you don't like it, I'll kick you out." When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he didn't even think about it and said indifferently. Zhang Xiaobao retracted his gaze from the sand table. Actually, he couldn't see anything. The sand table was so big, and the model was so small. If he didn't get close, he could only see a pile of things. I didn't. It's just a habit. In truth, it's nothing much. In the future, when the Great Tang develops well, we can just give the countries that were bullied some money, and many people will forget what happened back then. Compared to the Great Tang, they will realize that their lives are too poor. To be able to use the good products of the Great Tang, travel to the Great Tang, or even immigrate to the Great Tang, to them, this is the life of a deity. Give them some benefits and use the economy to plunder them. Let alone those people who have no direct relationship with them, even those related to their ancestors, they will forget. Xiao Bao, don't get agitated. What's wrong with you? That time when you took the imperial examination, you vomited blood because of something. Doctor of medicine, come over here. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao's face was even redder than before. When he heard the content of the conversation, he felt that Xiao Bao was feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly waved his hands. It's nothing. I can't vomit blood this time. I'll always vomit. Right now, Cuckoo and I are bullying others. Thank the heavens. This is why we have to do more things that go against the heavens. Actually, I just thought of something. Don't touch me, I already said that I'm fine. Zhang Xiaobao had many things that he couldn't tell others. The only person he could confide in was Wang Wan. After comforting himself, he recovered his emotions and shook off the doctor's hand that came over to take his pulse. The doctor was very dedicated. Even if he couldn't take Zhang Xiaobao's pulse, he didn't force him. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao, looking at his complexion and breathing rhythm. He didn't dare to be negligent. If something really happened to Zhang Xiaobao, the emperor wouldn't need to do anything. The emperor would just throw him out on the streets and say that he didn't do his best. In this short period of time, Wang Wan had already heard the news. She hurriedly ran over and looked at Zhang Xiaobao, asking, "Who provoked you again?" "No, no one. They said that the military doctors followed the army to fight. In addition to treating their own people, they also used other people to study the virus." As they talked, I became happy and thought of a new weapon. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and pulled Wang Wan to sit on his lap as he explained. Wang Wan didn't break free. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she understood what the other party thought of. She followed up, "You thought of a biological weapon? It's more difficult to collect poisonous gas than oxygen. It's not easy to take protective measures, but we can use incendiary bombs." "Good idea. Let people study it as soon as possible. When we go to war, we can destroy all the trenches and bunkers. If they're really benevolent and righteous, how can they fight a war?" "You came over just to talk about this? You're so free that you're chatting with people instead of commanding. Let's see what you're going to do if you can't complete your tactical objectives. Let Dr. Ho feel your pulse." Wang Wan took Zhang Xiaobao's hand and handed it to the doctor surnamed Ho. She knew that he had reached the position of doctor. It was impossible not to pay attention to him. When they wanted to establish the Tang Academy of Sciences, they had to get him in. The doctor first felt Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, then his right hand. After feeling it, he said to everyone, "It's nothing." It seems that he was a little tired yesterday or in the last few hours. There's no need to get medicine. When it's time to eat, it's fine to have more meat. The doctor said it calmly. Wang Wan blushed and jumped down from Zhang Xiaobao's lap. She pulled a chair and sat there without saying anything. Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise, "You can even tell? Isn't it too fake?" "How is it fake? Look at your pulse." "Stop talking. You're amazing. I'll eat crabs for dinner." Zhang Xiaobao didn't let the doctor continue. "Crabs won't do. It's cold. Besides, it's spring. Where are you going to find crabs? The crabs that were frozen last autumn don't taste good. If you want to eat seafood, you can eat sea fish or mutton. If there are cows, you can eat beef. Ordinary people can't eat it. You won't be lacking in beef. The doctor still had a serious look on his face as he discussed with Zhang Xiaobao about food and nutrition. Zhu Zan reminded him kindly, "Xiaobao, when Madam and I came over, we brought the yaks from our place. They're still alive. Along the way, they lost weight. Many of them died. We sold them to the restaurants that passed by. After we arrived in the capital, we've raised them for a few days. They should be fine. Let me tell you, those yaks. Let's talk about the main thing. I know that your yaks are good. I believe that Xiao Bao's body is also very good. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how do you use the biological weapons and incendiary bombs that you mentioned?" Li Longji saw that the topic had changed and quickly corrected it. He was very interested in war weapons. He was always afraid that others would use advanced weapons to attack the Tang Empire. He felt that with every step forward in the research of weapons, the gap between the Tang Empire and the Tang Empire would shrink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to explain the functions and effects of the two weapons. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't as professional as Wang Wan. Wang Wan had a very thorough understanding of the weapons. As she explained the functions, she also explained the tactical coordination around the weapons. Zhang Xiaobao mainly explained the reaction of the human body after being hit by the weapons. For example, the incendiary bombs. They burned for a long time and covered a large area. During the burning process, they produced poisonous gas and caused a lack of oxygen to the shallow underground fortifications. Hearing this, Li Longji and the others broke out in cold sweat. Qi de Zhu Zan was also glad that his Tufan didn't persist. "Xiao Bao, according to what you said, there isn't an army in the world that can defeat a team with such weapons. Hurry up and research it." Li Longji wiped his sweat and said excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads at the same time and said together, "No, there is an army that can contend against them." "What army?" Li Longji asked in disbelief. "Our Tang Empire's army can do it. Perhaps the number of casualties will be several times more, but the enemy will definitely not retreat. Even if someone can blow up the mountain that our Tang Empire occupies and think that it is a land of death, if he dares to attack, he will still have to suffer a fierce counterattack." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and said to Li Longji with a smile. Wang Wan replied with an affirmative smile, "Yes, our Tang Empire's army can do it. Even if we have to sacrifice several times more lives, in the end, what we are fighting for is not only the weapon, but also the soul of an entire nation. On the battlefield, what we display is the soul of an army. When 10 lives are exchanged for one of the enemies, what we are testing is the other party's will. The more advanced the weapon is, the more people cherish their lives. Some people fight for wealth, while others fight for glory. I am most afraid of encountering enemies who fight for survival. Thus, I have always requested that the soldiers of the Tang Empire have 2 things. First, they must learn knowledge so that they can immediately take over the position of the commander after his death. Even if they are alone, they must be clear of the strategy and tactics of the team. Second, they must have family members. It would be best if they have a few brothers with a wife and children. This kind of team is the strongest. In front of them is the enemy, but behind them is their family. So, they must use their lives to exchange for the enemy?" Princess Jincheng asked. "Yes, use their lives to exchange for the enemy until they tremble. Even if blood flows like a river, they must not retreat. If the soldiers of a country are afraid of death and turn around to flee or surrender when they see the enemy's ferocious attack, then that country deserves to be bullied," Zhang Xiaobao said. He thought of many small countries that were bullied. Basically, when the enemy's attack was a little fierce, they would be scared to death. They would invest tens of thousands of soldiers to defend the place, and hundreds of them would die. In the end, in 2 to 3 days, the place would be taken down by the enemy. If they were afraid of death, who could they blame? Sometimes, Zhang Xiaobao would think, and he had also discussed it with Wang Wan. If it was their national army, how could an army of tens of thousands be taken down in 2 to 3 days? They could just throw an atomic bomb. Otherwise, how big of a price would the enemy have to pay? Zhu Qida was unhappy. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao was talking about him. However, his men were not afraid of death. The main thing was that they lacked a good commander. Therefore, he said, Xiaobao, there are times when human strength is not enough, right? Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood. I'm not talking about you. We are fighting because of internal conflicts. We are a family, just like brothers sometimes fight. When Cuckoo and I go to war, you still have to help take care of the logistics. We can rest assured. Li Longji also said, if I'm not talking about you, are we enemies? My sister is married to you. I'm talking about the enemy of the great Tang without a princess. Yes, that's what I meant. I'm just asking. What else could Zhu Qida say? Xiaobao, let's go back. They are still fighting. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao was fine and was concerned about the situation of the battle. Let's go back. I wanted to use other methods, but they didn't agree. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and pulled Wang Wan out. Li Longji and the others watched the two of them leave. They gathered together to discuss the matter that the two of them had just mentioned. The battle was still going on. Zhao Hanzhong was facing the same problem as Yang Chang. There were a total of 3 camps on the 100-meter high ground. There was one on the top of the mountain and one at the bottom of the mountain. With only 3 regiments, they were unable to charge over. After the cannon fire, they charged. Surprisingly, the enemy could still counterattack, and it was very fierce. However, Zhao Hanzhong already knew what was going on. There was a problem with the fortifications and the direction of the wind. The wind blew against them. Regardless of whether the enemy was on the mountain or on the plains, they had fortifications. When the cannon fire landed, some of the fortifications were destroyed, while others were still standing. Furthermore, there was another layer of fortifications under the fortifications. The enemy's scarecrows were very effective. When the cannon fire hit them, the scarecrows were set ablaze. When his troops charged, other than the smoke from the cannon fire, there was also smoke from the scarecrows. If they charged too slowly, the effect of the cannon fire would be weakened. Moreover, if they were too far away, the smoke would be very uncomfortable. But if they charged too quickly, they would be in close contact with the enemy. They felt that the most shameless method of the other party was to not run when they countercharged. Instead, they would lie on the ground and quickly crawl and roll horizontally to change positions to advance. This was too demanding of their own marksmanship. There was already smoke, and they still had to hit the ground. The enemy would roll and advance without any pattern. They could only rely on confusion. When they came into contact with the enemy, it would be a bayonet against a broadsword or a spear. This was no joke. Yes, if they crawled forward, they would be less affected by the smoke. The natives are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Zhao Hanzhong scratched his head in front of the sand table. Of course, he was just saying this out of anger. He didn't believe that the natives were so smart. Reporting, our troops attacking the mountain have been shot down again. The enemy used rolling logs. The messenger reported to Zhao Hanzhong. Rolling logs? Are there any nails on the logs? Zhao Hanzhong asked. Reporting, no, there are no nails. However, there are streaks in the middle of the logs. There are things that cause smoke. Wherever the logs roll, there is smoke. The messenger replied. Zhao Hanzhong nodded. Understood. When he looked at the sand table again, he suddenly slapped his head and said to himself, why was I so stupid? So what if I shot down the mountain? I'm not even defending. There are still troops behind me. Can't I just charge over? What can they do to me? Men, pass down my order. Gather 3 regiments of troops and advance with the cannon fire. charged directly from the north of Highland 113. How can 3 regiments not be able to deal with your battalion? Zhao Hanzhong finally understood and gave the order. Chapter 10:23. Once Zhao Hanzhong changed his strategy, the results were immediately apparent. Of the 3 battalions of the 3rd Regiment, 1 battalion was directly facing Zhao Hanzhong's charge, while the other 2 battalions were on the other side of the hill. The battalions on the hill were hit by a wave of cannon fire and were forced to retreat into their fortifications. When they reappeared, Zhao Hanzhong's troops had already left the range of the hill. The other battalion had been waiting to engage in positional warfare. When they saw the enemy retreat, they waited for the next wave of attacks. However, after waiting for a while, they did not see the enemy attack again. Only the rumbling of cannons could be heard. For a moment, they did not know what was going on. This bastard has learned to be smart. Motherfucker, they're all coming for me? I think there are at least 3 regiments. Is there a need to use cannon fire to advance? Order all the troops to hide. After the cannon fire, retreat immediately. We're not going to fight anymore. Go up the hill and meet up with the 1st Battalion. Sun Quan looked at the sand table and cursed as he gave the order. His battalion was facing the charge of Zhao Hanzhong's 3 regiments. When he retreated to the hill and met up with the 1st Battalion, there were only about 160 people left out of the original 500. He also went to the room of the 1st Battalion's commander and stared at him speechlessly. Brother, this battle is not going to be easy. The tiger finally knows how to climb a tree. 3 regiments against 1 battalion, and I've been judged to be injured. Sun Quan said to the commander and regiment commander of the 1st Battalion, Fan Zhu. Fan Zhu nodded. My troops can't do anything. The range of the long-range weapons is not enough when we're on high ground. If I bring people down, we'll be facing a rain of bullets. Then, he relaxed his eyebrows and said, but it's not a big deal. Let's see how many people the 3rd Battalion can come back. Their losses are not as great as yours. If we gather our troops again, we should have at least 600 to 700 people. My losses are not small either. Cannons, after all, they are cannons. They don't have 3 full regiments now. We've lost at least 500 to 600 people. Our losses are slightly higher. Once we reorganize our troops and continue to defend here, there will be more troops behind them. That's the only way. Did you send the news? Sun Quan did not insist on beating the enemy into a pulp. The enemy's guns and cannons were not for decoration. Yes, Fan Zhu replied. The 3 battalions of the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division began to regroup. The 3 leaders did not follow behind Zhao Hanzhong's troops. That would be no different from courting death. They were not worried that the enemy would turn around and attack from the other side of the hill to seize the high ground. At this moment, Zhao Hanzhong was also not very happy. He had made a mistake in commanding the troops in the previous battle. Instead of losing 500 or 600 men, they had lost more than 1,000 men. According to the data given by the referees, 460 people had died in battle, while the rest had died from the smoke and had lost their ability to fight due to the smoke. In total, there were more than 1,000 people. As for those who felt uncomfortable due to the smoke, their accuracy and reaction speed were affected as well. He had also lost hundreds of guns, as well as some ammunition. He wasn't sure if it would affect him in any way. After all, his opponents weren't really natives. After losing 20% of his troops, Zhao Hanzhong felt that the road ahead would not be too smooth. He looked at the sand table and found that there was a depression in front of him. Looking around, there was a high ground with a height of 225 meters. Looking at the other side, there was nothing on the other side. The terrain was flat, so he had sent out scouts to scout ahead. If they were not attacked, then they would just leave from the other side. Obviously, they would not come into contact with the enemy. Scout ahead. The first group will advance slowly. The second group will spread out and guard the surroundings. The third group will rest here. Zhao Hanzhong gave the order and began to wait for feedback. Half an hour later, the scouts had advanced for 15 li. They came back and reported that they were not attacked along the way. All troops, move out. Zhao Hanzhong composed himself and gave the order to advance. The troops did not advance quickly. As for the scouts, they constantly came into contact with the enemy. Some died in battle, while others sent back information. Zhao Hanzhong did not hear any reports of enemy attacks or ambushes for a long time. Instead, he felt uneasy and felt that something was wrong. Is this still Wang Wan's main force? Why didn't they surround me when I came in? Why didn't they stop me? Why didn't they harass me? Have the commanders of the Zhang family and Wang family suddenly become stupid? Can't their scouts keep up? Then they should have heard the sound of cannon fire. I don't believe that they can't analyze it. Zhao Hanzhong mumbled, his heart feeling more and more uneasy. When Zhao Hanzhong passed, the commander of the 3 RD Division's 1st Brigade's 1st Regiment, Lu Dong, was also looking at the sand table. It was not that he did not want to make a move. He wanted to stop the enemy or chase after them, but he could not move. He was guarding the depression and had already arranged everything. If he moved, he would expose himself, and all the original arrangements would be disrupted. For the sake of the enemy's vanguard, such a choice was not worth it. Therefore, he was waiting for the enemy's vanguard to crash into the wall. If the enemy's main force came up, he believed that his allies at the 225 Highland would close the door. His own regiment had 2 plans. One was to cooperate with the 225 Highland and block the enemy's vanguard from retreating. The other was to snipe the enemy's main force. The worst-case scenario would naturally be being attacked from the front and back. Then, he would accept it and try his best to exhaust the enemy's ammunition. The commanders of the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions of the 4th Division at the 225 Highland also knew that the enemy's vanguard had entered, but they did not attack. They seized the time to repair the fortifications. The commander of the 3rd Independent Battalion, Lu Zhu, ordered his men to repair the fortifications. When he found the 4th Independent Battalion's headquarters, he said to his colleague Lu Yun, "One of you go there." "You saw it? Do you want to fight?" Lu Yun asked. Lu Zhu waved his hand. "No, I'll wait for him to go there. I'll discuss it with you. The place he went is right under our noses. There's another regiment to cooperate with us. We're an independent battalion." "I know. Our numbers are only slightly less than a regular regiment, and our weapons and equipment are better. But we're a logistics battalion. An independent logistics battalion is well prepared, and that's reflected in transportation and construction." Lu Yun did not understand what he meant. Lu Zhu walked to the sand table and pointed at the path Zhao Hanzhong took. "Look, he went there. Another half a day's journey is the 737 Highland. He can't go around there even if he wants to. He only has 4,000 men. I think he was beaten up by our army in front. If he doesn't attack with 4,000 men and they surround him for 3 days, his supplies won't be able to keep up. If he attacks, his ammunition will probably be used up a lot. If he sets up camp here and doesn't move, he will be facing 2 brigades, 2 regiments, and a reserve brigade, which is more than 4 times his current military strength, almost 5 times. Do you think the people of Highland 737 will let him go?" Lu Yun looked at the sand table and understood as he listened. They won't. If the enemy really dares to set up camp, the 737 Highland will organize a night battle with scarecrows and use smoke to cover the attack. They'll use the tactic of injuring 1,000 of the enemy and sacrificing 800 of their own to force the enemy to attack or retreat. They'll also defend and wait for reinforcements. Then while talking, LV Yun considered. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He patted Lu Zhu's shoulder happily and said, "Yes, that's right. We can't let him retreat easily, and we can't let him wait for the reinforcements. Let's go down. We don't have to stay on the mountain anymore." "That's right. We're an independent battalion. The logistics independent battalion has a lot of equipment. Let's quickly fix it and tell the 3rd Division, the 1st Brigade and the 1st Regiment our plan. Let them cooperate. Tell him that he doesn't have to worry about being attacked from 2 sides. We'll block the enemy's retreat. If he dares to rush in, he won't be able to return. Lu Zhu said with a smile. After waiting for the enemy to pass, the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions of the 4th Division rushed down and began to build fortifications on the flat road. Lu Dong, who was guarding the depression, was still giving orders to arrange his own area more carefully when a messenger ran in. Reporting, the 225 Highland, the 4th Division, the 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions are here to report. Let us hold our position and leave the enemy's retreat path to them. Good, I told you. We can't let them pass easily. They dare to go around the road. Do they think they're fighting a flat Yuan Zhan? Do they think that our hinterland is empty? The main force of 60,000 hasn't moved yet. If we rush in with 4,000 people, we'll tire you to death. Lu Dong laughed and knew what to do. Order my regiment to continue to fight. Dig fortifications. Give me as many scarecrows as possible. Horizontally, dig trenches as wide as a breadth. Ask for support from our friendly troops. Help us dig trenches. Don't dig too deep, 1 person's height is enough. On the opposite side of the trenches, dig a slanted hole. Hide people inside and wait for the enemy to push the cannon cart over the hole. Rush out and kill them or wait for the enemy to fall into the hole. Insert a scarecrow every 3 meters in the trenches. Only a little bit of the head with a hat is exposed. Stagger the position of the holes. The distance between the trenches is 50 meters. Within 50 meters, place them irregularly. After Lu Dong finished giving orders, his whole body relaxed. He didn't expect to be able to defeat the enemy. As long as he could consume more of the enemy's ammunition, it would be fine. When the guns and cannons ran out of ammunition, it was better to use fire sticks. The fire sticks could be made longer, but the bayonets on the guns were only that long. Moreover, bullets weren't too terrible. The speed was fast, but they had to hit the target. There weren't so many machine guns. If they used rifles, wouldn't I be able to dodge? If I suddenly lay down, roll and get up again, walk around the zigzag route, and lay down again, could it be that they were all sharpshooters? Lu Dong's request was sent out by the scouts. Soon, he received a response. The 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 4th Division, which took the initiative to attack, came. It was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao to quickly charge forward in groups, every 300 meters, to expose the enemy's position. The regiment commander, Su Gu, also wanted to follow the order. But before he could move, the enemy's vanguard came in first. He thought about it. If he still followed the young master's order and rushed in, he would definitely be scolded by the young master. Su Gu could think of the scolding words, "Are you stupid? You just entered when I told you to. Don't you know how to observe the situation? You're the regiment commander, not the group commander. Don't you have a brain? I've arranged everything. Do I still need you? You can just find an obedient dog." So Su Gu made his own judgment. He didn't rush forward. He gathered the troops of a regiment and walked quietly along the edge of the ambush. He collected the things to start the fire. He planned to take advantage of the enemy's vanguard to go to the front and throw the things to the ground before the enemy's middle army came. He planned to let the enemy's middle army make a choice. Either you ignite the things yourself, and then be blocked by the fire and can't come over, leaving your vanguard isolated and helpless. Or you go directly, and I will ignite the fire and burn you all together. Just as they moved to the depression, each soldier carried a large bundle of firewood, wooden sticks, hay, and dried grass. When the time came, they would be able to burn it and it would even emit smoke. Before he could continue to move forward, he received a request from Lu Dong of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division. He considered which side was more important and finally decided to help. "Su Gu. Why are you here? Lu Dong was surprised to see Su Gu. Didn't you sacrifice yourself? You sacrificed yourself? Did you give me the time to sacrifice myself? You see how fast the enemy's vanguard is. They almost met me. More than 20 of my scouts were killed by their scouts. I avoided them and took a detour. Why are you looking for me? I brought a lot of firewood. I plan to go to the front to cook for the enemy. Do you need it? There are 1,500 bundles, all big bundles. It's enough for a family of 10 to burn the stove for 10 years. Su Gu and the other 3 people stood in Lu Dong's room. In addition to him, there were 3 battalion commanders. He had his own personal guards, and the number of people was not small. As for the commander of the team, he was not assigned to him for the time being. Unless he wanted to play an independent and important tactic, he would not be assigned to his subordinates. The battalion was enough. If he chose to rush in as a unit, then there would naturally be other people from the outer court to cooperate with him and be the commander of the team. Lu Dong, on the other hand, was more concerned about the firewood. He asked, "That much?" "Well, if one person carries a bundle, it will be like a mountain. I don't need it here for the time being, eh?" "What's wrong?" Su Gu heard Lu Dong's sudden voice ask. "I don't need it. In the front, they caused the enemy's vanguard to lose more than 1,000 people. I think they themselves are not having a good time. I saw that the enemy's vanguard was a brigade, but it only had 4,000 people. Needless to say, those 1,000 people were killed by the enemy's vanguard. Their fortifications should have been badly beaten. You send the firewood to them and let them make big buns. When the time comes to ignite them, they will roll down. It's also a good thing. They must still be resting." Lu Dong thought of the previous regiment and admired it. That regiment had a total of 1,500 people. In the end, they consumed more than 1,000 people in the enemy's vanguard by relying on a hill without any height advantage. This was not a matter of playing with one's life. If you want to play with your life, the enemy will give you a chance. This was a test of command. If the enemy lost more than 1,000 people, the loss would not be small, unless the weapons were changed. Su Gu pondered for a moment and replied, "Okay, then let's go together. Our 2 regiments will send the things to them and then repair the fortifications. If the enemy attacks while we are repairing, we will fight together in the 1133 Highlands. If we really used hot weapons against hot weapons, I could have left his entire regiment on the mountain. But since we have chosen this road, we have to go down it. I think that after the battle, we, the people on the periphery, will be allowed to enter the inner courtyard. The main family doesn't only look at combat ability. If your ability is not good, you can be trained. If you really can't, you can also be arranged to do other things. The main family has always emphasized that there is no bad inner courtyard, only unsuitable positions. What the main family really looks at is our spirit and breadth of mind, as well as the choice between life and death and brotherhood. If the main family is satisfied, we can enter the inner courtyard and be like Xiaobei and the others. We are them." The other 2 nodded. They thought of the education that Xiaobao and Cuckoo had given Xiaobei's 9 younger brothers and sisters. Their philosophy was that there were no stupid children, only unsuitable education. If that's the case, we will work harder and work in the inner courtyard in the future. I have to change my surname. Should it be Zhang or Wang? Or continue to be Sun? Sun Quan began to think about what to do with his surname. He felt that he had done well by cooperating with the 2 battalions and defeating more than 500 of the enemy's people while losing more than 800 people. He could enter the inner courtyard. Let's not think about that for now. I am just thinking about how to defend when the enemy's main force comes. If someone can give me some support, I will be satisfied even if it is a large group or a small group. Fan Zhu felt that the manpower was not enough. Although it was said that he could be sacrificed, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. I don't have a large group or a small group. I can give you a battalion and more than 1,500 bundles of firewood. At this time, Su Gu appeared at the door of the three people's room and said seriously. "Ha, Su Gu, I asked you to rush to the front. Where are you hiding? You have a group. Come in and have a seat. Are you here to visit with a group? Ha ha ha. And Lu Regiment Commander, you are not guarding the low-lying land at the back. You also formed a group to travel?" When Fan Zhu saw the two people, he was very happy. He didn't believe that the two people would come empty-handed, so he quickly moved a chair. Wang Nan and Sun Quan also got up to greet them and hugged Su Gu. The other party came at the right time. They were good brothers. Su Gu and Sun Quan sat down, and Lu Dong took a bowl of water. There was no tea on the battlefield. He took a sip and said, "I need people to help me repair the fortifications," so Su Gu came and hid beside me. What kind of person do you think he is? He is too careless. If he came earlier, I would have dared to fight the enemy's vanguard. In the end, when the enemy went over, and he even encountered them, he hid and ran away, and many of his scouts were killed by the enemy. Both of us calculated that the enemy's vanguard was definitely a brigade. There were only about 4,000 people left, and you actually left behind more than 1,000. Your losses were definitely not small. So, I sent you soldiers. Su Gu and I each took out a battalion for you to fight. We will help you repair the fortifications first. Later, we will continue to defend there. When your whole army is dead, we will become the front. 1,000? So many? We estimated that it was 500, at most 600. Fan Zhu and I thought that we would suffer a little loss. The loss was 800 against 500. How can it be 1,000? Sun Quan was happy and surprised at the same time. Su Gu said with certainty, "It is indeed less than 1,000 people. In addition to the dead scouts, there are some who came back alive. The enemy also did not take advantage of us. The place we passed by is full of weeds. Pistols may not be more effective than throwing knives. We natives also have blow darts. If you shoot, the sound will spread very far. The enemy scouts nearby will not deal with you. My regiment did not dare to go over, and their main force also did not dare to come over. It was just a battle of scouts. As a result, our scouts reported that the enemy had more than 4,000 people. How could we dare to fight? We ran and encountered Commander Lu. This time, the other three people were happy. 800 against 1,000, they made a profit. This was also because the enemy was smart. At the last moment, they did not want to scatter and annihilate them. Instead, they passed through. Otherwise, they could have left behind another 1,000 people. The five people chatted for a while, mainly to exchange information and analysis. They began to organize people to build the fortifications. There were more people now. 2 regiments came to help, and the construction progress was very fast. When the construction was almost done, the enemy still did not come. Su Gu and Lu Dong each left a battalion and rushed back with the fastest speed. They still had fortifications to build. On the way back, Su Gu said to Lu Dong, "I will not give you my 2 battalions. I will give you my personal guards." Because I had to rush to the front and attract the enemy's firepower, I had a special personal guards. The main force was allocated to me, a total of 300 people. You stay and use them well. They are not worse than a normal logistics battalion. Anyway, I am a person who will be sacrificed, so I will run back and forth in the middle. I estimate that we can't withstand the enemy's main force attack. I will go first. See you later. Well, wait for me. Not to mention the sand table, even if it is real, once I die, the main family will help to raise my children. Let's go. Lu Dong was not pretentious. In the center of the sand table, everyone was looking at the progress of the war. Yang Cheng and Li Ji were happy for Zhao Hanzhang's choice. Chapter 1024. Zhang Shogui truly was approaching Plateau 1313. He had first received a report from Zhao Hanzhong saying that Plateau 1313 had already been broken through and that there weren't many soldiers left. When the main force arrived, they would be able to push through. At the same time, he had also received news that Zhao Hanzhong had discovered people on Plateau 225 from his position and that there was also an ambush in the nearby low-lying areas. In addition, he had engaged in a scout battle with an unknown number, but the enemy had already left. He had also given a guarantee that he would be like a sharp knife, firmly thrust into the enemy's heart so that no matter what the enemy did, it would be impossible for them to succeed. When he first received this news, Zhang Shogui had been happy for a few moments, thinking that victory was at hand. Just as he was planning to quickly advance, he suddenly hesitated. Measure wind direction and speed. Glider team, take off and scout Plateau 1313. Zhang Shogui resisted the urge to give the order to advance, instead having the troops slow down and the scouts move out. The messenger quickly returned. Reporting, the fortifications on Plateau 1313 are in disarray, most of them destroyed. From the air, we can faintly see wounded lying on the ground, groaning. When my scouts flew over, they were not attacked. Over. Zhang Shogui softly cursed at Zhao Hanzhong. So close. Zhao Hanzhong, you tricked me to death. Turning his head to the officers in the room, he asked, did you see anything? My guess is that the other side should have some means to counterattack. Therefore, they first pretended to be weak and waited for our army to rush up and catch us off guard. According to General Zhao's information, the other side should have a battalion or 1.5 battalions of soldiers at the top of the mountain. However, the number of wounded soldiers is less than 100, so the rest are definitely lying in ambush. Our army should be opening up a path with cannons and taking Plateau 1313 in one go. This is called beating them at their own game. A general voiced his analysis and waited for Zhang Shogui's approval. But Zhang Shogui didn't look him in the eye. Beat my ass. Do you think the enemy's commanders are idiots? They just suffered a round of attacks, so how could they not understand the power of cannons? If they dare to set up such a formation, they probably aren't really weak, but they have an even bigger backup plan. If our army is charging straight up and the enemy really does have a backup plan, then tell me, how are we going to calculate our losses? The general who had spoken just now did not say anything, but he was unwilling to accept it. Since they did not know, why did they say that his idea was wrong? Zhang Shogui continued, I was worried that this was a trap. Zhao Hanzhong truly charged too quickly. He didn't clear out the soldiers along the way, so he believed that with his advanced weapons, he wanted to charge straight into the enemy's main force and determine which army they belonged to. If the other party was Wang Wan's main force, would he be able to gain any advantage by rushing over? If it wasn't, I would have risked my life to keep his brigade. That's not good. At this point, Zhang Shogui shivered and said to the messenger, send a report to General Zhao at the vanguard. Order him to quickly retreat and join up with our army. There is no time to be lost. Our army is to set up camp and guard the surroundings. Do not move recklessly. Zhang Shogui's army of more than 10,000 immediately began to set up camp, and various defensive fortifications were set up. The officers carried out Zhang Shogui's orders, and this time, no one objected. This was because they recalled something. Yang Chang's 1st Brigade had charged too quickly in the Fuyang region. They didn't even set up camp before they launched an assault on the enemy. The result was that the enemy had managed to withstand cannon fire after cannon fire, and in the end, they had successfully ambushed and surrounded the enemy. Even now, it was still unknown if anyone from that brigade had survived. My opponent is the outstanding commander of the military academies of the Zhang family and Wang family. Outstanding, very outstanding. Normally, if I can think of something, they can definitely think of it as well. If worst comes to worst, I can just advance step by step. Zhang Shogui had once more emphasized who his opponent was. At this crucial moment, he had actually changed his disposition as a commander, no longer constantly searching for opportunistic opportunities to inflict massive damage on the enemy. He had begun to walk a steady path. Afraid, truly afraid that if he were to advance too rashly, he would be schemed against. When the time came, his soldiers would be gone, and so would his position. The middle army would easily be burdened to death by him. Zhao Hanzhong wasn't slow to receive the telegram. However, the speed at which he was leading his 4,000 men was also extremely fast. By the time they were still 2 hours away from Highland 737, the scouts of both sides had first come into contact with each other. When they received the telegram from the rear, they were just about to heed the order to retreat and kill off the enemy in the depression when a messenger ran in. Reporting, our remaining 10 gliders have been shot down by the enemy using crossbows. One person managed to survive, but he was heavily injured. Reporting back, 2 enemy regiments have appeared behind us and to our left. They are advancing extremely quickly and will soon cut off our path of retreat. Reporting, the enemy has appeared behind us and is advancing extremely quickly. The majority of our scouts have been shot down by the enemy. The returning scouts report that the enemy has already cut off our path of retreat. Please make a decision. 2 messengers came in to report. One was from the glider unit, while the other was from a scout. The scouts were a bit slower than the enemy's advancing speed. Set up camp here. Divide the unit into 2. 2,000 people form a defensive circle and form a triangle. Hurry. For a moment, Zhao Hanzhong no longer considered how to attack the enemy's highland. Instead, he switched from offense to defense. He also knew who his opponent was. Since the enemy was able to mobilize 4 regiments, they were at least divisions in size. How could their commanders be lacking? Send a report back. Our army is unable to complete the retreat mission. We are surrounded. Please give your orders. Zhao Hanzhong couldn't think of a better plan. He wanted to say that they would defend and wait for reinforcements, but he was afraid that they would implicate their own troops. He wanted to say that they would break out of the encirclement, but he was also worried that they would disrupt the deployment of their rear. When Zhang Shougui received Zhao Hanzhong's report, he felt like his head was about to explode. He looked at Highland 1103 on the sand table and said, "They want to force me to attack or go around to rescue the vanguard. Tell me again, what should we do?" The officers also realized that something was wrong. Those who had just said that they wanted to take the Highland in one go no longer dared to have such thoughts. A forceful attack definitely won't work. Even if we succeed, our ammunition will be greatly depleted. When our army first came ashore, we shouldn't have left the area around Hangzhou. Instead, we should have stabilized the defensive line and waited for the reinforcements to arrive. If our ammunition can't keep up, how can we fight? I'm asking you about the present. Why are you bringing up the past? When I gave the order, none of you objected. Now you want to force me down first. What do we do now? Zhang Shougui slapped the table and reprimanded the officer. The officer was startled. His words just now had been unintentional. After all, he was just analyzing the situation. He began to analyze the cause. Seeing that the general was angry, he quietly said, "Let's go around. I propose that we go around. General Zhao still has 4,000 men. Let's go around a place where the enemy's defenses are lax. In one go, we can coordinate from the inside and outside and rescue General Zhao's men. After that, we'll retreat back to Hangzhou's harbor and resupply with ammunition and provisions. Then we'll make plans. Otherwise, if we run out of ammunition, our army can only fight with bayonets. The enemy still has crossbows. Then do you know how many people the enemy has? Our army has gone around them. By the time we meet up with the vanguard, the enemy has already retreated from the vanguard. Our 14,000 men might have entered an even larger encirclement. Our advantage is our weapons, not our speed. We also need 2 legs to walk, and those few horses are used to pull cannon carriages. Tell me, what should we do if we're surrounded? Zhang Shougui continued to ask. This time, no one made a sound. Zhang Shougui circled the sand table, muttering, "Our army isn't suited for siege warfare. The best terrain is either high ground for defense or flat plains. But why do we have to be the ones to attack? Oh, I remember now. We're using advanced weapons to lead the great Tang soldiers to attack the natives. Right, we're the aggressor. These natives are too smart to the point where they know themselves and their enemy. If we're there, we'll have to kill at least 60,000 of the natives' main force if we want to win. If they're in hiding, then it's easier to deal with them. We can just send out scouts to find them. But now, we're making it seem like there's a problem. We must have miscalculated somewhere. Calm down, and think carefully. While Zhang Shogui circled the sand table, the other generals returned to their own matters. After a full 30 minutes, Zhang Shogui suddenly stopped, clapped his hands together, and laughed. Ha! I know where the problem lies. Our army should have gathered together and linked up the supply lines. Then, we should have deployed the main force to find the enemy's main force. If we found that they were defending the mountain, we should first surround it. Then, we should wait for the artillery to arrive and bombard them, first cutting off their supply lines and then destroying their fighting strength. If they organize other forces to counterattack, our army can take advantage of the terrain and fight a defensive battle. In this way, we'll turn a battle of command and soldiers into a battle of weapons and supplies. Even if the supplies are the same and we have the advantage in weapons, right, that's what we should do. After thinking things through, Zhang Shogui was elated. He ordered the messenger, send a report to the vanguard. Have them defend for now, build fortifications, conserve ammunition, and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. If the enemy dares to engage in a battle of annihilation, give them a vicious beating. As for supplies, have them think of their own methods. Gather materials from the ground. Feed the horses to the people, and the horses, kill them. As for the wild vegetables, birds, and beasts, tell them to hold on. Tell them that every day they can hold on will increase the pressure on the enemy. Our army will quickly contact the Central Army and have them come as quickly as possible. Right now, we just need to rely on perseverance and fight for time. Go. Once the messenger left, Zhang Shogui said to another, our army will expand the defensive perimeter. Kill the horses and gather all sorts of food in the surrounding areas. We have to be quick. The more we gather, the more confident we'll be. After the messenger left, Zhang Shogui sat down, his eyes on the sand table. His hand lightly tapped against his leg as he began to hum a tune that only he could understand, his head swaying back and forth with Weiwei. I know. The army in front of me definitely isn't led by Wang Wan. Otherwise, why would she leave behind so many supplies for me? If she was leading this army, she would definitely scorch the earth and clear the fields. She would kill all the beasts in the surroundings, pluck all the fruits from the trees, and burn all the grass in the mountains. She wouldn't even leave behind the bark of the trees. At most, I would be able to dig up some roots that weren't burned to death. After analyzing the situation, Zhang Shogui felt that the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it made sense. He felt both a little regret and a little relief that he had not encountered Wang Wan's army. He said to the messenger, have the transfer team pick up the pace. Find a way to contact the Middle Army and tell them that Wang Wan's main force is not on the Yellow Mountain line. However, there are at least 30,000 enemy soldiers on the Yellow Mountain line. I hope that the Middle Army can pick up the pace and work with my army to wipe out the enemy on the Yellow Mountain. Zhang Shogui's army stabilized. They did not provide reinforcements, nor did they attack, and they certainly did not retreat. They acted as if they were the ones being attacked, and began to fight a defensive battle. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji had just closed his eyes. When he opened them, he saw that Zhang Shogui's army had stopped and that Zhao Hanzhang's army had been surrounded. After asking the people who were paying attention to the situation, he nodded and said, Zhao Hanzhang's army has already been dealt with. They charged too quickly, so it's too difficult for them to get back to the rear. Unless they also gather all their weapons, then they can escape with a small portion of their army. But if they escape like this, on the actual battlefield, they will definitely be punished and beheaded. So why is Zhang Shougui not daring to advance? It turns out that a powerful opponent can also make a person mature. It actually made a person who likes to attack and launch surprise attacks learn how to defend. Just defend and see how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo respond. Your Majesty, this concubine believes that if Zhang Shougui really does not move, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to quickly eat up his army. Your Majesty, look at the weapons on both sides. Empress Wang could see that Cuckoo had a chance of winning from the situation and happily told Li Longji this. Li Longji said nothing, waiting for Empress Wang to continue. Empress Wang continued, Your Majesty, look. If Zhang Shougui does not move, Cuckoo and Xiao Bao will quickly eat up one of Zhao Hanzhang's brigades in front of them. They can surround them and then attack them every night. When the wind blows, they can release smoke upwind to cut off the water source of the river where they set up camp. They can also organize small groups of soldiers and use crossbows to shoot. Should Zhao Hanzhang fight or not? If he fights, he will use up his ammunition, and once he runs out of ammunition, he will die. If he does not fight, he will be ambushed every day. How long can he last? Correct. The Empress understands. Li Longji was in a good mood. He hoped that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao could win so that the generals of the imperial court would calm down. They should not think that they were invincible just because they had a few weapons. Every small mistake would result in the deaths of many great Tang men. Gao Lisher added, while wearing down Zhao Hanzhang's army, Cuckoo will be able to determine Zhang Shougui's situation and send out her main force to circle around from the side and surround Zhang Shougui as well. Encircling but not attacking, only defending. Once they were done with Zhao Hanzhang, they could send over some logistics to harass Zhang Shougui's army, preserving the strength of their main force while using the logistics to wear down the enemy's main force. Now that the enemy's entire population was a soldier, transferring manpower and transporting supplies was no problem. Just like the weapons of the Great Tang's attacking side, according to the rules, every once in a while, a batch of ammunition and cannons can be shipped over. If Zhang Shougui, the vanguard, is eaten up, the Great Tang army will be greatly affected. Gao Lisher was excited. His son and daughter-in-law were formidable, and he also felt proud. But what he hadn't expected was that a single military examination would produce such an effect. At the start of the battle, no one could have imagined that Zhang Shougui would suffer such a huge loss. Of course, the current situation was good. The Great Tang generals would know that their advanced weapons were not as effective as they imagined in the desperate resistance of the enemy. Just as Cuckoo had said, in war, it wasn't just weapons that mattered, but people as well. If the general was incompetent, the army would be exhausted to death. When the enemy gathered the strength of an entire race to stake their lives against you, you had to be extremely careful. See, the current situation was like this. Zhu Zizan was the one who was watching the battle the most seriously. In this military examination, he had seen that sometimes, cannons and guns couldn't directly decide the outcome of a battle. There were many ways to deal with them. If he had dealt with them properly, he might have been able to achieve the results of Wang Wan's side. Of course, the reason why Wang Wan's side was so formidable was not because of the desperation of the natives, but because of the excellence of their commanders. If the commanders of every regiment, every battalion, and even the commanders of every squad could display their own abilities, they would be able to slowly obtain the results they deserved, gathering small victories to create a great victory. On the battlefield, opportunities change too quickly. Don't underestimate the strength of every single soldier, Zhu Zizan concluded. Then, she whispered to Princess Jincheng, Nunu, don't you think I was very embarrassed at that time? When I was on Mount Hua, I saw the power of the cannon and the advantage of the hot air balloon flying in the sky. I was directly scared. But look at Cuckoo. She and Xiao Bao weren't afraid. Their military academy commanders weren't afraid either. In a situation where their weapons were inferior, they thought of all sorts of methods and didn't back down. Husband, there's no need to be so upset. Others were also afraid. The Turks and the tribal leaders of the northern Hebei province were all scared stiff. In the end, our great Tang was able to so easily take back the land. The weapons were man-made under the command of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so they naturally knew the strengths and weaknesses of the weapons. How could they be afraid? Also, before the military examination, how much effort did they spend to gather intelligence on the enemy commanders? They already did everything they could. When they realized that the weapons weren't good, they tried everything. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the generals of our great Tang imperial court for being too arrogant. Princess Jincheng consoled Zhu Zizan. Yes, if you want to blame someone, blame Zhang Shougui. Why did the vanguard charge so quickly? Weren't their supplies limited? If I were him, I would first think of a way to annihilate a portion of the enemy and then steal their weapons. Once I ran out of ammunition, I wouldn't be slaughtered by the enemy. Zhu Zizan slapped his thigh and loudly spoke, placing all the blame on Zhang Shougui. On the side, Li Longji pondered for a moment before speaking up for Zhang Shougui. You can't blame Zhang Shougui entirely. He believed that Huan would set up an array and wait for them, and then he would directly engage in a direct battle. Going to Mount Huangshan was also not wrong. If you want to talk about a mistake, it's that his opponent was Huan, and there's also Xiao Bao. His personality and fighting style have all been figured out. In truth, the battle had already begun a long time ago. It was just that the generals didn't realize it. They even spent other people's money, went to other people's restaurants to eat, and bought other people's things. Your Majesty's words are correct. Xiao Bao likes to first obtain information and then act. Unless there's a special emergency, Xiao Bao is very steady. Even now, Xiao Bao still has his own caravan trade with a small country in the southwest. He even has caravans that travel long distances to Duoshi. In order to get on good terms with the other side, he even sells important strategic resources, such as ironware, tea leaves, salt, and other things, including good medicines to treat diseases. His goal is not to get on good terms with the other side, but to gather information on the other side. For example, Your Majesty, if you look at Xiao Bao's account book, you will realize that if you factor in the cost of transportation and labor, sometimes the things he sells are basically capital. He has to bribe people, he has to bribe them, and he also has to spend money to put on the image of a good person for the local people. Every time a caravan makes a trip, not only does it not earn a single copper coin, it might even end up losing money. Gao Lisher recalled what his godson had said to him and brought it up for everyone to hear. Li Longji nodded again. Xiao Bao does indeed like to collect information, whether it's from other countries or from Great Tang. As long as it's information, even if it's just a little bit that doesn't seem to be a problem, he will get it. Let's see how much information his logistics team can get this time. As he spoke, Li Longji's eyes once again looked at the sand table. Everyone else also looked at the sand table. In Wang Wan's room, Zhang Xiaobao also watched from the side. He did not return to his own place. He had already arranged everything that needed to be arranged. When the battle really started, he would wait for the news from the front line to come back and then analyze it. Then, he would send the order back and let his people do what they needed to do. He estimated that most of his people in the front line would be dead by now. It was his fault for not having a good communication system. Thus, when the battle started, what really mattered was the ability of the commanders of the various basic units on his side. Zhang Xiaobao himself was responsible for the major tactical and strategic arrangements. But because they weren't too far away and the enemy wouldn't be able to intercept all the messengers, Zhang Xiaobao was able to take a little longer to receive the information from the front line. Cuckoo, Highland 113 is still there, but Zhang Shougui has actually stopped there to build fortifications. It seems like he doesn't plan to attack. Shouldn't you move your main force a little? My logistics team has many soldiers, but they can't surround Zhang Shougui. After receiving the latest news, Zhang Xiaobao pointed at an area in front of the sand table where Zhang Shougui's forces were located. Let's wait a little longer. Once we've worn down Zhao Hanzhong enough, we'll have some free hands to deal with Zhang Shougui. This Zhang Shougui can be considered quite formidable. I originally planned to send him into the mountains of Huangshan so that he could spread the information. That way, we could launch a defensive counterattack strategy. Now, he's actually scared and is acting like a coward. This is a rare situation. I'm guessing that he already knows that I'm here. That's why when you're fighting Zhao Hanzhong, make your logistics team fight harder. It's best if Zhao Hanzhong can guess where your logistics team is and you, the commander, are also guarding this place. I'll send half of my main force, 30,000 people, to stealthily move. I'm waiting for the weather. In Huangshan, there's usually a lot of fog, but it's not coming out. Who threw the dice? What a scam. Wang Wan appeared to have nothing to do at the moment. Zhang Xiaobao's team was still fighting, so it was not yet time for her team to go up. Otherwise, if she really did go up, it would be easy for Zhang Shougue to immediately retreat. In any case, the pursuit was not as effective as the initial encirclement. Zhang Shougue's forces still had not lost their fighting strength, and their weapons were basically exhausted. If she gave chase now, the enemy would come out to stop her. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao replied, that's fine. I'll slowly grind him down. There's no rush. In any case, Zhao Hanzhong can't escape. Through his mouth, we can make Zhang Shougue make a mistake in his judgment. This will give Zhang Shougue some confidence so that he won't run too fast. Don't you think he's a fool? He dares to charge all the way at the vanguard. I hope that their middle army can learn from him and speed up their advance. It would be best if they reach the Yellow Mountain region. We'll fight here and eat up his middle army. Then, victory will be in sight. Then I'll go back and wait for a while. If Xiao Bei and the others send a message, you should receive it first. There's no need to rush to send it to me. I'll fight until I find a safe distance and meet up with Zhao Hanzhong. I'll scare him to death, As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao ran out to make arrangements. He no longer needed to wait outside the door. This could be considered a privilege, and he could make up for the time he had spent giving Li Longji advice. Xiaobei's group, which his older brother and sister were worried about, had already arrived at Kaifeng. They were buying local goods, and if they were lucky enough, they could sell them in Jiangzhou and make a fortune. If they left Kaifeng, they would continue to travel along the waterway, following the Bian River to the Huai River and then into the canal. This way, they wouldn't have to go too far. The fleet was temporarily docked at Kaifeng's harbor. This place had always been well developed in terms of water transport. Besides Xiaobei's ship, there were also other ships coming and going. Most of them were cargo ships, but there were relatively few passenger ships. There were also small fishing boats moving back and forth on the river, occasionally casting a net. Sometimes, they would stop as a small merchant ship, leaning against the shore where the current was less turbulent and waiting for someone to call them. Kaifeng could be considered a large city. To the west was Luoyang, and a little further down was Chenlu. Besides trade, it was also strategically important, so it naturally had to have a garrison on guard at all times. It wasn't to guard against enemies from other countries, but to guard against rebellions within the Great Tang. Through this place, they would need to know what was going on. Because of his older brother's worries, when Xiao Bei arrived at Kaifeng, the garrison there was very nervous and immediately protected Xiao Bei and the others. There's no need to be like this. Right now, it's Kaifeng. You guys go about your own business. I want to see the fishing boat. It's really fun. It can even stop and entertain the people on the shore. Xiao Bei did not disembark. He stood on the deck of the ship. This place was much larger than other places, so he could make some barbecue or hot soup. Xiao Bei had 11 children, and his mouth had not been idle the entire time. If he were to weigh himself, he would have gained 2 caddies. Kaifeng's garrison used other ships to surround Xiao Bei's flagship. No other ships were allowed to approach. The local commander was surnamed Hu, called Hu Shao. He was very worried that something might have happened to the Zhang and Wang family's ancestors in his territory. Let alone someone plotting against them, even if they fell ill in the heavy rain 2 days ago, he would not be able to explain it to the world. So, Hu Shao took a few people and boarded Xiaobei's ship. They closely followed Xiaobei's footsteps. Only Xiaobei liked to run around, so he took Panna with him. General Hu, you don't need to worry. I brought a lot of people. To be honest, when you came up, the people I brought had to be on guard against you. It's not that they don't trust you, but they must treat everyone as a threat. Put them back. Let the people by your side go back, you stay here by yourself. Wow, look at that little boat, that little fishing boat, they actually caught a big shrimp. Aya, it's 2 inches long. I want it, quickly go buy it, I'll cook it for Pan. Don't worry, Pan. While Xiaobei was talking to Hu Shao, her eyes were always looking at a small fishing boat on the water. That fishing boat was next to a clump of grass on the shore. At the stern of the boat, there was a person fishing for shrimp. Xiaobei happened to see it. Her eyes were very sharp. Even though it was so far away, 2 boats away, and there was still some distance between them, she could still see the size of the shrimp. As she spoke, she had already arrived at the front of the ship. Hu Shao was startled by Xiaobei's actions and quickly took off her outer clothes. Inside, she was wearing a short skirt. She was probably prepared to save someone if they fell into the water. Go, I'll buy that shrimp. No matter how much it costs, it looks good. It's a good shrimp. Xiaobei even stretched her neck to look. She saw that person put the shrimp he caught into a wooden basin on the boat. She smacked her lips and told someone to go buy it. The news spread to the other boats. Some people changed boats and headed towards the fishing boat. Hu Shao moved closer to Xiaobei and looked at the water below the boat from time to time. The boat was so high that just looking at it made him feel dizzy. When the wind blew, his legs and stomach would cramp. He said to Xiaobei, Patrol Envoy Zhang, stand next to me. I'll block the wind for you. Don't stand too far away. I'll be able to buy the shrimp soon. Don't worry. Oh. Xiaobei indifferently stepped back a little, giving Hu Shao some face. Her eyes were still looking at the person fishing for the shrimp. At the same time, she muttered in confusion, how much can he catch? Others fish at night, but he fishes during the day. Is the shrimp he sells enough for his living expenses? When I have time, I'll fish too. I'm not as stupid as him. I'll fish at night and see how much I can earn by selling the prawns I catch. General Hu, stop right there. Don't come near me. I can see that you can't even stand properly. If you accidentally fall, I'll have to save you. For my sake, you have to take care of yourself. I don't want to always jump from such a high place. After that, I have to take a shower and change clothes. It's a waste of my time. Xiaobei muttered and said a few words to Hu Shao, who was about to come over. Hu Shao was stunned and asked uncertainly, Patrol Envoy Zhang, you know how to swim? No, I only know how to walk in the water. It's so tiring to swim. Do you know the only difference between the water and the shore? It seems that you don't know either. That is, when you are walking on the shore, when you are tired, you can rest and stop. When you are tired in the water, you can continue to walk with the water and save your energy. Xiaobei winked at Hu Shao and said. Ah. Hu Cheng replied in astonishment. Xiao Yuan, who was nearby, shouted to Hu Shao, don't worry about Xiaobei. Let me tell you this. Everyone on this boat fell into the water. If only one person can survive, it will definitely be Xiaobei. You should stay away from Xiaobei. Otherwise, if you push her down, she'll get angry. Oh. Hu Shao understood. He thought that he was a good swimmer, but he didn't expect that this little girl was so good. No wonder she wasn't afraid at all when standing at the bow of the boat. Even if she fell, she could still get back up, even if it was from such a high place. While they were talking, the people on the other side had already come into contact with the people on the fishing boat. However, from this side, it seemed that things weren't going well. It seemed that there was some kind of dispute. After waiting for a while, the two boats separated. The small boat that went to buy the shrimp turned back. The people on the boat made a helpless gesture and spread their hands, indicating that they didn't buy it. Ah. Not selling? I already said, no matter how much it costs, I bought it. I like that shrimp and want to give it to Pan Air. I'm not afraid of spending more money. People are fishing for shrimp in the middle of the day. If they don't sell it for a good price, how can they eat and wear clothes? Xiao Bei thought that the people she sent over didn't pay enough, so she was a little unhappy. Hu Xiao saw that his opportunity to show off had come. He glared at them and said, "Who is so bold? How dare they not give me face on the river in Kaifeng? I ruined his business. Someone come. Stop it. If you dare to ruin his business, I will arrest you. You are bullying people in front of me. Are you looking down on us?" Xiao Bei was unwilling. If she really let Hu Xiao use force, her reputation would be ruined. People would think that it was the result of her connivance. Only then did Hu Xiao react. Xiao Bei was a person who specialized in investigating officials, so he quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I just asked someone to persuade the person who was fishing for the shrimp and to speak nicely. No need. I will remember this person. Later, I will ask someone to pay attention to him. If anything happens to him, I will look for you first. Don't say one thing in front of me and another behind my back. I have seen this too many times." Humph. Xiao Bei directed all her anger at not being able to buy the shrimp at Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao opened her mouth, but held back. She didn't want to explain. She thought that she would have to protect that person in the future. Otherwise, Xiao Bei's people would think that she was looking for trouble. When she looked at Xiao Bei again, Hu Xiao finally understood why the officials were afraid of them. Although she was small, she was very clever. She could guess anything and didn't give people a way out. The small boat that went past also slowly approached. A rope ladder went down. A person came up and said to Xiao Bei, "Little girl, that old man said he's not selling. No matter how much it costs, he's not selling." "Oh, he wants to eat it himself? I thought he was a seller. Look at other fishing boats. When they catch a good fish, the people on the shore will just wave and shout for them to buy it. That boat, his family is really smart. They actually set up a stove on the boat and can start cooking immediately. When the people on the shore smell the fragrance, they can come up to the boat and eat fresh food while drinking and enjoying the scenery. It's really beautiful." When Xiao Bei heard that the other party was not selling, she thought that it was for the food. What she wanted was the feeling of fishing, not a source of income. This was what they meant by saying that it was difficult to buy her with money unless she used force and took out money to hire people to rob her. But Xiao Bei couldn't do such a thing. When he heard that it wasn't for sale, he turned his attention to other boats and learned to quickly forget about the shrimp. He wasn't like other children who couldn't get what they wanted if they couldn't get it. Xiao Yuan overheard and asked the person who just passed by, "Did you mention who we are?" "No. You usually don't allow me to mention it, right?" The person replied. "Then you go again. Tell that old man that Xiao Bei wants to eat that prawn. Ask him if he's willing to sell it," Xiao Yuan instructed. The person really went down. The people on the boat watched to see what the outcome would be. This time, it was indeed different. The old man said a few words to the person who went over, then raised his head and looked in their direction. Then, he nodded to the person who went over and said a few more words. The person who went over showed a troubled expression and finally came back empty-handed. "Xiao Yuan, it seems that our reputation is not useful. The old man isn't selling." Xiao Bei was really disappointed this time. She didn't care that she couldn't buy anything with money, but she cared a lot about the power of her reputation. In the past, no matter where she was, even in the palace, once her name was announced, she would be treated differently. When she was outside, it was even more so. If she said that she was Xiao Bei, she wouldn't have to pay for anything. She would have to accept anything that she liked. Although the value of the gift was higher than what she had bought, she was in a good mood. Why didn't it work today? Xiao Bei was very regretful. Xiao Yuan's expression was not good either. Hu Ming was even angrier. He hated that old man. Xiao Bei had already revealed her identity, but he still didn't give her face. Why was it so difficult for such a cute girl to eat your shrimp? The person who went came back and climbed up. Without waiting for others to ask, he quickly said, "That old man said that he could give it to you for free. However, he had conditions. I didn't dare to make the decision, so I left it at that. He said that he could give it to you? That's good. What are the conditions?" Xiao Bei was happy when she heard that the other party was willing to give it to her. She could eat all of them. He said that he caught quite a few shrimps and gave one away. As for the other shrimps, he asked if I wanted to exchange. I said that I only wanted one, but he said no. He could only give one away, but the condition was that the other shrimps had to be exchanged. The person who came back had a helpless look. It was probably his first time meeting such a person. When he didn't hear the name of Xiao Bei and the others, he directly refused. Now that he heard it, he had conditions. Xiao Bei was also surprised. Exchange? Exchange? What does he want to exchange for? It can't be gold, right? That would be too tacky. No, he wants to exchange for a poem. A poem for each shrimps. That means that if you eat his shrimps, you have to compose a poem for him. The person explained to Xiao Bei with a confused look. Ah. You can play like that? Poem? What's a poem? Little Yuan, it's up to you. I don't have to eat his shrimps. I just feel that he isn't very spirited. We can't let him look down on us, right? When Xiao Bei heard that it was a poem, his eyes immediately froze. He could only ask Little Yuan for advice. Little Yuan didn't care, but she wasn't happy. She said, "You can give him the poem, but his price is too high. What kind of shrimps are worth a poem? Is my poem that worthless? Go down and bargain with him. A poem costs 10 shrimps. If you can recite 3 shrimps, it'll be considered a success. Go on." The person went down again. Thankfully, the person running the errands was usually trained. Otherwise, he would have fallen down after a few rounds and had to be rescued. Patrolling Inspector Zhang, I have an idea. What do you think? Hu Qiao felt uncomfortable when he heard that. That old man was a bully. Hence, he said to Xiao Bei. What's the idea? Xiao Bei turned his head and asked. Isn't it just a poem? We can spend money to buy a poem. With a shout, a poem, regardless of whether it's good or bad, we can buy it for 10 copper coins. This old man just wants to show how different he is. He doesn't need money to appear elegant. Let's not give him the chance and use the poem we bought to deal with him. In that case, on the surface, it looks like he is exchanging the poem, but in fact, won't it still smell like money? Right? We can eat the shrimps and humiliate the old man. What do you think? Hu Qiao said his idea with a look as though he wanted to claim credit. Xiao Bei immediately turned his head back and didn't look at Hu Qiao. He acted as though he was very angry. Little Yuan said by the side, then why don't I just let my inner courtyard find a group of people and let each of them sing a poem? I don't need to give the inner courtyard any benefits. Wouldn't it be cheaper if we calculate according to the cost? The old grandpa isn't doing it for the poem, he just wants to play with us. He probably wants to see what we look like. He has never seen us before, but has always heard of us. Now that there's a chance, he wants to meet us. It's not like we can't meet him, right, Xiao Bei? At this moment, Little Yuan understood. After some consideration, he felt that his poem wasn't for sale. He felt a lot better. That's right. Wait for him to come over. I'll discuss with him and say if singing a song will work. I reckon it will work. Xiao Bei went along with Little Yuan's words and said. Hu Qiao was touched and helpless when he heard that. He sighed and said, Xiao Bei, little Yuan, the both of you are too kind. It's easy for you to be bullied and cheated. That's right, that's right. I'm that kind. Sometimes, I wonder why I'm so kind. Later on, I figured it out. It's because I have a benevolent heart. Xiao Bei puffed out her chest and patted her chest with her small hand. Little Yuan and the inner courtyard members of the nearby Zhang Wang family turned their heads at the same time. They didn't look at Xiao Bei. They knew very well whether she was kind or not. They also felt sorry for Hu Qiao. Little Yuan wanted to tell Hu Qiao that he hadn't seen Xiao Bei when she was ruthless. If she attacked someone, it would mean that he was too kind or a fool if he could see the slightest bit of kindness in her. While they were talking, the old man's boat approached. There was also a person who was in charge of rowing the boat. The old man didn't request for anyone to go down to fetch him. He casually climbed up and was in good health. The moment he appeared, he stopped and sized them up. When he saw Xiao Bei in company, he smiled. You've grown so big? Good, good. How many years has it been? Sigh. Eat some prawns.